Okay, we are live. Welcome everyone to this stream. We got the Warrior format YRS starting very soon. I know that there was one other person who wanted to join the Warrior YRS, and if you do, then you should go on over to Format Library, the Discord server, linked in my description, and then wait. Sorry, I'm just trying to get someone signed up. Yeah, so things are going pretty well with me, Ryla. Thanks for asking. I'm excited for another fun Warrior stream. I really like Warrior format. It's very different from Yada format, but it still is very, very fun. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm excited to see what people bring because there are a lot of very interesting decks that people brought to past Warrior format tournaments. And if that sort of trend continues, then it should be pretty fun. But yeah, we're trying to get someone signed up. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to like multitask, trying to get them signed up, make sure they're in because they said they wanted to join. So, uh, yeah. Yeah. But anyways, hi Francesco Freire. I believe that's Yammerman, right? Is that you, Yammer? If so, it should be pretty fun to see you play because they won the last Warrior format tournament, so it's pretty fun. But yeah, the comparison will definitely be very interesting because this format, like, it's the first one after the ban list. So it should be very like different from Yada, right? Yada's sort of defined by these power cards, and Warrior format is sort of when the game calms down a bit. It starts to resemble more of GOAT, but there are very distinct differences between this and GOAT, namely, like, Delinquent Duo and Graceful Charity are banned. The hand rips, Comfy, and Forceful are legal, so that does change the dynamic of the hand rips there. I believe that Yammer put it in their deck profile for their winning list. They basically said that the trinity for this format is Comfy, Forceful, and Pot. Pot of Greed is still legal, of course, but uh, yeah. So yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that everything works out. Um, yeah. Yeah. So it looks like, unfortunately, the tournament's about to start. So if you do want to join, I think the moment has passed right now. But we do have a good selection of players here, and hopefully you'll be able to join the next one. So it should be pretty good. So we've got 11 players so far, from what I see. Yep, based on the bracket. So we got 11 players in the bracket. And it should be pretty fun. Double elimination again. And it looks like this is the updated bracket now. So it looks like Barcode, Gyomber, and Lalo all get buys here. And the rest of the people will be playing here. Dubtrek and Sean also kind of get a buy because they have like basically one last match that they have to play. So it should be fun. Let's dive into some games and see what's going on. Yeah. Next time, it's always tough when people come in like right at the end of the sign up time because then it's like people are scrambling and like you don't know how much time to give them. But yeah, it's always tough. So maybe I should have put up the stream a bit earlier. So maybe that's something I'll do next time just to sort of build awareness. And if people do want to join from it, then they can do that. But next time, just like hopefully now that they're in the Format Library Discord, they'll be able to see when the next tournament's happening and they'll be able to join in advance. So unfortunately, it didn't work out this time. But yeah, the game should still be fun. The tournament should still be fun. And hopefully this inspires more people to sort of take an interest in Warrior format, because I do think it's really cool. Like, I did mention that it's like very similar to GOAT earlier because the ban list is in play now. And we're starting to see that here with Shawner bringing out a Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. So it seems like they are on a Warrior deck. Now, Warrior is almost unchanged from GOAT format, really. Like, they basically have all their same tools. There aren't really any new releases in Flaming Eternity or The Lost Millennium or any of the promos that really change how Warrior plays. The main difference with Warrior in this format is how the other decks in the format interact with it, right? Chaos Turbo is definitely not as good here as it is in GOAT format, although could definitely use some more experimentation to see how good it can get. And because Chaos Turbo is a little bit nerfed in this format, it does make GOAT Control a bit better, and Warrior has a bit of a worse matchup against GOAT Control. So it's sort of like Warrior as a deck, I think, is slightly less powerful here than it is in GOAT, just because GOAT Control is more strong here than it is in GOAT, which is kind of a weird sort of thing to say, because you'd sort of expect a format named Warrior to have Warrior as the most powerful deck in it, and Warrior still is very strong, don't get me wrong, but I do think that people have sort of recently in the meta coalesced around GOAT Control as sort of the top deck right now. But that could definitely change. Like, this format is very, very undefined. It's very much underexplored. So things could definitely go in a variety of directions in the future. Yeah, Painful Choice is good. That is a very good point, Francesco. Yeah, it's very good. So you can turbo out BLS by setting up your Chaos setup in the grave, like getting the lights and darks there. So that is a benefit for it, but Painful Choice kind of like benefits all the decks in the format. So it's kind of weird because, like, you know, there are certain cards that do benefit certain decks more than others, but Painful is one that, like, can sort of fit into every deck. Like, every deck can use Painful, like, optimally, and get a sort of different result off it. So the fact that Shawner's playing Thunder Dragons might mean, oh, okay, it seems like they're on a bit more of a spicy deck than just a pure Warrior deck. Okay, I apologize, Shawner. I thought you were on just the Sasuke because you were like, oh, you know, we're playing Warrior, but I guess this is a bit spicier. We're playing a Relinquished. Are we going to see a bit of a blue control sort of thing, like that GOAT deck that Pui hosted on her channel recently? Who knows? I'm excited to see what happens here, because there's a lot you can do with Manju. Actually, Doriato is not legal in this format, so you can't do the full blue control stuff, but you can do Relinquished. And we're seeing Shawner repping that deck. Relinquished is really cool. It sort of turbos out lights and darks and sets up your Chaos plays. Some Relinquished decks don't even play, like, the Ritual spell. They just play the Relinquished in there as dark targets that are easily searchable. So it deck thins and acts as Raigeki break fodder. So that's pretty interesting, and it's a very, very good matchup against whatever Dumptruck's playing here. It looks like they're on Burn, because I see the level limit area B, the Gravity Bind. So Relinquish can sort of get around that because it's a level 1, so it can hit through Gravity Bind, it can hit through level limit area B. And if you're playing things like Raigeki break and, you know, multiples of that, you can sort of pop the floodgates and get in. So yeah, but this is a very interesting start. Hitting a knock, that's a rough loss for Shawner there, because knock can be very, very good against this deck. Although I guess if Dumptruck's playing Big Shield Gardena, then that won't really have an effect, but like hitting like a Morphing Jar or a Cyber Jar is very, very good. So what will Shawner do now? That Breaker's just offensive pressure here, if it does keep connecting. Oh, we're getting to see the Relinquish come down. There's Black Illusion Ritual. They can discard the Thunder Dragon, or tribute the Thunder Dragon, that is, to bring out Relinquished, target the Breaker there, and that will indeed go through, so that Relinquish will be able to hit in for 1600. And again, this thing can get around Gravity Binds, can get around level limit areas B, so if Dumptruck does have a Gravity Bind in the back row, it won't help, and it looks like that will indeed hit in for 16. Dumptruck in a bit of a scary spot, down to 1800 life points with not that much. And against this sort of deck, it could, oh, okay, that's actually a really clever move. Giant Trunade here, so you get to bounce back the Breaker, summon out the Breaker, hit over the Relinquish, and also you have that counter on it to pop a back row as well. No back row, of course, in Shawner's row there, but, you know, for later, that can be very good. And now Shawner takes some damage there. That's their first big amount of damage of the game so far. But it's looking like Dumptruck stabilized a little bit here, and Shawner has to think about exactly how to navigate this. Against Burn, you don't want to really drop down too low, because they can just kill you out of nowhere. Chaos Sork will potentially turn things around a little bit here. They could have brought out Chaos Sork and attacked into the Breaker, but it seems like they're electing to banish the Breaker just in case, and that will indeed go through. And there's no like lights and darks in Dumptruck's graveyard to reciprocate if they are on Chaos. I mean, most burn decks are not on the Chaos monsters because, you know, they're not really playing lights and darks and they're sort of doing a different game plan. But the thing about Chaos Orc is it cannot banish face downs. So, you know, Genre will have to deal with that face down the natural way. And they lost their knock earlier. Now, knock is at 2, but 2 knocks have been used up. So they don't have a way to clear that. Well, Mystic Swordsman level 2 will clear that. So it seems like they're playing a very interesting hybrid between a Warrior package and a Relinquished package here. So very fascinating stuff. They're going to attack in. Ceasefire will be flipped, which will mean that, you know, that Mystic Swordsman level 2 will not be able to use its effect there. And Chandra will take 600 from that. But if Chandra so chooses, they can attack over the Lily with the Sork. Now, I don't really think that attacking over the Lily with the Sork is really that good. I think you just banish the Lily. Just get it out of play. Yeah, and also they will take 15 from this as well. So that's something good to note as well. But yeah, I think you just banish the Lily. You don't want your opponent to, like, bring it back. But also Lily, I guess, is kind of useless at this point. So I guess you could just leave it. But you also don't want to play into Saku. So yeah, banishing the Lily, I think, is the right choice. And you're leaving Dumptruck at very low resources here. Mirror Force is banned in this format, by the way, as well. So you don't really have to play around Mirror Force. Gekuguri Panda coming out here, trying to hit over that Swordsman. And that will indeed go through. Dealing 900 to Chandra. Chandra's getting low. And again, against the burn deck, you don't want to be in a position where your life points are too low. So it's a bit tricky. Now, Burn is a deck also I want to mention, because no one really played Burn in the last tournament for this format. And Burn is a deck I definitely think could be tier 1. It's just not many people were playing it. You know, Burn takes a very special type of player to play it. And that means both in terms of, like, wanting to play the deck and also playing it well, right? Burn is a very tough deck to pilot. And it can be very, very good if it's piloted well. But it's tough to really know its place in the format without people really bringing it to tournaments. So I'm happy that Dumptruck brought it to the tournament. It should be good. Yeah, Burn did win a locals, but locals are very different from these more drawn out tournaments because they are single elimination, and a deck like Burn I think does do better in single elimination sort of settings. Yeah, it was 15 to 16 people, but I'm more thinking about it in terms of like the single elimination stuff, because single elimination I think really does help Burn a lot. Especially because if it's a single day thing, like all live at once, then people won't necessarily know you're on Burn. But you know, if it's a longer event, if it's a double elimination thing, there's more time for people to get the intel on what your deck is and sort of play accordingly. So, Double Dusters will end the game here. And yeah, it looks like Shauner is going to take the L for game 1 here. Now, the thing about Burn is that it is a bit weak to side decking. So if Shauner has a good side deck for Burn, then this could turn out pretty well for them. But yeah, it's tough because Dumptruck also has some side decking stuff, and Relinquish can suffer against certain side deck techs. So it is good to sort of keep that in mind. But very interesting game here. Very cool decks that people are bringing. I know that not many people think Burn's a cool deck, but it's cool in the sense that, like, it shows the variety of decks that you can play in this format compared to the last format, Chaos format, where it's just sort of very tier 0. So yeah, it seems like, are people seeing some stream interruptions? I see on my end that there are some occasional hiccups, but is that showing for all you? I can try and fix that. I can see what I can do to make it a bit smoother, changing the stream settings around a little bit. But let me know if that's the case. Yeah. Also, let me know if you want to stay on this match or if you want to jump around between different matches during siding, because I could definitely do either. In a format like this, I think that the decks are going to be a lot more diverse than they were in Yada. Not to say that Yada is a non-diverse metagame, because it definitely is a diverse metagame, and we saw that yesterday with a variety of decks seeing play. But I think Warrior format, part of the appeal is that there's so many different decks you can play that are all doing very different things, right? Because they're not that core of just very powerful cards that every deck is filling up with. Okay, no interruption. Thank you, DK. Okay, so I guess it's just on my end then, which I'm fine with. I'm fine if it's just on my end, as long as the viewing experience is good for all y'all out there. But we're going into game 2 now, and Shauner is going to be able to go first here. So we got to see what they want to do here. Now, if I'm Shauner, I'm probably siding in things like Dust Tornado, maybe siding in things like Pickeroo's Circle of Enchantment, maybe siding in Royal Decree. There's a lot of different things that I could side in here. Road Decree is kind of interesting because Dump Truck does have True Nade. We have seen True Nade at a Dump Truck. So that could always sort of insulate a big trap play that they want to do. But Decree is just so powerful just individually, so you might just keep it. But it looks like Chandra's just going to set 2 and pass, not providing fuel for a Gyakugiri Panda that Dump Truck might have, just playing it safe. Maybe they got a TT in the back row there in case Dump Truck does want to go aggressive. Dump Truck's going to bring out a Rat. Will that stay on field? Okay, it looks like it will. So Rat's going to attack in for 14, and that will get taken. Damn, I wonder what the back row is. Could just be like True Nade, or not True Nade, but Tornadoes and things. Yeah, could also be Decree in the back row potentially. And Chandra's got to think, yep, there is the Decree in the back row there, shutting down what Dump Truck might have. But again, the True Nade can potentially go pretty hard here. Chandra's got to think about exactly how to play this turn. They might be low on monsters since they didn't commit anything last turn. They could also just been playing around things like Change of Heart, but if Dump Truck goes for Change of Heart on the very first turn, that's kind of aggressive. They could also just have things like Exiled Force or Magician of Faith, things that you don't necessarily want to commit first turn because it's not really that valuable yet. I mean, that's probably not a Faith, right? Because if that was a Faith, there's no spells in Grave, unless that other back row is a spell that Chandra wants to use up here. But Dump Truck's thinking about exactly how to handle this. With Decree online, a big part of their deck is sort of locked up, so a bit tricky. They're just going to switch the Rat to defense, pass back to Chandra, choosing not to get aggressive. I think that does make sense. You don't necessarily want to attack into something like a Sangan and give Chandra the search that they might need to get out of this sort of deadlock that they've got in hand there. So, yeah, very good stuff there. Chandra's just going to set another, and that other card is probably a spell, like a Book of Moon maybe, or an MST, because not really much reason to commit another back row. I mean, I guess if you're worried about Dusk Koala, you want to commit your hand, but there's no set on Dump Truck's side of the field, so you don't really need to do that yet. But Chandra does have to start thinking, like, when do I go aggressive here? Because the longer you give Dump Truck time, the more time they'll have to potentially assemble a True Nade plus other cards combo there. They're going to bring in the Zambira here. Zambira is a Dark Warrior, so that can be very good at fueling their Chaos plays, and also that can hit over the Rat. So hitting over the Rat can be very good. You know, just clearing it out of the field, but it can also be very good for Dump Truck because Gyakugiri Panda will be 1800 attack, and that's not quite up to the point of Zambira because Zambira will have 1900 attack, but it's getting there. Like another Rat, and if Chandra attacks into that Rat with the Zambira there, then Gyakugiri Panda could be a major concern. So Dump Truck has to think now, do I just crash my Rat in, bring out a Gyakugiri, attack over the Zambira, or do I switch the Rat to defense, saying, you know, you got to deal with this somehow? They're going for a True Nade play here, and I think that is very good. Now, as a note, if Chandra does have a Book of Moon in the back row, which they might have, given that they set that new one after Decree was on field, they could also book down the Rat, and the Rat would not be able to change its battle position this turn. Oh, they got Walk. Okay, Walk is very clever. You can walk the Zambira, gain 2100, I believe. No, it's just 19. Okay, yeah, I guess it works like Ring on field. But yeah, Walk is a very clever card. It also prevents Dump Truck from crashing the Rat into the Zambira, which they might have been doing there. They also did clear the Trio with that MST. A Trio, a very, very powerful card, and a card that Dump Truck really wanted to keep because you really want to use Trio before the Decree comes down. Right, so it looks like Dump Truck's going to switch the Rat to defense, set another, and pass back to Chandra. Probably didn't work out the way that Dump Truck wanted there. Reinforcement's going to be pretty good here because Reinforcements can search out Sasuke Samurai, or like the Grandmaster Sasuke, that is. Hit over that Rat, prevent a search here. But if Dump Truck does have Gravity Bind, this could be a good time to use it. MST is gone. The Decree is not in the back row, so you're probably going to get as much value out of that bind as you'll get at any point in the game if you use it right now. So, yeah, I mean, bind would be pretty rough here for Chandra, but, you know, it'd be very temporary as well. So, they're going to attack him with Sasuke. Mid-cylinder, okay, that will also get some value here. You know, again, the most value that they're going to get off that cylinder is when the Decree's in hand, because they do know about that Decree. So, Chandra's going to drop down to 6,700. Now, this isn't the best, because Dump Truck still has to sort of switch the Rat to attack, which opens themselves up to more damage. But it's still better than nothing. Yeah, tough stuff. Yeah, I think Chandra probably has this game 2 in the bag. That would be my guess. But you never know with Burn. Good True Nade plus a good set of back row could definitely change things around a bit. But 3 back row here. That's kind of rough. I mean, heavy is legal in this format. You do have to worry about that. Trunade coming down yet again, trying to go for a big play here, or at least set up for some traps that can get around Decree. But it's kind of awkward here. Not going to lie. Raigeki Break getting chained to that, so you get to pitch a card from hand, pop that rat. Now, no Thunder Drag. Oh, just milled the top, yeah. You can check the log to see where that card went in the deck, so yeah, I think that's fine. But yeah, break, pop in the rat, preventing any like crazy Yakugiri Panda plays, because what you could do is switch the rat to attack into the Sasuke, bring out a Panda, attack into the Sasuke again. Okay, Kaiku coming down as well. That will also be able to crash with Sasuke, but instead they're going to attack into the set, which has not been used up this whole time. It was an Archer. Okay, Archer, cool tech. It's a Warrior, so searchable off Rhoda. You can use it to tribute off your Ojama tokens that you get. So I do really like that tech there. But unfortunately, you know, it's going to eat the Kaiku there. Yeah, rough stuff. But Upstart's going to come down, giving Dump Truck 1,000 to draw a card here. Upstart is limited in this format, unlike in GOAT where it's semied, which is probably a bit of a harsh limit. You probably don't need to have that limited, but, you know, it is what it is. And I don't think it's terrible having it limited. It just does change the math on certain probabilities of certain decks to do well there. But, yeah. So, wasn't it called Amazon Archer a long time ago? I believe it was. Yes, I believe it was, Ryler. I think that they changed it because basically, like, they wanted to fit in with the Amazon's archetype, and in the original Japanese, it did fit in with that archetype. So it's sort of like a Frog the Jam situation where, like, they wanted it called Frog the Jam originally, but then when frogs actually became an archetype and they realized that Frog the Jam was not in that archetype in Japan, they were like, well, we got to change the name to align it with how things work. So, for some reason, they haven't changed Summon Skull, because Summon Skull is technically an Archfiend, but I guess they're doing that because Summon Skull is too iconic, whereas, like, Amazon's Archer, Slime the Toad, or Slime Toad, you know, Cypher Soldier, those cards, those are probably not iconic enough to really cause a big stink if they change the name. But Decree coming down here, shutting off that back row. Of course, Dump Truck didn't know about the Decree, but this could also be like forcing out the Decree there as well. Manju coming down, so Manju will be able to search out Relinquished here. So if they do want to sort of go for Relinquished, now if they've got the other Relinquished in hand, they could suck up that back row. They're going to go for Knock instead. Knock is probably better than sucking it up with Relinquished here, honestly. And it's a Morphing Jar, so no Morphing Jars in Shauner's deck. Morphing Jar is limited in this format as well, so good to see that gone. Manju will attack in for 14, dropping Dump Truck down to 4,000. Now, both players are at relatively low life here, 3,100 versus 4,000. You don't necessarily want to be at low life versus a burn deck, but again, that Decree is going to do a lot of work here. Pot of Greed coming down, oof. Yeah, that's a very, very good card for Shauner there. Potentially draws them into things to get out of this situation even more. And will it be enough? Change of Heart is going to be very good. Change of Heart is another big difference from GOAT format. Change of Heart is legal here. That can add a bit of sack factor to this format, but the way I sort of rationalize Change of Heart being okay to be legal here is that in GOAT format, you have Brain Control and Mind Control both legal. In this format, you don't have those cards in the format at all. So Change of Heart sort of fills that role. So, you know, yes, Mind Control and Brain Control do take a bit more skill to play, but I do think that, like, you know, if people are complaining about this format and complaining about certain cards being legal in this format, I don't necessarily think Change of Heart is the best complaint because, yes, while it can be sacky, it's just like the brain controls or mind controls that you would be playing in GOAT. So, just food for thought there. I sort of have thought a lot about how this format compares to GOAT format because I do think that GOAT is the closest comparison to this format that it has. And I do think that a lot of people who play GOAT would like this format as well. Not saying that one is better than the other. I think they're both very good in their own right. Oh, and then the Black Luden Ritual comes down to tribute off the Cyber Jar. Okay, that's really clever. I like that. The Relinquish is a bit vulnerable here, which is a bit unfortunate, but you do get the value off the Change of Heart there. And if Dump Truck didn't have a way to clear the Relinquish, then you're feeling pretty good. Because Relinquish can then suck up a set, so Dump Truck didn't necessarily want to set a card here. So, yeah, it's a very threatening board position to be in, but Yakugiri Panda can deal with it very well. Attacking into the Relinquish, Book of Moon to book down the Yakugiri. So that will prevent that from going through. Now, there was also an argument for attacking into the Manju, but then the Relinquish sucks up the Panda, so that's not the best. But, yeah, I think attacking into the Relinquish is probably best. But, yeah, Book will set down that Panda, and now Relinquish will be able to suck it up. Shauner will be able to get in for another 1,400. If Dump Truck has another Panda, then that Panda will have to hit into the relinquish, and both players will take the damage from that attack. So that actually is sort of like, it does cut off a lot of Dump Truck's plays here. So Shauner's just going to attack in for 14, and this is a really, really tough spot for Dump Truck to be in. Yeah, I don't actually know the best way to get out of this. I mean, one way to do it is another True Nade. Another True Nade would definitely help out Dump Truck a lot here. And they are switching the relinquish to attack just in case, because now if Dump Truck's summoned to any monster and attacks in relinquish, they will take the damage from that. So I think this is a very smart play on Shauner's part. And I don't see how Dump Truck's really getting out of this easily. Especially because 2 True Nades are used up. The third is, that's just the end of the game. Dump Truck realizes the writing's on the wall. Nothing they can really do. So we're going to game 3. Very intense game. Very back and forth. Very cool to see relinquished up against the burn deck. 2 decks that don't really see a lot of play in this format, but 2 decks that could potentially have potential. I think that, we've seen relinquished decks do pretty decently in GOAT format recently. And I think the same could apply to Warrior format, especially given that Chaos Turbo is a lot less good. So having a deck that can turbo pieces to hand like this is a bit better than it might be in GOAT, where just Chaos Turbo is the best deck that does that sort of thing. So I like this idea a lot. I'm curious to see how it does in the format as a whole. Let's see, have any other games wrapped up? It looks like the Clemens Machu game was a no-show there. It looks like M-Shobes won against the Indie Experience, so they're going to be facing off against Galmerman there. So we can hop into some of those games after this one. But I do want to see what happens here. So yeah, it looks like the Machu was a no-show, unfortunately. Yeah, it does happen occasionally with these just sort of one-and-done tournaments where people do occasionally not show up. But luckily, it was only one person this time. Forceful coming down to rip a card out of Shauner's hand here, also giving Dump Truck full knowledge. But again, Duo is card advantage for you, right? You get that +1, and that can be very good over a long period of time. But, Forceful and Comfy, while being very powerful, getting that hand knowledge, it's debatable whether they're stronger than Duo in this form. I still think that the knowledge is good enough to make them stronger overall, but it really does depend on if you can end the game quickly or not, because over the course of a long game, Duo's going to have better effects than Forceful and Comfy, right? Because that card advantage is going to matter more over a long game than the knowledge, because as more cards get introduced in the game, the knowledge becomes less valuable. And so it is sort of like a very interesting dynamic there. And I think it's just very interesting to think about. I mean, I'm not saying that any of these hand rips get good when you draw them late in the game, because honestly, later in the game, Duo gets a lot worse because his Serpent is around. So like, your opponent's more likely to have the Serpent in hand or have valuable discards like Thunder Dragon, Night Assailant, etc., especially in GOAT format. Oh, that's interesting. Sending back the Thunder Dragon there, leaving a Heavy Storm, Mystical Spit, Typhoon, Knock, and Raigeki, choosing to not allow Shauner to get the deck thinning. I don't hate that play, especially if Dump Truck plays around the Heavy, the MST, the Knock, etc. Bringing out a Yakugiri Panda here, setting 1 and passing back to Shauner. That one is likely a trio. I would imagine that's a trio, right? Because trio serves as basically a battle trick if Shauner wants to bring out a monster and attack. It serves as a chainable back row if Shauner wants to use MST or Heavy. So Shauner probably does really have to think about what they want to do here, because that MST or Heavy could just be wasted on that set. It could also be bluffing trio, but it looks like they are going to go for the Heavy here. That is interesting. Heavy instead of MST. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like the MST is less valuable than the Heavy against this deck exactly, but I guess the idea is that Dump Truck will keep playing around the Heavy. Oh man, Breaker's gonna go hard here. Yeah, Breaker, pop a back row. That's gonna be a bit brutal. I don't know. If I was Shauner, hitting the MST too, that's rough. If I was Shauner, I might have honestly knocked the Panda, because you're not getting over that Panda anyways. Panda's a really annoying target, and Dump Truck knows you have the knock anyway, so they're not going to play around knock. Like, they're going to play around knock. They're not going to set, right? So, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the knock could have been used a bit better there, but I don't know. Maybe Shauner knows things that I don't. Maybe they're going for a different thing. Maybe my play is not really the best. Bringing out a Manju here, getting a search. So we know the hand is Raigeki plus whatever the Manju searches out here, and then Manju can potentially attack in to the Panda here. getting out the Ritual as opposed to the Relinquished. I don't know. I feel like searching the Relinquished gets a little bit more utility, especially if you have to pitch it to a Raigeki break because it's a dark monster, so then you get light and dark setup later on, but I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Well, it could matter. I don't know. I feel like the Relinquished may be better, but we'll see if that actually comes up. Sean are going to think about what to do here. They do know that Dump Truck could be on the Book of Moon there, could be an Ojama trio as well. And they're just going to attack in. I think attacking in is fine. If it's trio, it's trio. You can Raigeki the Panda, but it looks like it's just a bind. So now Shauner's in a little bit of a bind here. They don't have a way to clear that bind right now because the MST is gone, the Heavy's gone. So they got to draw into a way to do that. MST and Heavy are both limited in this format, so it's not ideal. Dump Truck's also going to set another, so things are getting worse for Shauner here, but they do have the Raigeki. I think, honestly, if you're going to go for Raigeki, now is a good time to do it. Yes, that could be a bluff, but Jinzo coming down. Okay, that's pretty good. Again, I do think the Raigeki is good to go for here. Just hit the set monster in case it's like Jar, right? You don't want a Jar to go off here. And also that way you get in for 2,400 damage, which is pretty good. But it looks like they're just going to attack in with the Jinzo here. Saving that Raigeki, attacking into the set. That's a bit risky. Yeah, it's Lady. So now the Jinzo's banished. Now you don't have any monsters. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get the sort of inclination to save the Raigeki. But, like, now you're in a tough spot. Like, Jinzo is a card that cannot be dealt with easily. Howdy, Hobby. Welcome to the stream. I actually did get a chance to look at the Battle City format that you made. But I think I'm going to need, like, a guide to that because all I did was really look through the card pool that was available. And I'm not really sure what are the power cards in that or not. But definitely send me some stuff later on about that. But, yeah, Shauner's in a tough spot here. And I don't know. I feel like this was really just like a case of trying to hold your power cards for too long because now I'm not sure how this is going to work out. You don't have a monster tribute for Relinquished, even if you do have it in hand now. Of course, if you draw Manju, then you can go for that, and then that's okay. And then you've got Raigeki for that later. I guess a Warrior Returning Alive can... I don't know what this gets you that gets you out of the situation because nothing can really attack under bind. I guess you're sort of just bringing out a monster to summon just to have, but it's kind of weird. Yeah, if you put together a thing, I would appreciate it. But yeah, I don't know if there's any really good targets. Maybe Zambira, just summon Zambira as a wall. But again, it's just kind of awkward. I don't know. I feel like there have been multiple opportunities to get rid of the Panda, like pretty profitably, and Shauner just not gone for them. So yeah, getting the Warrior Lady. Yeah, I think Warrior Lady's fine as well. You set the Warrior Lady and the Panda like attacks over it or something. You might even want to summon the Warrior Lady because Dump Truck will know that you're bringing out the Warrior Lady because they know the hand exactly. So like setting it just opens yourself up to knock, right? I doubt Dump Truck's playing Fisher, right? Fisher would be the punish for, I mean, I guess Snatch, I guess as well, but Snatch with bind up is not really that good. So I feel like you just summon the Warrior Lady here instead of setting, but yeah. They're going to set it. I don't think it's terrible. You take less damage technically if they can attack over it, but yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I probably won't play it that much because generally I prioritize playing like the actual historical formats because you know it goes along with the channel. I like sort of exploring them, but I'll definitely check it out. See if I have any suggestions for balancing or things like that. But Shauner's just going to set one here and pass back to Dump Truck. And so it's just sort of like the setting and waiting game. Dump Truck's going to bring out an Exiled Force, pop that Warrior Lady, and then that Panda's going to switch to attack in again. You know, again, like, I really do feel like some opportunities were lost to get rid of this Panda, especially the turn with the Jinzo going for Geki is pretty good. They're going to go for Decree here in the end phase, but yeah, I don't think the Decree in the end phase is good there. Because you generally go Decree in end phase if your opponent has sets, right? Because then that shuts off them from activating their sets. But yeah, I don't know. I think this was misplayed at multiple points. But oftentimes something can happen if you're playing and you realize a misplay. Then you're like, oh, I misplayed. And then you get in your head about it. And then that causes you to misplay more later on down the line. Also, you know, they are on stream, so that introduces a bit of pressure as well. So, and Burn is a very tough deck to play against as well. Like, not many people prepare for the Burn matchup, but It is just a shame because I do feel like given some different choices here on Shauner's part, they could have definitely put Dump Truck in a much worse position and been in a much better position themselves. So they're going to bring out an Archer here just to wall up against the Panda. But again, like, you know, it's really unfortunate here. Like the Panda could have been dealt with a long time ago. Yeah, it's just tough. Setting one there, passing back to Shauner. That set could be Geometrio, which, you know, if it is Geometrio, the Panda can just attack over the Archer, and that'll be very unfortunate. And it really does come down to the top deck, because we know that two of the cards in hand are a Ritual and a Raigeki, and you don't necessarily want to go for the Raigeki now, because Raigeki on a Panda alone is kind of unfortunate. But, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that set will be something good here. Could be another Decree. Another Decree would be pretty good here. And if it is another Decree, now is when you activate it, because, well, maybe not, because the set was already there. So you want to activate the Decree in response to the set being used. So, yeah. Yeah, I think you hold Decree for a bit longer here if you're Shauner. Because, again, you want to use it when you can actually shut off a backer that's been set, right? So, Shauner thinking a bit about this. They might have some different options. They could go for Decree here and just shut off the bind, but then that opens themselves up to Trio coming down. Looks like they're going to go for the Black Illusion Ritual. I think this is the right move. If you've got Relinquish, you just go for it, right? This sucks up the Panda, deals with that. Relinquish can attack in every turn. So, yeah, I think this is correct if you've got it, right? And, you know, maybe they could potentially use this to turn the game around. I mean, we know about Raigeki in hand. If Dump Truck does want to just attack into the Relinquish, then they get to suck up another monster with the Relinquish. So I think this is a very good spot for Shauner to be in right now. MST has been used up, so Dump Truck can't use the MST on the Panda. It's unlikely that they're playing, like, Tornadoes and things like that. True Nade, of course, would be bad. Tribe Infecting Virus would be bad as well. Oh, my goodness here. Yeah, pitching a card from hand and calling Spellcaster to get rid of that Relinquished. The Panda will die as well. But now you're in an awkward spot. You got a Geki. You got a Raigeki and an Unknown there. So, yeah, I mean, that Geki can go hard, and Tribe can't attack in yet. But, I don't know. It's a tough spot to be in for sure. Call here. Bring back the Relinquished. So that can be pretty good here. You suck up the Tribe. You get in for 16 now. That's putting a bit more pressure on Dump Truck here. And the bind is still up again. So that's going to be pretty good. So yeah, tagging in for 16. And now things are sort of turning around for Dump Truck. Both players have got the same amount of life points. Burn can put a lot of damage on board very quickly here. But if Shauner can just keep hitting in without Relinquish, keep playing the grind game and sucking things up potentially, this could definitely go Shauner's way. Dump Truck's got a thing here because they know about the Geki. Geki's coming down next turn if they set, probably. If they want to go more aggressive here and try and hit over the Relinquish can suck up something else. They don't want to do that. It's just tough for Dump Truck here, for sure. They're just going to set one. They're going to set another. They're going to set another. Okay, so they got a burn combo lined up, I think, here. Yeah. Now might be the time for Raigeki. Honestly. Could also attack into it, but it could be Cyberjar, which would not be the best. Gonna go for Knock. Okay, Knock is very powerful here. Just knocking that set. Getting it out of there, it's a rat. And now Shauner can again attack in for 16 here. Dump Truck could be assembling, like, very close to lethal, right? Like, just Desserts plus Trio plus Barrel is how much. So, if they've got Trio, they set up the 3 tokens there. And that is 2,000. Okay, they're going to go for Trio now. So this will be 4 monsters on board. That's 4,000 off 2 Desserts if they've got Desserts and like barrels. So barrel activation here is 1,600. But yeah, they're just going to go for Desserts. So that'll be 2,000 damage there. This could be bad. If they've got a Panda in hand, they summon up Panda, attack over the tokens. That would be pretty bad. Oh, yeah. And attacking over a token with a Panda. That's 2,000 on Panda. So, yeah. Attacking over a token with a Panda here will be game. True Nade. Oh, okay. That's going to be pretty brutal here. If they've got a monster just to attack into that Relinquish. No, Relinquish pops. Relinquish is popped. Relinquished is dead. Oh, no. Yeah, Relinquished is dead. Yeah. Okay, whew, they caught it. Okay, I was worried we were about to see. No, it is. Call works differently from True Nade. Call works differently from True Nade. Dumb. So yeah, this is a common thing that you might mix up. Yeah. Yeah, call works differently from burial. So yeah. Yeah, it's weird. You'd expect them both to work the same way, but burial, the way it's worded, works a bit differently, where you can recycle it if it's true nated. So yeah, it's something that's very. I mean, this should still be game, right? Because what Dump Truck does is they pitch a monster from hand, pop the tokens, and then they attack in for 16. Yeah, so this is just what you do instead. But yeah, it's just a different line to lethal, right? But yeah, so that was a very intense game. I really do think Genre could have taken it if they had played a little bit differently at different points in the game there. But Burn is a tough deck to play against. And yeah, so that will do it for that game there. So Burn moving on to the next round. And let's see, what is our next matchup here that we want to dive into? We go Barcode versus Ghost. That's a pretty good one. Let's see that because, oh, wow, this is a very interesting setup here. Snatch on one of these guys, maybe. Oh, let's go Reason Gate Turbo. Love to see it. I love Reason Gate Turbo in this format. I think it's really, really good. And we'll see if it can actually pull off a game here. It looks like both players have gone through a lot of their deck. I mean, Painful will do that for you. Oh, yeah, that's, I think, the end of the game. Yeah, just based on that alone. So, yep, that is game one. Very powerful stuff. Yeah, I really do like Reason Gate Turbo a lot in this format. It's the deck that I brought to the tournament that we did on the YGO from Zero Discord server in this format, and I think it did really well. It could have actually topped, but I like made a major misplay, and that lost me the game. And this isn't just like, oh, it was game one and I misplayed and blah blah blah. It was like this was like game two of a set where I had won game one, and if I had done this, I would have won that game two, and that would have bumped me up to the top cut. But it is what it is. It's just I bring that up not to say like, oh, you know, I would have been such a great duelist. I bring that up because I do want people not sleeping on Reason Gate Turbo. I think the deck is really, really powerful. I mean, Soul Emerald 69 did make it to the top cut with a Reason Gate Turbo style deck that was playing a lot of very interesting spice as well. They were playing like Dark Paladin with Fusion Gate, Buster Blader, Dark Magician, etc. I don't think that's the optimal build of the deck, and they still managed to make top 8. And I think that shows how powerful the deck can be, just the idea of it, like bring out big monsters from your deck. There's no Lightning Vortex in this format, no Mirror Force in this format. That stops a lot of the big boards from being punished. And so I do think that the deck is a lot better in this format than in GOAT. But we're going to see Barcode open up with a set 4 Mirage pass. If Raindance has the MST for the Mirage, then that will be able to stop that. But it looks like that will indeed go through. So Barcode starts off with a pretty good advantage here, especially if they do have an MST in the back row. What is Raindance going to do against this board? Now, Reason Gate Turbo can kill out of nowhere, basically. So they're going to start with a pot, and we got to see if they can actually set up the big lines. I'm also curious as to what sort of build Raindance is playing of this deck, because there are a lot of different ways you can go with it. I was basing my build off of basically, there was a recent GOAT format tournament where player won with, or not one, but they topped with a Reason Gate Turbo where they were playing like a bunch of Dimension Fusions, a bunch of Chaos Monsters, Monster Reincarnation to get them back. So that was sort of the build that I sort of adapted for Warrior format, and I think it was very good. I do have some changes that I'd make, like Scientist. We did see that in Raindance's deck, and I do think Scientist is very good in this format. In the Reason Gate Turbo deck, gives you extra fodder for your Monster Gate, gets you just powerful removal. Like, if you do Scientist, bring out, like, Restrict, and then suck up an opponent's Monster Gate that away, that is very, very strong. So, Monster Gate on the Crane there. So, let's see what this actually hits. TT is still legal in this format. Oh, looks like they're playing the spicy build that Soul was playing. So going for a Dark Magician here. Bringing that out. I wonder if they're on the Paladin stuff as well, or if they're just on the Skilled Dark Magician package too. But yeah, so a bit of a spicier build than I would play, but still a very, very fun deck for sure. And just having a 2500 beater is not bad. It's going to hit into the set, and that will go through. Magician of Faith. Yeah, that is a very profitable hit there. Getting rid of that Faith before it can get a spell back. And now Rain's just going to set one pass back to Barcode. Do they have the out to their own Mirage? And it looks like they do not. Okay, so they drew 3 cards there. So now they'll have to discard 3 cards from hand randomly there. So Randon's going to pick 2 to keep here. And they're just going to pick that one and that one. So Barcode will be pitching the remaining 3. Pitching a Snatch Steal, that would have been very good. Breaker. And a 5-jar. 5-jar also would have been pretty decent there, honestly. Not going to lie. Yeah, and now they got to think about exactly what to do here, given what they lost. They're going to go for Painful here, sending 5 good ones potentially. They could also just be doing this to get Serpent in rotation. It looks like they are getting Serpent in rotation. They're going to send Demock as well, getting Demock in rotation in case they want to get back a powerful spell. They're sending MST too. So that, to me, signals that they do have a way to get back the Demock like online. Because if you're sending MST, you can get that back off the Demock. But what else are they going to send? That's 3 good ones. They're going to send a Jujitsu Master. Jujitsu Master, very, very funny against this style of deck, because if something like a Dark Magician attacks into it, you don't want to draw the Dark Magician, right? So it's just very funny. Sending the Serp, I think honestly you could give the Demock. That would also be a respectable move, because there is Call the Haunted there. And so they were sort of telegraphing that they had a way to get back the Demock. So I think that you could honestly, in that situation, give them the Demock. But they get back an MST here to clear the Mirage. But they do still have a fair amount of cards in hand. So it's not the best thing in the world for them. Also, Reynes could have a way to deal with the Dark Magician of Chaos. We'll have to see what they do. Dark Magician of Chaos is going to attack into that Dark Magician. Will that go through? It will indeed. So they're going to take 3. And that Dark Magician will get banished, which is not the best for Rain Dance. You probably want that engrave for your Chaos monsters and your other stuff. But it looks like they're going to set one, set another, pass back to not Dump Truck, Rain Dance here. So that set could be the Serpent. It could be another monster here as well. But either way, they're going to draw 3. They've got the MST set probably to deal with the Mirage. If they don't have the MST set, they can't activate it. So, you know, that new set basically has to be MST. But yeah, it's not looking good for Rain Dance here. Yeah. I think not giving the Demock might have been, I don't know. I'm not sure if it would have cost them the game here. They might have ways to deal with it. But not giving, like, yeah, generally, like, I know in the Yada stream, I was like, if they send Serpent, just give Serpent. But in this format, it's a little bit different. So, okay, that will banish the Demock there. And this does mean that a big play is probably coming. Yeah, it's a very interesting play for sure. Because now Barcode can use the Mirage again. They also have access to call again, but there aren't really many monsters in Grave that you'd want to call back there. So it's kind of awkward. And also the hand's pretty full, so Mirage is a bit less good here. Because you got to sort of get those cards out of the hand, but you're also allowing Barcode in a late game situation to come back. But I guess Renegade Turbo doesn't necessarily care about the late game because they just want to kill you now. Card destruction here. Okay, that's going to be pretty good. Pitching a lot of powerful cards from Barcode's hand, but potentially giving them a lot of gas as well. Also, we do know about the Serpent, but the Serpent might be set. So, yeah, Chain of Heart, that's a very good card. Scapegoat as well. MST, Mirage, Meta, Comfy, Meta, Ring, and a Call. So that set is indeed the Serpent. So, wow, that's a pretty good card there. Hitting a lot of powerful cards, but Barcode could potentially have some powerful cards lying in the wings in this 9-card hand. Oh my goodness. Giving them a lot of options. Pre-mat here to bring back the Crane, draw another card off that. Potentially get into another Monster Gate to go for big plays here. Losing the Re-Ink is kind of rough because you want the Re-Ink for getting back Chaos Monsters if they get milled off like Reasoning or Monster Gate. But it's probably still fine. If Rainance does have a way to sort of mill through the deck further with the gate and stuff. Oh, okay. Science is going to be pretty good here. You can go for Balter, hit over the Serpent, negate that effect. That can be pretty strong. I assume that's what they're going to do. That makes the most sense to me. Maybe they've got a different plan in mind. Depends if they've got like Metamorphosis as well, I guess. Because we do see that they're playing the metas with the Scientist. So, yeah, they're checking their extra deck here. I would just go Balter, honestly. Yeah, Balter's coming down. So Balter negates the Serpent, prevents that from coming back. And then you get in for 1900, which isn't the best, but... Oh, and gate for the Scientist, I assume. Actually, hold up. Could this be the end of the game? Is Rain Dance cooking? Because normally what you do is you'd bring out another Fusion Monster, tribute that off for gate, and go from there. But maybe they're cooking. Maybe they got to leave the line. Or just a way to get a lot of powerful things on field. Milton Sork. Sork, again, you know, you want your Reinc online for that. Oh, Parsha! Oh, my God! Oh, wow. Jeez. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's going to be pretty good. That is very, very good there. So you can do Balter into the Serpent, and then Parshath and Crane direct. Draw a card off Parshath. Oh my goodness. If they get a Chaos Monster as well, that's 35 plus like potential 3k if it's BLS. Whew. And again, as I mentioned, there's no Lightning Vortex in this format. So this is a bit of a tricky board to out. So, yeah. And they are checking Grave. That could potentially mean that they've got the BLS or Sork online there because they do have Lights and Darks there. If the Crane or the Parshath dies as well, they'll be able to get a light that way. Yeah, they are going to bring up BLS. It's not lethal damage if you attack over BLS or attack over the Serp with BLS, but you can just attack over the Serp with Balter because Balter can't attack directly anyways. So very powerful board here. Change Part and Snatch Steal are both gone, so you don't need to worry about your opponent taking control of those. Yeah, this is looking very, very good for Rain Dance. They get a draw off the Parshath as well. And this is like the power of this deck, right? Like, how does Barcode deal with this board? It is very, very tricky. There are less options to deal with this board, I think, in this format than in GOAT. So, yeah, I think that this is like, just, I mean, this might be the end of the game, honestly. This is just so, so strong. Yeah, I can't really see a good way to do it. I mean, I guess meta for Thousand Eyes could do something, right? You do meta for Thousand Eyes, take control of the BLS. But to do that, you need to have a level 1 and a meta in hand. I mean, I guess they've got like 10 cards in hand, so, you know, they could potentially do that. But they don't have, they do have a Latent Dark Engrave, so they could go for a Chaos play here as well. If you go for a Chaos play, you got to banish the BLS because you're too low not to, I think. I guess you could go BLS, attack over Parshath and Crane, and then just say, like, if you banish my BLS next turn, then you can attack with the BLS, but I don't know. That's a very scary situation to be in, so. Really good. Rain Dance still has a bunch of power cards left. I mean, if you check their graveyard, they milled a bunch off of the gate there, but I still think they've got a lot of gas in the tank. They're going to bring out Abyss Soldier. Abyss Soldier can attack over the Crane and then potentially pitch a card from hand if they've got a way to do that. Unfortunately, it's such a Latent Dark Engraves, you can't even really pitch you can't really bounce the BLS. You kind of have to bounce the Parshath here if you've got it. Looks like they might not even have a bounce at all. Yeah, I mean, Serpent's your main water that you want to go for, but with Serpent Engraven negated by the Balter, then you can't really go for that play. This does prevent them from discarding here. But again, there's no Mirror Force in this format. There is a Sakaretsu. I True Hate is going to come down, and that will sort of wipe any hope off the map here. I mean, Scapegoat can come down, but this is still lethal damage. Okay, Book on the BLS. Book will prevent the BLS from flipping up here, so that is something. But Reynos can still attack into a Goat token for 1900 if they so wish. Leaving the BLS set means that if Thousand Eyed Restrict comes down, it will have 0 attack and defense. I mean, I guess Abyss Soldier can bounce that back eventually, but it's still kind of awkward here. And Rain Dance might have a way to get back into it. I mean, that set card also goes back to hand, but realistically it doesn't matter because Rain Dance can set it again if they want to. It only matters if it's trap, you know, and they want to activate this turn, but if it's a trap, they probably wouldn't have gone for that. But yeah, so that does stave off lethal for now. Yeah, and I think attacking into the token is for the best. I mean, it doesn't seem like Barcode has a water in hand. If they do have a water in hand, they probably want to just bring it up because it's probably Tribe Infecting Virus, right? Because Serpent is gone. So the only real water left in deck that you'd be playing is Tribe. And so yeah, I think this is honestly, it's still a good spot for Raindance to be in here. Leaving Barcode with 600 life points cuts off a lot of options for them. Ring of Destruction has been used up by Raindance. It is in graveyard, milled off the gate. So at least Barcode doesn't have to worry about that, but still a lot of threats that can potentially just kill them out of nowhere here. I mean, you do not want to be in a position where you've got 600 life points against the Reason Gate Turbo deck. This is rough stuff for sure. You also do have to have a way to deal with the BLS here, or else the BLS can flip up next turn and cut a lot of damage. You have to have a way to deal with the Parshath as well. Tsukiyomi flipping down the Parshath is something. So this will allow the Abyss Soldier to get over the Parshath. So there's that at least. And then if you got a TT, if Raindance flips up the BLS, then you can TT the board. But it is kind of rough here. And it looks like Barcode's going to set 3 yet again. 3 True Nades have been used up, so no True Nades left. A Heavy could still come down and wipe away the board here. But Raindance might not want to do that, given that they've got back row of their own. But going for a lethal push with that could be good. I mean, what you got to do here as Raindance, like, you know the back row is something, probably. You can bait it out with flipping up the BLS. If the BLS flip goes through, you could potentially attack into the Abyss Soldier, unless you're worried about Saku. Saku would be kind of rough here. So it looks like they are indeed going to flip up the BLS. And will that be fine? It looks like that will indeed be fine. Are they going to prio banish the soldier? That is something you can do here. No prio. Okay, so it looks like they are going to try and attack into the soldier. I don't think that's a bad option here. Especially because looking at their grave, do we see many Sakus? I don't see any Sakus there. Going for reasoning now that the coast is kind of clear, because there was no sort of like torrential tribute that came down. And if you were Barcode, you probably would go for TT right away on that BLS, unless they're saving it for the extension play that Raindance might have. And this is a very tough call. I mean, 8's a good call because DMOC is really good here. You know that your opponent's playing Dark Magician in the deck, so 7 could be a call if they're playing multiples. 4 as well. 6, okay, so shutting off the traps with Jinzo. If it's DMOC, though, that's going to be pretty rough for you. Stein, okay. And they do need to have enough life points to pay for Stein. And if you go Stein, bring out Fiend Skull Dragon, that might be the end of the game. If you go Fiend Skull, that prevents traps from targeting. And all the traps that are left, like, if no TT's been fired on the BLS, you have a read that the BLS, that there's no TT there. Fiend Skull Dragon prevents trap targeting. You do put yourself in a vulnerable position with the Stein, but you don't have enough to pay for Ryu Senshi, so you can't really go for that. Snatch on the Abyss Soldier. Okay. That's interesting. Because now you don't really have enough for your... I don't know if I like that, because the lethal push here... I mean, I guess BLS is a lethal push, right? Okay, they're not going for the 5,000. I think that's fine. Attacking in to the token with Stein, and then attacking into another token with the Abyss Soldier, and then attacking into that token with BLS. I mean, if anything happens here, it will happen on the BLS. It looks like Saku is there. So yeah, maybe... Oh, call. Okay, call is going to be pretty good. MSC used up already. You just bring back the BLS, and that should be good enough. Yeah. I think with that, you didn't really... Well, I think it's fine. Attacking in with BLS, and then attacking in direct with that BLS. And will that go through? Scapegoat again. So, okay, there's another goat there. The Snatch will gain 1,000 every turn, so... yeah. This is kind of a rough spot, but you're still in a good position if you're Raindance here. You're also in a good position if you're Barcode, though. Yeah, the second goat is kind of awkward for Raindance here, but that's the last goat used up, so... and now the Sook can't target the Abyss Soldier, or else Raindance gets to keep it. So you're still in sort of a lethal position. I mean, you set the Sook, and that helps you a bit, but Raindance does have enough life points to pay for a Stein activation, which could potentially come back to bite you. They also have enough tributes for a DMOC. If they hard draw DMOC, if they hard draw Jinzo, then they can tribute that out as well. So it's not looking good. But there are potentially things you can do here. Tribe coming down. Tribe is going to be really good here. It can clear the BLS. It can clear the Abyss Soldier as well. Oh, no, it can't clear Abyss Soldier because then it will pop itself. So what it can do is it can attack over Stein and then clear the Abyss Soldier with its effect. And that will be pretty good. Yeah, so that cleans up a little bit. And Rain Dance is at 8 cards left in deck, so that isn't much left in deck. So this could go to deck out potentially. We do know, however, that Rain Dance does have 1 Dim Fuse left. So that's something that they're drawing. They've got Demok left as well. They probably have Jinzo as well. Probably have more Sorks too. You're probably playing more than 1 Sork in that deck. So Sork could be a problem. There is also the debate, like, does Barcode even get rid of the Abyss? It looks like they will indeed do that. I think that is ultimately the smart move. But there definitely was an option not to do that because you're only taking 200 from that. But you do give your opponent a tribute fodder if they have that on. So very simplified game state here, and it really could go either way. I think it really depends on how much gas is left in Rain Dance's deck and how they choose to play it out from here. It looks like they're going to set 1, and they're going to pass back to Barcode. And also, I do want to bring up at this point that the Stein a couple turns ago is exactly why I don't really like Stein and Reason Gate Turbo in this format. You've just got so many better hits than Stein. And Stein puts you in a really awkward spot sometimes where you don't want to pay for Stein, right? Like, if Rain Dance had paid for Stein here, they might have been dead. So, you know, it doesn't really make sense to do that. I guess Stein for Reaper. No, that wouldn't have even worked. Pre-mat here, and you can get back a variety of good cards. We're going to get back the Serpent just to get that back in rotation now. So that will keep coming back. A Parshath coming down as well, so this will draw them a card. Deal extra damage in to Rain Dance there. 200 damage, yeah. Unfortunately, the Skill Dark was not able to withstand that Parshath there, but I guess Rain Dance was playing around back where they might have. But, yeah. It's rough stuff here, for sure. Parshath is not a card that you want to be facing down as Rain Dance, especially because, I mean, all the goats are gone, I guess, but, like, you still got a Crane left. Yeah, they're checking their graves, so they might have a Chaos Monster here. Yeah, Skilled White would have tanked that. That is right, deal with it. And Skilled White does see playing these decks as well. I mean, it was in Soul's deck as well. And if you do Skilled White, then you go for the Buster Blader, but Buster Blader is an Earth, which doesn't really synergize as well with your Chaos stuff. Russian Roulette time. Okay, looks like another Reasoning coming down here. We know about Jinzo. We know about Demok. So those are really the things that Barcode's probably worried about here. Either one. No, Jinzo wouldn't quite win the game because it just deals 5. But Demok probably would win the game. So, yeah, Buster Blader, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it should have been Chaos typing. But, yeah, Jinzo comes down. I think that was still the correct call because, again, Demok wins the game there for Rain Dance. So, you go for the Jinzo. You're not too happy about it, but, like, it's still something. And, Rain Dance only have 4 cards in deck. So, if you can survive long enough, you can potentially deck them out because you got the Serpent back. The Serpent will be getting its effect off now. So, yeah, I think you're in a good spot here. Let's see, how many Cranes does Rain Dance have? Because Crane's a good normal summon. It looks like they still have 1 Crane left in deck, most likely. So that Crane will be able to come down here and hit over multiples, but it just depends on when Rain Dance draws that Crane. Yeah, I still think you're looking pretty good if you're Barcode here. Also, 1 meta left in deck, so you can meta, bring out Thousand Eyes, attack. Yep, there's meta. So that'll bring out Thousand Eyes, and then you suck up the Jinzo, and then Jinzo attacks in, or Restrict attacks in for 2,400. So, yeah, rough stuff. I think Barcode managed to pull this one back from the brink. I think there were some things that Rain Dance could have done differently here to win the game, but it's tough knowing that, like, in hindsight, right? Yeah, I guess the game's not over, though, so. Yeah, but again, like, also, this is sort of like, I do think that Reason Gate Turbo can be, like, one of the top decks in the format, but I do think that certain things like Stein, the Dark Perdition package, those sorts of things, just sort of like drag the deck down a bit because it puts in more blanks in your deck. And the philosophy that you want to use when playing Reason Gate Turbo is you basically want to have as many live hits off Reasoning or Gate as possible. That's my philosophy, at least. And so, yeah, nothing left in deck can deal with Turb. Yep. And that's just going to be the end of the game. Very, very close one, though. Very, very intense one, too. And I think it does show the power of Reason Gate Turbo, as well as the power of this sort of GOAT control deck. Because GOAT control is a good matchup against Reason Gate Turbo. Because, you know, the GOATs can stop things, and so that is very good. But I really like Reading Gate Turbo. I hope that Ghost manages to win game 3. I mean, both players are very good here. I'm be fine if both of them win. But yeah. Oh yeah, they could have brought back Parshath. Yeah, Parshath would have won the game there. Yeah. That is a very good point. I didn't even think about that, Rain Dance. Yeah. Yeah, Parshath would have won the game there. Yeah. It does show that Reading Gate Turbo decks do take a fair bit of skill to go on. Not to say that Rain Dance isn't skilled. They're very, very skilled in this deck. But even if you are very skilled in it, it can be a deck that can still really punish misplays. So yeah, that's one thing about the deck that might turn some people away from it. But the explosive power of it is just so fun. Like, I love this deck in Warrior format. It's probably my favorite deck in the format. Just because it's so cool. I mean, I love Reading Gate Turbo. Planning on playing it in GOAT for the fans, you know. It should be fun there. Most of the GOAT videos that I'm doing are going to be collabs with people. So on Monday, get ready for a fun collab with JDZ. And then I got other GOAT YouTubers in the lineup for that, ready to go. But I probably will do like a couple just videos with just me in GOAT format as well. But not too many. GOAT will also probably be a format that I return to multiple times. So if the coverage of GOAT is like pretty tiny the first time, know that that's probably because I'm just planning on returning it to it by doing collabs with people. And so there will be more GOAT content in the future on the channel. But again, like, my channel is doing something that's a bit different from a lot of the other channels out there. I'm not like the other channels. I don't want to come off sounding that way, but as far as I can tell, I'm the only person really doing this sort of thing where I'm going through covering formats that never really get coverage. And so I really do feel like I need to focus a lot more on the channels or on the formats that don't get coverage. So it's just an unfortunate way with how it just works out there. But yeah, I know that a lot of people are GOAT format fans. I do like GOAT format a lot as well, but don't expect too many videos on it on the channel. But it should still be fun, the videos that I do have in it. So it should be good. Also, I might start playing in more GOAT tournaments coming up, because I do like to just participate in tournaments for formats that I've covered already. And so it could be cool to just play in a couple like PWCQs and things like that. So that'll be fun. But getting a Forceful here is pretty good. They can shuffle back like Gate or something that could really punish, or not punish, but capitalize on the Scapegoat play. It looks like Rain Dance has 2 Cranes, a True Nade, and a Scientist. So it looks like they were saving the Gate play until now, but unfortunately it gets a little bit punished. Now, there are plenty of great draws left in deck to sort of just get things back in their favor, but yeah, the Cranes are a bit unfortunate. And what you can do here, and honestly, I think this probably is the best move to do here, is you can bring out Crane, crash into Breaker, and then you get value off the Breaker, or off the Crane. You get the Light in Graveyard, so that's pretty good as well. And you also get a Crane Graveyard in case you draw like pre-mat, and you want to bring it back and draw, right? So that is a move. Upstart can potentially draw you into something good here to just win the game, though, like if off a Gate or something like that. If they don't draw a Gate or anything, I think that Crane is the right choice here. Looks like they're just going to set 1, pass. I don't like that. I really don't like that. I think you just go Crane attack, right? Because that Breaker is just going to keep hitting into your tokens. Also, if Crane does eat a back row, you're fine with that, because it's 1 back row not used on your more high-value targets. So I really do think that summoning Crane attacking in was the right move there. But, you know, Rain Dance is cooking. They're cooking. So we'll see what they do here. Yeah, now that a tribute monster on field too for monster that they might bring back here. So yeah, also Warrior Lady can banish a Crane, so then it's like a bit awkward there. And yeah, I think that the Crane summon crash would have been the right move there. But especially because you've got other monsters in hand in case you draw into like a Gate or something, and your tokens are wrapped up. You got plenty of other monsters that you can bring out to use with that. So 4 good ones so far. I mean, you don't want to give them a Parshath for sure, because Parshath is just brutal here against the tokens. DMOC might be the play to give them. It's kind of unfortunate, but again, you know, you can summon out Crane, attack into the Breaker. That's not bad. You don't want the DMOC engraved for them to call back. So yeah, I think DMOC is the pick, honestly. Yeah, DMOC's the pick. I think that is correct. But like, imagine how much more secure Rain Dance would be here if they summoned out the Crane and tried to crash into the Breaker, right? So yeah, I mean, I guess they could be playing around Bottomless. Bottomless is something that they might be trying to avoid, because if bottomless banishes the Crane, then that's light not engrave. But again, you want your opponent to use the back row on less high value targets, right? So yeah, this is just looking rough. Yeah, it's rough stuff for Rain Dance for sure. Only one token left. Yeah. And also the Democ potentially coming down next turn. So now if there is only one macro that would deal with the Crane, Barcode's going to use it on the Crane there. So, yeah. I mean, they're viewing extra deck, so maybe they're going for a Scientist play. Scientist can dodge around the back row a little bit, but then your Scientist is kind of exposed, and Serpent can just come back. Well, if you bring out stuff with Scientist, you're going to hit over the Serpent with a Balter, right? So, isn't the worst play. Actually, Scientist can clean up the board kind of nicely, so it just depends on what else Barcode has in hand. But I don't think Scientist is terrible here. You do go down 2,000, but that's a worthy sacrifice, I think. If they got a gate play as well to sort of continue off the Scientist stuff, then that is even better. Because what you can do is you can do Scientist, restrict, suck up the Warrior. Oh, Stein! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They're going ham here. 5K. Can they win this turn is the question. I mean, I guess they can just bring out Master of Oz, attack over Breaker with that, and attack over the Serpent with the Stein, but very scary if Barcode has a Change of Heart here or a Snap Steal, then you're just dead from this. So, I mean, Scientist also has the issue of if Barcode has Change of Heart or Snap Steal, then what they do is they take control of Scientist, they pay 2k, tribute out the Democ, but I think it's a little bit safer than this play, though, either way. Oh, because this just loses you the game if they've got Change of Heart or Snatch Steal. So, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, Rain Dance does have back row here, so they can stop a potential play like that, but I do not know. It might be a little bit too risky. Bit too risky for my blood, but it's not terrible, I guess. I mean, Barcode is thinking here, so that means that they likely don't have the Change of Heart, or else you just fire the Change of Heart right away, take control of the Master, and attack into the Stein. Same with Snap Steal, so it looks like Rain probably isn't dying this turn off that, but there are a variety of things they can punish. Oh, damn, okay, yeah, Chaos Monster, if it's BLS, yeah, that's really good here. You can attack him for 23, and then you also get rid of a token. And then the Scientist in hand is dead. That's another issue with this. Okay, Ring on the Stein. Okay, Ring on Stein will do it. Yeah, Ring on Stein is good. Yeah. And the attack was declared. So now they can't banish the Oz. Why is what's going on here? That is the right move. You ring the Stein. No, ring is any monster. Ring is any monster this format. Yeah. Yeah, ring is any monster. Yeah, okay, Barcode got it. Yeah, because the errata is something that they had later in the game. In Warrior Front, we do play with the original way that ring worked. So you can use it on your own monster. So that is a legal play. So, yeah. So the game will continue. And yeah, that token will get eaten up. But Oz can deal with the BLS here, potentially. Yeah, I still think the Stein play would have been a little bit better, but this is still a good position to be in. You've still got life points to pay for the Scientist as well. Scientist is awkward here because, like, so we know the hand exactly, actually. We know it's double Crane and Scientist, right? Which isn't the best board, but what you can do is if Barcode has a way to deal with the Oz in main 2, you can bring out Scientist, bring out Restrict, right? So, yeah. It's not terrible. But also that other card in hand has to be someone relatively good. Reasoning. Okay, that can be a very powerful card here. I mean, I think probably the call is 6, right? Oh, it could be 8 as well. 6 or 8. because either way gets you into a point where like the traps are dead, because True Nade would be really, really bad for you if it's 8. And yeah, so either way, you're kind of looking at lethal damage, because no, you're not if the Jinzo comes out, because if the Jinzo comes out, that's 1200 from the Oz, 2400 from the Jinzo, and the maximum amount of damage that you can deal on top of that is 1600 from the Crane, because Scientist monsters can't attack directly. So I think you do just call 8 here. It seems weird, but I think you do just call 8 because the Jinzo does not kill you. You're left with 100 life points left. It puts you in a really bad spot, but it doesn't kill you. Yeah, so I think that's what you do. Okay, going for break here to pop the Oz just right away. And yeah, that will die there. And they are going to call 8 as well. So just to get it off field in case the Jinzo hits. I think that also is smart. Again, the Scientist can still kill, but or not kill, but it can get rid of the BLS. But then they put themselves in a weird position where they're down to 1600 life points, and a lot of things can hit over that Scientist. But that is kind of what you have to do, right? So yeah, you got to go Scientist, bring out Terror, and then suck up the BLS. But yeah, it's really unfortunate. I think this game could have been played a bit differently, and things would have turned out differently. Like the Scientist play, I think would have been a bit safer. But yeah, you never know. You never know what's going to happen, I guess. But yeah, Scientist play also would have been safer, because even if they take control of the Scientist, then even if they take control of Scientist, like no, Scientist deals with the BLS. Scientist deals with BLS. You bring a Scientist, suck up BLS with Terror, and then you're probably dead. But like, no, the last Iron Hand is DMOC, so like, there was a game here, right? Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, summon out Scientist, bring out. There was a Scientist in hand, right? Yeah, Scientist was in hand. I don't know. I think that definitely could have been played out a bit further. I mean, the Serpent would have come back, so Serpent would have like crashed with Scientist, and also a potential top deck of a monster would kill the Scientist, potentially get in for lethal. But I still think there was a game there. I think there was a game there. But anyways, we got another game here. Let's see what else is going on. We've got Barcode versus Dump Truck now. We got M-Shobes versus Lalo. Let's check on that one. Where is M-Shobes versus? There they are. Yeah, okay. And we got another. Oh no, it's just Creator. Okay, well, I was like, we got another Renegade Turbo deck. Seems like we got something a bit spicier. We got the Creator coming down here, and it looks like this is going to be the end of the game for Lalo here. That's 2800 plus 3400 plus 1400. I think that does do it. Yeah, that's 6,200. No, it doesn't quite do it, actually. They didn't have lethal here either way, though. Oh, wow, that's a glitched life point total. But they should be at 400 life points. They should be at 400 life points. So they didn't quite have lethal there either way, but they are in a really, really good spot here. So I don't know why the life points are glitched. I apologize for that. Heavy Storm will deal with the Zalug here. And if Lalo has a way to come back from this, then that could be pretty good for them. But they don't have enough to pay for the Lily. M-Shobes does. So even if they have a Change of Heart or Snatch Steal, they'd have to take control of the DMOC. But that kills them, because then they crash into Lily and Lily kills them. So what they'd have to do here is if they got Snatch Steal, they'd have to snatch the Lily, switch to defense. But that's kind of awkward, because any monster that M-Shobes might have just wins the game. So I mean, you do what you have to do if that's all you got, but yeah, that's just rough. Tough stuff for sure. But yeah. I do really like to see the Creator getting experimented with, because the Creator is around in this format. It's in Rise of Destiny, which is the last legal set for it. Okay, Tribe is pretty good. Tribe can clear both the DMOC and the Dark Magician of Chaos, get him for 16. And are they not attacking? Why don't you attack? There's nothing to punish. There's no gores in this format. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, because there's no punish to that really in this format. Karibo is the only thing that can really interact with that if they've got an empty board. So, yeah, that attack should have gone through. And now we've got a situation where the Tribe is threaten a fair bit of damage. I mean, Exiled will be able to deal with the Tribe, and now Law's in top deck mode, which does favor M-Chopes here because Law's only got 400 life points. So, kind of tough. Painful can help out a lot. Painful can get Serpent. I think that probably is what Lala wants to do at this point. Just get the Serpent, because Serpent can be a chump blocker, and so you basically make it tough for M-Chopes to actually get in for that last 400. But you could also go the opposite direction and try and kill M-Chopes here. That's a tricky choice up Painful. I think that they're deciding now, right? Do they send 5 monsters that can just threaten the game in like 2 turns? Or do they send just Serpent to play more defensively? It really depends on what they think M-Chopes might top deck here. Yeah, it's a very tough choice. M-Chopes is playing a very explosive deck. I mean, we see that from the Creator Incarnate, but that also means they're playing the Creator in the deck, which is a terrible top deck that is a brick. So there are some bricks in M-Chopes' deck that don't quite do anything when they're drawn. And this is top deck mode that both players are in. Yeah, very tough spot. Very, very tough choice off Painful. Part of why Painful is like one of the most skillful cards out there. I know that we mentioned it earlier, but like Painful makes the ceiling on a lot of decks very much higher, but also each deck uses Painful in a different way, right? And Painful, depending on situation from situation, is going to be used differently as well. It's one of the most non-linear cards in the game. That's not really the correct term for it, but like if we think about certain decks doing like linear combos where it's like, oh, you have a certain collection of cards, you just do that combo, and then you win the game, or you're just in a really good spot, then Painful just sort of bucks that trend, right? It's saying like, depending on the situation, you're going to use this card very, very different ways, and there's no real good like 100% way to do it, because it really depends on what's in hand, what's on field, and what you know. So looks like they're sending Cypher Soldier, Dawn's Lug, and some more. I think you give, if you're M-Chopes, you probably give the Cypher Soldier, because Cypher Soldier doesn't kill you in 2 turns. Dawn does. It also rips a card out of hand. But we have to see what else Lolly is going to send here. Or Lalo, not Lolly. Yeah, a lot of different options. We do see that the Cypher Soldier in, and this is game 3. So it seems like this is a Warrior package mixed with the Creator, because Creator Incarnate is a Warrior, so you can search it out very easily off Rhoda and then get the Creator out. So I think that is a good synergy there. It's also a free light, so I do think that, it pairs well with the BLS and stuff like that. But this is tricky. Blade Knight coming down as well. That also is a 2-turn clock. And Sasuke. I think of these, you give them Cypher Soldier, right? Like, the downside is if you draw a Warrior monster that would get over one of these other 3, then you don't get to attack over the Cypher Soldier. But, okay, they're giving Sasuke. That is interesting. I would give the Cypher because it doesn't kill you in 2 turns. It also doesn't kill you through Ring. Oh, Ring kills both players here, so that doesn't really matter as much. But, yeah, M-Chopes must have something up their sleeve. Okay, they got Zambira. Okay, that's probably why they did that. Why didn't they bring out Zambira last turn to deal with the Tribe? I guess they wanted to just clear it. But yeah, TT's coming down because even though it's not lethal damage, you don't necessarily want that damage going through. And it looks like now both players are in pure top deck mode here. So, yeah, this is a bit tricky. Yeah, M-Chopes setting another. Lalo has now thinned their deck of some monsters, so they're less likely to draw monsters at this point. Another reason why potentially you just want to send the Serpent and a bunch of spells or something, but I do respect going for the play. Looks like Cypher Soldier coming down on M-Chopes' side as well, attacking in. It looks like that will be the end of the game. Wow, intense stuff. GG's. Wow, very good. So that game will go through. It looks like both players were on a variation of Warrior, giving the format its name. Let's see. Let's dive into Gyamber versus Clemens. Again, Gyamber, as I mentioned, won the last tournament, so let's see how that game is going here. Looks like it's both players are on Burn. Let's go. The Burn Mirror. Man, everyone's bringing Burn to this tournament here. And unfortunately for these Burn players, they're both in the lower bracket, which means they must have lost their previous games here. So Clemens lost against Lalo, and Gyamber lost against M-Chopes. It seems like Warrior has a pretty decent matchup against Burn. Kind of surprising, but I guess it makes sense. It's a very aggressive deck and just hit in before your opponent can get through. But the Burn Mirror is very, very interesting. Unfortunately, we're only here on the last game of it, but just very, very fascinating how you play, because part of why you play Burn is because other decks aren't prepared for it, and it sort of works on a different axis than the other decks are going along. But in this matchup, you're both working along the same axis, and you've got to really understand like when to go for certain plays, when to not. So, damn, this is a very, very fascinating game here. Sad to see Gyomber on the dark side, though. Going from goat control to burn. Ah, shame. And Secret Barrel coming down here. That will be the end of the game unless Clemens does have a decree. And it looks like that will indeed be the end of the game. So, wow. Good stuff there. Seems like the bottom life point total just glitched on all of these. So maybe I got to refresh my thing. Maybe once this game goes through, it'll show up again. But let's check actually the indie experience versus Ghost, because that game's inciting there. Yeah, I don't think the burn decks are honestly like too toxic in this format. Like, I could definitely see why people would think that anyways, though. Oh, yes, my dark is on Scientist FDK. Wow, okay. Speaking of toxic, I don't want to imply that any player is toxic, but this deck is definitely toxic because, yeah, it's an FDK. So yeah, this is probably the most toxic deck in the format. I mean, you can probably tell by the fact that it's down here as opposed to up there that this deck does lose. You know, like it's not perfect, but yeah, it is in the format, so that is good to know about. We'll have to see how it does in the tournament as a whole. I'm going to jump back into this one because, you know, I do want to show off this deck, because I do think that seeing how this deck does and seeing if it loses or not is a very good thing to do. Because I think a lot of people are afraid of this deck, and I personally don't think this deck is the best. I think it's okay. It can pop up occasionally. If you're playing casually and not in a tournament, then it can be good. But over the course of a whole tournament, you're probably not going to win with it. But I mean, let's just feature it now in case it gets knocked out. But then again, it is going first game 3, so it could get the FDK there. But yeah, this will be the end of the game. Going for the Dark Flare Knight as well, and that'll be 11 plus 5 plus 150. So that will be all she wrote here. So yeah, Science FDK, legal. I'm not going to shy away from it being legal. You know, it is something in the format. But yeah, at least that is true, DL with it. At least if they win, it wins pretty fast. Not like Library FDK, where they got to like draw through their entire deck to see if they actually win. But it is still kind of a feels bad moment if like you're up against the deck and you're just like, well, I guess they win, you know. But I don't think the deck is like the most consistent thing in the world. And as you might see here, going second is a lot different than going first. Now, yes, my darkness could be on a bit of a smokescreen side. They could be siding in to more of a Reason Gate Turbo deck if they want to. But I don't think that this deck is that resilient to a lot of setup. And also, if you're playing a smokescreen side, you're going to be playing a worse Reason Gate Turbo deck than Reason Gate Turbo, right? So not necessarily as good. I think that Rain Dance should probably be able to win game 2 depending on what they bring in. Things like Regeki Break, Torrential Tribute, those are really good to bring in against the Scientist deck. Things that just disrupt their combos. Book of Moon as well. So if they are playing that side deck tech, then that can be pretty good. But we'll have to see if Rain Dance is playing ways to disrupt it or not. Also, having the hand rips in the opener can be very good too. So yeah, we'll see if they sided well or if they had the thing to their side in the first place for it. But yeah, let's see what they do. They're thinking here, so they might have a couple different options. Like, do they go all in on the first turn, or do they save that for turn 2? What do they do? I mean, against Science FDK, you're probably not losing except to the FDK. So honestly, you're probably fine just like, you know, setting a couple in passing, but you really do want that disruption online. So if they don't have like breaks or they don't have books or things like that, then things could get a bit tough for them. But again, yes, my darkness could brick if they don't have the combo. So looks like they're going to bring out a skilled Dark Magician here. Go for card D. Okay. Trying to dig deeper. Also, this does disrupt the combo a little bit. If you send like the Scientist, then that's pretty bad. Sending a Last Will, Gillosaurus, Turtle. Okay, this hand would do it. That actually was a hand that would do it if Rain Dance did not have any disruption. So yeah, good to get that out of there. Of course, this hand could do it as well, but one Last Will out of deck, one Turtle out of deck, so it's a bit less likely. Yeah, so that card desk went pretty hard there. And yeah, Yeah, the thing also with Science FDK is that any amount of damage against it is really bad. Going for Science or Stein here. Yeah, already normal summoned, so you can't do that. But Stein could be good for later. Yeah, it's all good. People make mistakes and stuff all the time, so it's all good. But yeah, Stein would have been interesting. You could bring up Balter and negate the normal spells. So I think that's probably what Rain Dance was going to do there. But now yes, my Darkness has to think. What are those back row? Can't disrupt my stuff. Do I have the combo online at all now? Who knows? They're thinking. They're checking their graveyard. They're going to go for Terraforming, so that can get you a Legendary Ocean or a Mystic Plasma Zone. A Legendary Ocean is generally what you go for now. But if you do play Upstart, then Mystic Plasma Zone is necessary because you need the extra 500 damage. Or 250 damage per thing. So they are going to go for Legendary Ocean. This can allow them to bring out the Catapult Turtle without tributing. And they're going to go for Messenger of Peace as well. They'll lock the attacks up a little bit here. But will it be enough? They're going to bring out Gillosaurus too, special summoning that. And this is awkward. Okay, yeah, that also brings out a Parchath from Rain's graveyard. This is a bit awkward because the you can't tribute out a turtle now with Legendary Ocean on field. It's not an optional decrease. It is a mandatory decrease. So turtle is level 4. But you might not need it. You might just summon naturally. So Reasoning gets played here. I think you want to pick 5. I think 5 is the way to do it. Okay, Serial Spell. Okay. So now you pick twice. So I think you pick 5 both times, honest. Or actually, so what happens is you resolve the first one, then you resolve the second. So I think here, actually you could pick 1. 1 would do it too. Just pick 1 both times, because what you do is Scientists can clear the board that you set up. Yeah. So Scientists clear the board that you can set up. If they do hit a turtle, then they hit a turtle. If they don't, turtle doesn't actually deal with this. So yeah, you don't call both beforehand. You call one and then you call the other. So you resolve them one at a time. Yes, yeah. Yeah, resolve one at a time. Yeah. You resolve one at a time, and this can come up, but either way, I think it's fine just to do both at one. But yeah, because what happens is you resolve the first reasoning, and then so the serious spell would count as the first reason resolving, and then you resolve the other reasoning, right? So that's what you do. And yeah, one both times makes sense though, because again, Science can deal with the board that you've set up. So Science does cost them life points to deal with that board, but you still probably want to keep this board around, especially because you are playing things like Trunade. So you can clear the piece that way. And yeah, they're going to tribute off the Gillosaurus there. I think, honestly, Turtle in defense would have been best, because you're just opening yourself up for damage. I don't think it's terrible. I mean, if the piece dies anyways, you're losing the game. So it's kind of like, it doesn't really matter, because if the piece stays up, then you're living. If the piece falls, then you're dying. So, and will Rainers have a way to get rid of that piece? They do have a way to get out Dark Magician. So even if the turtle was in defense, the Magician could have hit over it. But it's not looking good for Yes, My Darkness. This is not the board you want to have. Now, that being said, if they top deck Scientist, that can win them the game here. Okay, Change of Heart on the turtle. Yeah, that will be pretty good. You can attack in with the turtle and then tribute off the turtle to deal damage. Get them out of the range where they can actually go for the FTK. Gate on the turtle. Okay, that works too. Gating the turtle. I mean, this means they must have a way to deal with the piece, right? Like, I can't imagine doing this if you don't have a way to deal with peace, because if you don't have a way to deal with peace, there's just milling cards that might deal with peace. And also, you want to get in for damage, right? To get them out of that threshold that they might have. Science doesn't quite get out of that threshold. But also, you probably want to bring out the Dark Magician if you've got that already. Oh, no, they don't have a way to deal with peace. No, why didn't they attack with turtle? No. Oh, damn. I mean, it's fine. It happens sometimes, but yeah, it's probably not best to do that play. I mean, they're still in a good spot. Like, I don't think that Yes, My Darkness is going to be able to assemble the FDK before Rain Dance is able to sort of set up what they're doing here. or set up a way to clear the piece, but like, damn, that is unfortunate. I mean, they should have a way to win, right? Like, the moment they draw Demock, they win because they get back Trunade. And then they contribute off the fusion materials off Scientist for the Demock. Yeah, so they should have ways to win here. The fact that they haven't done the skilled Dark play tells me that they've got Dark Magician in hand, which is awkward. You don't want to draw that Dark Magician, but it is what it is. They're just going to hit him for another 3. Again, this is very disappointing. You know, they don't have anything to do here, though, so it makes sense why they're doing that. But yeah, it's just like, now you're giving Yes by Darkness time to assemble the combo. So yeah, not ideal, I would say. I think that Radiance could have potentially played this. Okay, there's the Trunade. So this is the end of the game, right? There's no way this isn't the end of the game. Even if the piece hits the field again, there's now not enough material to, or not enough life points left to pull off the FTK. So this should be good. Radiance should be able to win here. Yep, and there goes the Skill Dark for the big Dark Magician. Is it not in hand? Is it in deck? Oh wow. I guess they were keeping it there for uncertainty on reasoning calls, but like, you never really care if the Dark Magician hits the field, so you're never calling 7 anyways. Yeah, I feel like that should have been procced earlier then, but either way, this is a very good spot. I mean, that wraps up the game there. You bring out Oz, and yeah, that is the end of the game. I think honestly they could have brought a Stein earlier, just attacked in for 7. In addition to the 3, just increase the clock and also prevent them from getting more Scientist activations if they were able to bring out the Turtle and Scientist. But yeah, Scientist FTK might win this one because I'm not sure if Raindance has stuff in their side for the matchup. Because generally you really do want like Raigeki Break and things like that. But also now Yes My Darkness is going first, so if they do manage to pull off the FTK here, then that's going to be very good for them. Nothing Radiance can do against that if that is the case. But I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see if they manage to pull off the FTK here, but they might not. We did see that they were on decrees and things like that. That could just be because they were going second. Pot of Greed will help them draw into the FTK potentially here. But they're going to go for Upstart as well, so that makes it a bit harder for them to FTK because now Radiance will be at 9,000. So you can't quite do it through typical FTK means. You need to have additional bodies on board somehow. And it looks like they don't have that. So they're just going to go Messenger Piece, set 1, pass. And this could potentially be the end of the game. If Radiance has a way to deal with this, then they will be able to win this one. And again, like, if you're playing Scientist FTK, like, you basically need to have it go right the game till you go first. You're not always going to be going first in game 1. But even if you, like, go first game 2, you might not have the combo. And it might just be awkward. But they're going to go for Reasoning first here. This means that they probably don't have a Trunade, I would assume. They're going to go 2, so stopping the Stein from coming down. I think that makes sense because Stein can attack under the piece there. But if 8 is hit, then okay, the Crane getting hit is also very good because I can draw them in to the Trunade potentially. So that is a good option there. And then if it does draw them into Trunade, then that can be good. If they got Gate as well to pair with the Crane too, and that's going to be a pretty good combo there. If they don't, then this could be an awkward spot, but I mean, they got to do what they got to do. Painful, yep, Painful is going to be pretty good. You send 3 Trunades, maybe some Gates as well. You could... So it's tricky. It depends on what's in hand. So part of why Painful is very powerful in Reasoning Gate Turbo is that if you do want to hit a certain monster and you've got Monster Gate in hand, you can send 5 cards that are not that monster. You can almost guarantee getting a hit off Gate that you want, right? So if Raindance wants to hit Demock here, they've got a Gate in hand, they send 5 monsters that are not Demock, and then that basically guarantees the Demock, which is very, very powerful. Now the thing is, given the build that Raindance is playing with the Skill Dark Magicians and the Dark Magicians, they might not have enough they might not have the number of monsters that they need to actually pull off that combo. So it looks like they're just sending a Stein, a Scientist, a Pot, maybe an Upstart as well, Dim Fuse, and a Re-Ink. Okay, I think you give them the Dim Fuse here. No monsters banished right now. It also costs 2,000, and if you can deal enough damage to drop them below 2,000, even if you're in a weird spot, that's still
prevents them from going for that play. This does indicate that they likely have a Monster Gate in hand, I would assume. So, because the idea is if they've got Monster Gate, what they do is they activate Monster Gate here, they get Light and Grave, now they get a Light and Dark that they can banish, and then they go for that. You then get out the Stein attacking for 7. It's not ideal, but it is something. They are going to go for Gate here. So, I think maybe with the Gate, honestly, you could send... Okay, Jinzo is something. It seems like they still don't have Trunade here, which is a big issue. You need the Trunade to clear the field. Oh, there's the Trunade. Okay, yep, it doesn't matter. That's the end of the game. I guess they had the Trunade all along. The real Trunade were the friends we made along the way. But yeah. Yes, I do have a Discord, Maymore. It's in the description of the stream, so definitely check it out. We play games in this format. This tournament is being held on Format Library, so definitely check out that Discord as well. But yeah, we hold monthly tournaments in this. You can also play games in any of the formats that are featured on the channel on my Discord as well. It's a blast to join. Also, we hold weekly local streams where people just play in a single elimination tournament, and I stream the whole thing. And if you want to be in those, yeah, I'd be in the Discord too. So, yeah, it's a fun time. So, but yeah, this is definitely going to do it, and that'll be the end of the game. So, as you can see here, Science FTK, it can be threatening. It can pull off the FTK occasionally, but oftentimes in a tournament setting, it unfortunately will not do it. So, glad to see someone trying to bring it, though. So, that is very cool. But yeah, looks like Dump Truck won against Barcode, so Dump Truck's going up against M-Shobes now. Let's see how that game goes, because this one will bring us to the winners finals there. That game might actually be so new, it's not even happening yet. Yeah, there it's being hosted. So, actually, let's dive in to Barcode versus Gyomber. So much burn in this format. It's wild. But yeah, hitting a jar is going to be pretty good for Gyomber. I mean, oh my god. That's a lot of cards hit there that you can bring out on the field. No cards hit that you can bring out on the field so far on Barcode side. But, oh, wow, that's kind of wild. So what you do here, I think you might just want to set all of them just to sort of disrupt what Barcode might have. But you also do know about the TT. So TT is kind of awkward because if you want to flip up any of them, then the board gets popped. So you might want to leave the Breaker in attack, I think, or the Panda in attack. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, all those are going back to hand there. So Barcode has a couple different options here, and it looks like everything's going to get set. Yeah, just everything's going to get set. Give Barcode the least information about what's in that monster zone as possible. Because the break can just deal with whatever face-up monsters there anyways, so it can ring. So you don't necessarily want that to go off. Force is getting fired. Now the question is, do you fire Comfy? It really depends on what you see in hand, I think. But I personally would not fire Comfy here because you know the Fiber Jar is set there. So you don't necessarily want the, like, to pay 1,000 and then they flip up Fiber Jar and then get in for more damage, right? So you don't want that. So, I mean, you could pop the Fiber Jar preemptively with the Raigeki break, but that's a 1 in 4 shot of doing that. So it's not ideal. And if you're Gomber, you're going for the Fiber, right? Because if you don't go for the Fiber, and let's say you flip up Koala or something, they just go for TT and then pop the entire board. Now, the issue here is that if you just blind snipe the TT, then you're in a really good spot. But Barcode can just set everything. Or set Fire Mirage as well. Set another and... Oh, no, they should not have fired the Mirage. Because Mirage is not going to draw anything for them here. Actually, it could if they break preemptively. If they break preemptively, that will draw them 1 card. But it's just sort of another bluff in the background that they could have. So, oh, that's pretty cool. LCG players playing GOAT format. That's pretty cool, yeah. If they do want to collab, send them my way. I could definitely collab with them. Oh, Trunade off the top. That is brutal. I mean, you go for the break now. I feel like you honestly should have gone for the break in standby, personally. So that way you draw a card at least. Hitting the Koala. That's rough. I mean, Koala's damage at least, so you get that out of the way. So that actually is probably a good hit. That's probably the best hit actually there, if I'm being honest. Because the Fire Drag gets flipped up either way, and there's less damage that you're taking in the meantime. Now the question is, does Gomber just flip up the Panda and the Breaker attack in that way? Yeah, it looks like they are going to do that before flipping up the Fiber Jar. I think you still do flip up the Fiber Jar, personally. But you do it after you attack in. So this is 2,400 damage going through. And then you flip up the Fiber Jar, reset everything, and then you're in a good spot. Yeah, and there's the Fiber Jar. I think that is the correct play because now Barcode knows about it. They're going to play around it. And this also allows you to sort of get an advantage on your opponent, getting to normal summon set first and also set back row, things like that. So I think that that is the correct play. And it really does show how Fiber Jar can add a lot to this deck and a lot of other decks. You know, there's a lot of different things that you can sort of think about with Fiber Jar. And now Burned in a very good spot because now the only thing that is preserved by Fiber Jar is the damage. So it's very good in this sort of deck because you go through your resources, then Fiber Jar everything back. And yeah, but Mirage is a pretty good opener for Barcode here, not going to lie. And they're going to set 4 with Mirage up. Pass back to Yomber here. Mirage will draw Barcode 3. And what's Yomber going to do here? They're just going to set some more and pass. Okay. No need to flip up that set. That tells me it's not Koala. Oh, Goat. No. Oh, this is a rough matchup for the Burn deck for sure. And Goat's getting fired, and Yomber's actually thinking about that, so they might have... Oh, they got Trio. Okay, that will stop the Goat from going through. And those Trio tokens will hit the field. Now, if they're going for a Goat play, that means that Barcode probably has meta in hand. You can meta away one of those tokens, bring out Dragoness, so that's something, but like, it's not ideal. They're going to MST the Mirage, indeed. And are they going to go for Thousand Knights? Thousand Knights is kind of awkward because it prevents you from attacking in. But if they're just going to leave that like that and pass. So not using the meta. Maybe they went for Scapegoat to block the tokens, though. So they might not have meta in hand right now. But yeah, tough stuff. Priest coming down is pretty good. That goes back to hand, so it doesn't clog up your monster zones. But, oh, the Big Shield Gardena. Yeah, that's rough. Big Shield is in this format. Came out in Dark Beginning 1. So it is around. Yeah, tough stuff. Gardena, 2 defense there. Is that it? I mean, that's pretty good if that is it. Okay, Pot coming down, drawing 2. Because Barcode needs more than one monster here to hit over that Big Shield. I mean, again, if they've got meta, then they can do it. But they're also taking 900 damage every time they attack into the Big Shield. So, a bit awkward that way. They're going to bring out the Assure Priest here. And they're going to switch the tokens to attack. Oh, this is clever. So, what you do is you attack into the Gardena, and then you attack all your tokens into the Big Shield. Oh, that is nasty. Oh, my goodness. They're taking 2,000 here. And they're going to take another 900 from the Big Shield. And then they're going to take 400 each from each of the tokens. That might be the end of the game, honestly. 500 life points left is not a really appealing total to be at. But yeah, just Earth comes down. That should be the end of the game there. Unless there's a decree in the back row, but there is not. So rough stuff for Barcode in game 1 there. They could potentially recover in games 2 and 3. I kind of want to dive into M-Shobes versus Dump Truck now, though, because that is the winner's finals game. And let's go. M-Shobes have the creator out. Let's go. Pog. Creator's super cool. Looks like all that's been used up is a breaker. Painful sent a bunch of cards to the grave. Hammer rips have happened. But yeah, this is awesome. So what they can do now, they can bring back a monster from grave by pitching a card from hand. Now, you do have to target the monster before sending it, so it's not like Zombie Master where you pitch and then you can target, right? So the only option they have are like the Creator Incarnate, which is not the best monster, but it's something. You can also set up a monster in grave for next turn to bring out that way. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Honestly, the Creator could honestly be an attack here, but I guess you're playing a Saku if you do that, but I think it's fine, honestly. But yeah, let's see what they do here. They're thinking about what to do with that Creator on field. Will the Creator create an opportunity for them to win? Okay, they're gonna be back. They're getting more coffee. Okay, I'll just jump into the other games then. Let's see. I don't know. Rain Dance versus Lalo. Let's see how this one goes. Looks like Rain Dance is doing pretty good here. They've got a BLS versus that Breaker. Breaker will go for the back row, but they're going to go for a rig on the BLS there. Popping that, dealing 16 to both players. Or would that be 19? No, it would be 16 because they waited till after the effect. So, yep, that's going to pop 16 to both players. If Lalo has a way to deal with BLS, like potentially a Snatch Shield, then that would be pretty good. And they do indeed have the Snatch Shield, so that's going to get in for 3,000, equalize the life points, but then the Snatch Shield will gain Rain Dance 1,000. If Rain Dance has a way to deal with the Snatch Shield, then they potentially have a game shot coming. But still probably good to get down to this point. Lalo could have also banished the BLS here, just to prevent Rain Dance from getting it back and potentially going for a lethal shot that way. But I do also get why you're doing this, because you're trying to get a clock on them. Yeah, they do gain 1,000 here, so that is good. But BLS is a really annoying monster to deal with. If Rain Dance does not have a way to deal with it, then this could potentially go pretty poorly. They've used up one True Nade already. They've used up Ring, and that's going to set one past. MST coming down on that back row. This could potentially be the end of the game if Lalo has another monster in hand to bring out here. They do indeed. That is exact lethal damage. Tagging with the BLS first, then the Dawn, but that will be the end of the game. Okay, so that is one down there. Yeah, tough stuff. I love Redeeming Gate Turbo, but I think I'd probably build a different list than the one that Rain Dance has there. But let's see. Let's dive back in to Gyomber versus Barcode, because that... Oh, the siding is still going on. Okay. Looks like Barcode's done siding, and now Gyomber needs to finish up siding as well, and they'll be back into it. Looks like we're back here. Didn't miss a thing. Oh, we actually missed a game. Okay, that's why they were still in siding. That very quick game. Barcode won that one very quickly, so I guess they just got the nuts and just crushed the competition there. But we're going to see Gyomber just T-set pass. Pretty humble opening, but not a bad one. Pot coming down on Barcode's side, drawn two. And will that be enough? What are they going to do? They're going to set one, set another, and pass back, it looks like. Unless they want to set another. Maybe player on desk wall. It looks like they're not going to do that. So if that is a desk wall set, that's a clean 2,000 points of damage coming through here. It looks like it's just a rat. So Rat will be able to attack into the set potentially. And Knock coming down as well. They'll banish the set. Banishing into Koichi. You probably want that Koichi to go through. Looks like no Koichi's left in deck. That could mean that Barcode's just playing one. It could also mean that they've got more in hand. Either way, it's some information potentially for Gyomber. But Dust coming down on the new set. Hitting a Just Desserts. Probably a good hit there. And yeah, what will Barcode do now? Tribe's going to be pretty good here. Pitch one, Call Beast. Pitch in a Jinzo as well. That's pretty good. Pre-map for the Jinzo is also going to be pretty good here. Even if Gyomber has no Geometrio here, the Jinzo will still be able to hit the field. Then Barcode can pop the tokens with the Tribe. So good stuff here. Very, very good combo with the Tribe. Showing the power of that pitch. But yeah, the Geometrio is going to come down here. Given 3 tokens there, this will deal 900 once Barcode pops it. But they are indeed going to pop it. Doesn't get a card out of hand, though, so that is nice. But yeah, it's 4,000 damage. So Gyomber's got to have a way to deal with this board, or else they're... Oh, and a Mirage! Oh my goodness. Yeah, so Gyomber's got to have a way to deal with this, or else things are going to go south awfully fast. They're going to draw to 4. Gyomber's going to set 1. Fire Swords. Okay, Swords will block off things for a little bit if Barcode doesn't have a way to deal with that. Now, if Barcode does have MST, they might want to pop the Swords instead of the Mirage, but it looks like they do not. So that's going to start discarding. Going to discard 3 cards from hand. And Gyomber's going to pick 2 for them to keep. They're going to pick those 2. Not quite the middle, but, you know, in the middle section. Setting a Breaker. Breaker would have been really good there. Popping that Swords and getting in for potentially lethal. But as is, it's just going to send a Breaker, a Painful, and a Moth. So, looks like they're going to banish 2. Potentially bring up BLS here. And, yep, BLS will come down. Banish the set. I think that is a lot. Okay, yeah, and Cyberdart coming down there. Abyss Soldier summoned as well, and so that way they draw 4 off the Mirage. Now, if they draw into Serpent, then they can bounce back. That's Swords. BLS can banish whatever Gyomber brings out here. So it's not looking good for Gyomber. Now, if Gyomber does have a change of heart or snatch, so they can take the BLS, clean up the board a little bit, but it's still not looking good. I don't know what I'd do if I was Yomber. There might not really be a good option to do if you're Yomber here, honestly. Yeah, this is rough. Yeah, Galvin might actually be thinking like, man, I should have saved the trio here, because if they do have just change of heart in hand, what they could do is they could attack into Jinzo alone, and then they could have used the trio to fill up the board. Then BLS would have just gone to grave because they couldn't come back. And yeah, there's Snatch Steal, so Snatch Steal can help out a bit. Also, the Panda is at 2,300, so that can hit over one of these guys, hitting over the Tribe there, and then BLS cleaning up the other two. So that is something. You also have traps online now. But it is a bit awkward here. I mean, they might have just enough traps to win the game from this point, actually. Oh, no, they just got one trap, or one card in hand, so that can't do it. Barcode will gain 1,000 here. Will they be left with 4 cards in hand, or just one? Looks like just one here. They got to hope it's a good one. And they're going to pitch, or that's the one they keep. They pitch everything else. Will it be enough to survive? It's just a meta. No SERP. Yeah, very good game. I mean, there is an argument for Barcode not going for the BLS last turn, but I think you do have to go for it, and it was a Cyber Drive, so that was valuable there. Maybe not going for the Abyss Soldier, but yeah, either way, I think you kind of have to go for it. So it's just how it shook out that time, and yeah, the Mirage giveth, the Mirage taketh away. But very, very good stuff there. It really could have gone either way, I think. So now let's dive in to another game. We got Dump Truck versus M-Shobes. We got Lalo versus Ghost. Let's dive into Dump Truck versus M-Shobes. That's still going on. Is that still going on? Oh, yeah, it is. It's right there. So, yeah. Okay, it looks like M-Shobes is in a pretty good position here. Creator has been outed, but they've got a lot of damage coming in here if Dump Truck doesn't have a way to deal with it. Probably no Book, because Book has already been used up, and if Book was around, they probably would have booked their own Panda. Getting in for 800 there, 1,600 off the Incarnate, and then 2,800 off there. Welcome back, Rather. No worries if you have to dip. That's why we got the stream going for as long as you need. So, yeah. There's a lot of the tourneys going on. Been a very exciting tournament. We've seen a lot of different decks. A lot of burn this tournament. A lot of burn. I mean, Dump Truck we've seen on burn already. But Yammerman's also on burn. We saw Clemens was on burn as well. So there were 3 decks, burn decks total. I mean, you could also count, Yes, My Darkness's Science FDK deck as a burn deck too. So a lot of people trying out burn in this tournament here. Trying to play around time rules, I guess. But right now, the only 2 burn decks left are Dump Truck and Gyomber. So both very good players. Dump Truck is still in the top bracket, so they could potentially be in the finals, and they'd have to be beaten twice here. But it will definitely be an interesting thing to watch here, because Burn is a very interesting deck in this format. I do think Burn can be very good at being like tier 1 potentially, but we'll have to see. Looks like I was asked a ruling question a while ago, but I think that okay, never mind. It didn't matter. Okay, so the siding process is going on. While they're siding, I guess we can dive into the other active game going on right now, because now they're down to 2 active games. We got Rain Dance for Lalo over here. Looks like Lalo won game 1, which we did see, but this is going to be a very good turn for Rain Dance here. Being able to, it looks like they might have already gotten back the card off DMOC, or maybe they're just thinking about it. But yeah, this Breathing Gate Turbo deck, very powerful, very explosive. Looks like they're going to go for a BLS. Oh, no, you can't go for BLS because Kaiku, yeah, can't go for BLS. So, unfortunately, they can't do that. Kaiku prevents. Okay, Ring will stop it, but okay, but yeah, bit out of sequence there, but it is what it is, and this should be the end of the game if there's no way to stop it. But yeah, I think it might be. If Lalo, I mean, there's no Mirror Force again. So, if this does all go through, that's the end of the game, because it's 49 plus 28, so that's well over 6,200. And Infuse on top of it, so they're just going all in. They're extending further. I guess this does play around Saku, so that is good to know about, because, that could be a set Saku, could be a set Book, and, yeah. Legendary Fisherman is interesting. In this format, it could potentially do something, maybe, but it's kind of awkward. I mean, you could maybe do something with Fisherman. stopping spell effects that target it is very good. So that's pretty good. It's kind of like Horus, where like if you can get Horus level 6 on field, it's not affected by spells. So that's very powerful. But it is a bit awkward because 1850 attack is not really the best here. I mean, Breaker can get over it. Blade Knight can get over it. So it's kind of awkward there, but it is still fun to build that. So I highly encourage you to do it and bring it in some games, see how it does. But we've got M-Shobes versus Dumptruck here again. Let's dive in. It looks like this game is going on. So M-Shobes won the first one, and it looks like Ring will take out that tribe, so that's pretty good for Dumptruck there. Looks like Dumptruck got on a bit more of an aggressive strategy here in game 2, maybe smoke screening into this. Going for Lily here. Lily's going to be pretty big, attacking him for 3,400. You never want to be at 3,000 against the burn deck, so that's pretty rough. Oh yeah, they can't attack Fisherman. That's a good point. They can still get indirect, which is unfortunate. But yeah, that is a very good point. I forgot about that. So yeah, the Fisherman can stay on field for a bit, attack in for 1850. That's pretty good clock. So yeah, maybe there's something there. Try it out. Panda coming down now. You never want to see the Panda coming down, so they're just going to go for Ring preemptively. Because if Dumptruck fired the Ogeometry, well, actually, Dumptruck could have chained Ogeometry to Ring. So that still would have been bad, but like, yeah, you want to just get that thing out of the way. You don't want the Panda panning around, you know, getting in for a ton of damage. Dawn is going to be pretty good here if it connects, getting in for a hand rip here and 1,400 damage. But it looks like Gravity Bind will come down. No MST, it looks like, for M-Shobes. But M-Shobes does have a back row there to potentially protect themselves even further. So will that be enough? Kind of tough. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's awesome that you brought Science FTK to the tournament. It is a tough deck to play. It's also a tough deck to build. I think that honestly, like part of the difficulty that it has is I feel like no one's really optimized the deck completely to a point where it can actually win in tournament settings. But I do think it is really cool to play with it. So I encourage you to try it out more if you're passionate about the deck. But I do think it's good that you brought it to just have it represented here. You know, it's a deck that not many people like to play, but it is a deck that's around. So if it is powerful enough, like people like you are going to be the ones to find it. So kudos to bring the deck, even though your opponents might not be the biggest fans of that, but I do think that from a broader perspective, it is good. But yeah, Gravity Bind can achieve Legendary Ocean, especially if you're playing like Amphibious Bugroth, get down to level 3, attack directly. You know, that's very good. So that's very fun as well. Mermaid Knight can do stuff too. Fiber Dart, oh, that's going to be brutal for M-Shobes here because now Dumptruck gets a fresh slate of cards here. I don't know if the tokens will they deal 900? I don't know. Because they can't get shuffled back into the deck. So I think they might be destroyed by game mechanics. And if they are destroyed, then you take damage. That's a very important ruling to know about. I don't think it matters here. I think Dumptruck's won the game either way. But like, that's interesting. I don't know what happens there. I could ask in the Discord, but yeah. Yeah, I'll just ask while it's a bit of a lull here. Are on field. Will the tokens deal damage when they are removed from the field? That came. Yeah. Yeah. So it should be fine asking this because it happened just now. And if that is the case, then this game should have ended before. But I figure it's good to ask just because it can come up. What's my go-to deck if I can beat in my tournament? It'd definitely be Reasoning Gate Turbo. I love Reasoning Gate Turbo. Yeah, I'm really happy that Rain Dance is representing it. A bit of a different build than I would go with, but like I don't personally play Stein in my Breathing Gate Turbo deck, and I don't play the Dark Magician package. But I do think Breathing Gate Turbo is really, really cool in this format. There are a lot of things going for it in this format that it doesn't necessarily have in others. And I think it's just awesome to play. And it feels really good when you just pop off with Breathing Gate Turbo. So I love it. I think the deck's a blast, and it's my go-to for this format. If I main a deck in this format, it would be Breathing Gate Turbo. And I do think that like it's really fun. Oh, you've never heard of it? Oh, it's super cool. I can try popping over into Rain Dance's game if that's still going on, because Rain Dance is on the deck. So basically the idea is that you're playing things like Reasoning and Monster Gate to get into big monsters. And what that also does, it can fill up your graveyard. Like the Chaos monsters are milled off those cards if they're hit, if they come up. And so that means that like you won't get them to hand, but they will be engraved to fuel your other Chaos monsters. And then you can banish them, bring them back with things like Dimension Fusion. And it's just really, really explosive, really, really powerful. And also use Gatecode tokens because like Monster Gate contribute off one of these tokens and then get you a big guy on field. And there's just a lot of really cool synergies that you can do with it. And it's super, super strong when it goes off. So yeah, it's really, really cool. I highly encourage you to like check it out. I have a video on my channel featuring it. It's not necessarily the most optimal build. I would change that deck build in the future if I was playing it. It's just the video was at a point where I hadn't settled on my build that I really enjoy. But it is a good starting point for the deck if you do want to play it. So it looks like they're going to go for summoning a Crane, going for meta now. Likely triggering a token for Thousand Eyes, I assume, right? That would make sense. You do have to pay the cost for meta, even if going for Darkfire. Okay, getting that Light Engrave, I guess. I guess I don't know. I might have played this a bit more safely, but going for Trunade now. That's a big play. So they got a Light and Dark Engrave. Now they can go for a Chaos monster, but their zones are clogged. So it's kind of awkward in that regard, unless they've got Gate. If they got Monster Gate, they can sort of leverage this into things. But, yeah. It's interesting. Lalo's thinking here, if they've got, like, Raigeki Break or something, do they fire it now? Maybe not, because that opens up a zone, and your opponent's telegraphing a Dimension Fusion play here. And if they go for the Chaos monster, they can't necessarily go for the Dimension Fusion play. So yeah, you could Raigeki Break your own Spy, I guess, if you're worried about BLS exactly. But that kind of seems pretty bad, and you're not quite dead, even with the Spy on field, as long as you don't clear up one of their zones. So, because you're taking 4,800 plus 1,500, so that's 6,300. You still have a bit of time, as long as they don't have a Gate as well, to be off a token. But they are indeed going to go for a Chaos Sork here. Banish the Light and Dark. Crane is also a great card too because it draws you a card on special summon. So if you Dimension Fusion it back, then you get the draw then. If you bring it off Monster Gate or Reasoning, you get the draw then. So it's very, very good. But as it looks like they're just going to go for the 1,100 there, the 1,500 there. Not necessarily the play I would have gone for if I was Rain Dance. What I probably would have done was I probably would have just gone for meta for Thousand Eyes, sucked up the Spy, attacked in for 12. It's a bit more conservative of a play, but you can probably get the Crane into graveyard at some point over the course of your game anyways. So you don't necessarily need to meta that. Yeah, it's setting the Dimension Fusion. I think that's probably, well, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, but they're going to go for Rhoda here. Getting back something. Yeah, Chaos Control is very, very good in this format. I think Chaos really hasn't had as much experimentation as it should yet in this format. Like, people have brought, like, certain Chaos decks, like Kesha in the last Warrior format tournament, brought that and did pretty well with it. But I do think that Chaos is sort of the next frontier to explore, because people have explored Goat Control. They figured out how to play Goat Control to a fairly good degree. People have been playing Warrior since the start of the format. That's why it's called Warrior format. But Chaos, the third leg of that Goat Triangle is not really as explored. People have tried out some Chaos Turbo builds, some Chaos Control builds. People haven't really settled on which one is better yet. People haven't really settled on the sort of standard build for it yet. But I definitely think that if there's like another multi-day Warrior format tournament, I would expect to see Chaos Control do very well. Zork seems interesting because it's a potential Raigeki and it's a dark monster for Chaos decks, just like Manju is light. Yeah, Ritual Chaos decks can definitely perform. We actually saw one earlier in the tournament. Who was playing that? That was Shawner. Shawner was playing that. It was a Relinquished they were using instead of Zork. because Relinquish is also a dark. It sucks up monsters on your opponent's side of the field, and it's guaranteed. Also, it's level 1, so you don't really need to distribute as much. But it is still very interesting to see. So they're going to banish the Warrior Lady after attacking into it with the Dark Fire. I think that makes sense. And now they got to decide what they want to do here. They're in a really good spot. You know, Chaos Orc can just sort of hold down the fort on its own a lot of the time. But they're typing something, so they might have something to say here. Demise was not around back then, no. Or else that would be very... that would be pretty best. People would definitely be experimenting with that in this format if it was around. But now that comes a bit later in the GX era. Yeah, not until 2007, exactly. So it looks like the DD Warley will be banished with its effect, banishing that Darkfire Dragon there. And now the Sork can potentially attack in for 23, and it looks like it will indeed. Well, it will indeed eat its Sakuretsu armor there. So, yeah, it's kind of awkward. I think also, like, another reason to do the more standard, like, just meta, the Thousand Eyes play, is that then you actually get to use your Dimension Fusion the turn you go for the Sork. You also get to use the True Nade profitably, because you really do want to save the True Nade for when you're going for a big push. And I don't think it was enough of a push to really justify doing that. But, I mean, you know, different people play these things different ways, and I don't think it's terrible. Like, I don't think that play was awful. I think the play was relatively good and stabilized things for Rain Dance a bit. Rain Dance is also low life, so they also don't necessarily want to let their opponent sort of get in for more damage before they can do things. So I think it makes sense why you'd go for that play instead. But I don't know. I just really was not the biggest fan of that. Reasoning's going to come down here. They're going to check what's in their opponent's graveyard. A spell would be good to get here. You could get back Dimension Fusion, get out a Jinzo and a Crane. So it looks like they are going to go for 8, but 6 would also be good, getting out that Jinzo. Or no, Jinzo banished. So yeah, you can't go for that. So 8 is, I think, the correct choice here. They had a 4. Okay, 4 is okay, but it's a Skill Dark, which does not get over Blade Knight. Another reason why I'm not the biggest fan of Skill Dark, it's another blank in the deck, right? There are situations like this where Skill Dark doesn't really do anything. So, yeah, I really do like Renegade Turbo a lot, but again, this build specifically, I might not have the most with it. Okay, looks like they're going to attack into the Blade Knight there, take 100. They don't have a Light and Dark Engrave, so I'm not quite sure why they did that. Re-ink. So you're going to discard a Light, I guess, to get back the Sork. And then you go Sork and you banish the Blade Knight. That's something, I guess. It's just a little bit awkward here, honestly. Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, but I guess you got to do it. I would actually bring out the Sork and attack, because they could be playing Zambira. So if they are playing Zambira, Zambira can get over a defense position Sork, and you don't want to lose that Sork there. So, yeah, I do not like that play there. But Final Countdown potentially has potential. People haven't really tested it out that much, because while there are a lot of stall cards, there are a lot of ways to deal with those stall cards, and people generally have those in the side deck for burn. And I think that the same sort of applies to Final Countdown, but I can only see that doing, like, okay, winning a couple games here and there. Maybe not a full tournament, but doing something at least. Smashing Ground on the Sork is going to clear that. Now Rain Dance is down to top deck mode. Never really want to be with the Renegade Turbo deck here, especially when a Warrior Lady is on their side of the field. It's not looking good. Not looking good for Rain Dance here, unfortunately. Yeah, Renegade Turbo is a tough deck to play. Maybe they played a little bit differently here. Maybe things would have gone a bit differently, but yeah, they're just going to have to set one pass. I mean, you never want to be in that situation. What would they be setting here? Stein, probably. Stein's a good set, I guess. Could be Scientist, but if you got Scientist, you want to just suck up the Warrior Lady, I guess. But yeah, it's just awkward here. They're going to attack into the token just in case the flip, I guess, but Renegade Turbo decks do not play flips, so you don't need to worry about that. Maybe in case of meta, you don't necessarily want them to meta into 1009 and psych up the Warrior Lady, so that makes sense. There's no level 2 fusion monster in the format at this time, so you can't actually meta a Cyberstein. I mean, you can, but you'd fail to find. So, yeah, it's a bit awkward there. Crane getting flipped up. It was Crane. Okay, I guess they didn't want to run into a Saku, but I think you just got to go through the removal that they got. Yeah, and there's a Saku, but again, you got to sort of, you can't play too passively in this format, because Yeah, just kind of awkward. Yeah, I mean, Final Countdown's probably better here than it is in Edison. So you can't fail to find meta even if you do level 2. I thought you could. Um, I could have sworn that someone was saying that you could fail to find Warrior, but I guess not. Okay, yeah. Then yeah, you can't even activate meta on a Stein then. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, so it looks like M Shows managed to reach the final with their creator deck. So very, very cool to see there. So this is the last game going on. Yeah, I don't think Rain Dance can really have a good way out of this. I mean, the one thing would be a miracle reasoning, but reasoning's engraved, so you can't do that. So yeah, I really do think this game could have been winnable for them if they played just a little bit differently. But that just goes to show that Reason Gate Turbo is a very tough deck to play. You really do need to be on the ball. I mean, I misplayed in the last tournament with this deck, and that prevented me from getting into Top Cut. Same thing applies here, you know. I don't think you really do want to go for the mill, but it worked out here. I mean, milling Snatch and a BLS, that is a very good mills there. Generally not what you want to do, but yeah, I mean, it worked out for Lalo there, but yeah, looks like Rainant's just saying the GGs, and that will be the end of the game. So from all the games we got on stream, like we did see Reason Gate Turbo potentially have the potential to win the games that I was playing. You know, it's just occasional issues for not seeing the Parshath line, for instance, in that game. And this game, I think, making a bit too conservative of play, just came back to bite it. Also, the build, I think, was slightly off with the Stein and the Skill Dark not really being as good. But you know, it is something that people are still testing and still people are trying to figure out. And it does take a lot of games to get good. And I'm not saying the Rain Dance was bad in the deck because I don't think they were, but I do think that like it is a deck that really, really can punish even the most minor of misplays. So, but that being said, we've got our next game between Lalo and Gyomber, I believe. Yep, Lalo and Gyomber will be going through here. So I'll have to see how that goes. So, yeah. I'm seeing the answer here. Okay, so yeah, the tokens will not deal damage. Okay, good to know. If they're shuffled back off Fiber. That was a question from earlier. Was my Discord like restarting? Did I have like network issues? Hopefully not. It looks like Yammerman is hosting now. So, it looks like I'm having connection issues on Discord. So, but luckily I don't really need Discord online this whole time for this tournament. But good that's happening now as opposed to a different one, I guess. But okay, it looks like I'm back. So yeah, it looks like it's Gyomber versus Lalo here. So whatever that game starts up, it will be a pretty fun one, hopefully. Looks like burn versus non-burn. So Gyomber is going to, if Gyomber wins this one, we got another burn mirror in the form of Gyomber versus Dump Truck. So very exciting to see. But let's see what happens here. And it looks like they're both Italian. So we're going to get Italian in the chat there. Let's see. For my little bit of Italian knowledge there, ciao means hello. A te means to you. So I think ciao anche a te means like hello and same to you. So Gyomber probably said good luck, have fun. I'm digging up, you know, ancient memories of visiting Italy, and you know, stumbling through some Italian. Looks like they're gonna set 2 and summon out a Kaiku, pass back to Gyomber there. So yeah. And Dushoot's gonna come down. So Dushoot in the main. In the standby, or yeah, in the stand, but I meant in the main deck, you know, not the standby phase. But yeah, so that's gonna shuffle something back there. I mean, yeah, I know that Chow means hello is for your wide one. I'm just talking about the Anke Ate. If I don't think I pronounced that right, but I know that CH is pronounced as K in Italian. So yeah, to you too. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's what I was saying then. Okay, so I managed to get it right. Okay, cool. Fun to get the confirmation there. So it seems like Dessert, Painful, Cylinder, Desk, Koala, and Panda. Lily's gonna get sent back. Still a pretty good hand. I mean, Koala can wall up against the Kaiku, so that's something there. Hmm. And what is Lalo going to do about that koala? They're probably going to set a bunch here. Maybe they don't even attack, but you kind of do want to get through the cylinder while you can. It's an awkward facing burn game one. Okay, yeah. Swordsman is really, really good here. Because Swordsman, if they use the cylinder on that, which they kind of have to, then you're only taking 9, so it's not that bad. You also don't have to attack him with the Kaiku because it can't clear it anyways, and you can just set a couple to make the koala burn a bit less bad. You also make it more awkward for them to summon out the panda and potentially run into a battle trap. So, yeah, Pot of Greed coming down here, though, to draw 2. Dig deeper into the deck, potentially draw into more ways to burn or to stop what Lalo's got. They're going to flip up the koala indeed, deal 400. Not the best that they can get there, but at least this way they get to attack over the swordsman, or at least attempt to. Will that go through, though? Does Lalo have a Saku in the back row there? They do indeed have a Saku, so that will get rid of that. But now Panda can be summoned out, and basically the idea is, like, if you summon Panda, it's 1800 attack, so your opponent can't necessarily clear it unless they crash their swordsman into the Panda and then attack the Kaiku over it. But by setting all those back row, you might be saying, like, look, I do have Ogeometrio, so do you really want to do that? A bit of an interesting decision here. Will Lalo go the super aggressive play and just attack into the Panda with the swordsman? Definitely a very important decision-making point in the game. And they're thinking about it. They're probably debating just that. I mean, they know about Just Desserts, Painful Choice, and Cylinder's been used up. They know about Just Desserts and Painful Choice. They don't know about the 2 other back row there. If one of those back rows is Trio, that's going to be really bad for Lalo here. Now, if it's Trio, it's really bad for Lalo either way, you know, but especially bad if they sort of go, okay, they're going to go for Snatch. I think that makes a lot of sense because it forces out the Trio. So Trio will get fired here. Are they on main deck Decree? They might be on main deck Solemn. If they are on Solemn, I think this is a good Solemn. Yep, Solemn that. I think that is good. It may seem weird against the burn deck to go down this low so early, especially when you know they have Just Desserts in the back row. But you kind of have to, you know. You can't afford to let that Trio go through, put the Panda up to 3,300, and then have it hit into your stuff, right? So you're taking a similar amount of damage here if you let the Panda live, or let the Panda have the tokens. So you just got to solve that, you know. It's the trade that you have to make there. But this is going to get in for a fair bit of damage. Now, Galmer will gain back 1,000 next turn. And again, they do have the Just Desserts, so they'll be able to deal a fair bit of damage here. But they need other burn cards to actually win. Two desserts don't quite do it. They need other ways to sort of play with this. So, and what Lalo could have actually done here, instead of snatching the Panda, they could have just attacked into the Panda with Kaiku, and then but you want to keep the Kaiku alive, so it's kind of awkward. But yeah, Rat coming down, Rat can hit over a Rat hitting into the Kaiku. Getting out Lily. Yeah, Lily will be very good. Lily will be game. Lily will be game, in fact. So yeah, this makes sense. Get out Lily, just desert your opponent, and then you attack in for game. So that will be the end of that game. Very, very intense, but, you know, Lalo did what they had to do. You know, if they didn't go for the desert, Solemn there, then Galmer would have still found another way to win. So it is what it is. I think that they made the right choices in that game overall. It just didn't quite work out for them there. Again, maybe they could have done the more aggressive play into the Panda, but then you still lose to the Lily, I believe. Could they still take 16? The Panda play would have cost 900, attacking in the Swordsman. Maybe they'd still be alive. Because they had 3,350. They'd be at 20. No, they'd still lose because 500 plus. No, they would. Okay, it really would depend if Galmer activated desserts when the swordsman attacked them. They probably would have, because then they would have been at 2,350. Then they would have taken 9, so that would have dropped them down to 1,450. So yeah, they either way, I think Lalo was dead there. But that is what it is. Sometimes that happens, and nothing you can really do about it. But it looks like Yomber is going to be done siding here, so Lalo's got to side. Now, again, Burn is weak into siding. I mean, Rat Top Deck wins the game, but so much wins the game from that position, right? Like, that's why it's like, you know, Lalo was in a bad spot no matter what. Like, this wasn't a luck sack from Yammer. Yammer had so many cards that won them the game there. So it just is what it is, you know? And even if, if they drew something else, like, let's say a koala or something, right? Setting koala is still very good. So, you know, it is what it is. But, oh yeah, painful choice as well. Yeah, you could just send 5, including the rats and stuff. So, yeah. And also, yeah, Lalo knew about the painful too. So, like, yeah, there was no real way for Lalo to get out of that, really. And that's sometimes how it goes sometimes, especially in the first game against Burn, because when decks aren't really prepared for it, then the Burn deck can just steamroll them, right? Even if they play perfectly, which I do think Lalo played that very, very well. And I'm not really sure there were anything that they really could have done differently. But yeah, Burn is definitely going to have a much more uphill battle in game 2. Okay, Goblin Attack Force coming down here, 2,300. That's a very interesting tech on Yammerman's part, but it will get Saku'd. So losing that 2,300 damage there. Maybe Saku would have been better to save for like a Panda later on, but I get the idea, right? You don't want to take that damage. You want the Blade Knight on field just to hit in early. And also, if you're on Decrees, then you want to use the Saku's earlier rather than later. So Lalo's thinking about exactly what to do here. If they commit another monster to board, they could play into a trio, locking up the entire zones, which obviously they don't want. They're just going to attack in for 16. I don't think that's terrible. Also, if Blade Knight is the only monster on the field, or only monster on your side of the field, negates flip effects, and Yammerman is likely playing flips because those are very good in the Burn deck. Another Goblin Attack Force coming down, hitting over the Blade Knight, and another Saku's getting used up on that Goblin. So Lalo's playing very simple, you know, just trade 1 for 1, keep that Blade Knight on field, attacking in, chip away at Yammer's life points before that they can chip away at yours. I think that makes a lot of sense there. Heavy Storm's coming down on that back row just to use it up right away, hitting a True Nade. That's a pretty good hit there. Yeah, I figured it would be the international one, wait, like Worlds? You mean like Worlds format? That's pretty cool. Starting out a Warrior Lady, that's very good. That can banish things. So it's sort of a check against Panda, because while Panda can deal a lot of damage into it, like, you can still banish it. It also stops things like Rat and stuff. But yeah. But yeah, if they want to sort of collab with that, then I would be happy to join and stuff like that. But yeah, Blue Turbo is very, very cool stuff. Yeah, on this side of things, Pui was the main one doing that. But yeah, they're gonna bring over the Warrior Lady attack into the Blade Knight to clear both. Very profitable trade there. If they only speak Japanese, then I probably won't be the best choice. I know a bit of Japanese, but not enough to really like communicate well. So it looks like Sasuke's coming down, and Sasuke's going to hit into the set. And yeah, no worries, Rainit. I mean, I was saying throughout the entire stream, like, it is a very tough deck to play. And also, I think, like, at a certain point, like, too, like, the deck is definitely, in my opinion, like, your build was kind of suboptimal. When you get a deck like that, like, it's going to be a bit less good than I think the peak of Reason Gate Turbo. Like, I personally would cut down the Steins. I would cut out the Dark Magician package, too. But like Stein's such a feel bad hit, because even if you hit it, there are some times when you just don't want to pay it, right? Like, that popped up in one of the games we saw on stream, where it's like you hit it and it's like, well, you could go Stein, but then you're leaving yourself really open to a lot of things. So it's like very awkward there. But I think you did fine. So yeah, Mchubs is playing a spicy deck. We've seen it a bit on stream, which is very, very cool. And it looks like Yammer is actually going to play around that Mystic Swordsman level 2, just summoning their monsters in attack, you know, saying, I don't want you to just clear this thing. I mean, I guess what Yammer could have done here is they could have summoned the Rat in attack, summoned the Jar in defense, because then the Jar getting cleared either way, but this way you don't take the 200. So that's potentially something they could have done. But realistically, I don't think that 200 is going to make the difference here. It might, but probably won't. Well, maybe with Lily as a potential card. I don't know. We'll have to see what they do. But yeah, good information on both sides as well. Mobius is a bit annoying to think about in hand, but you can easily clear it with the Rat. So you don't really care too much about that, I think. Painful here, send a bunch. Actually, they had the jar. This makes me kind of wonder about the Warrior Lady play, if that was right. But I guess they're playing around knock, right? Like if Law had knock, that would be a ton of damage, so you don't want to take that. So I think that makes sense. I think it makes sense to be better safe than sorry, right? Yeah. Painful sending a knock, a knock. Yeah, knocks are kind of dead at this point. You don't really need them. Rhoda. What else do they send in here? It seems like this is going for a deck thinning. Or they're on book. If they book and set and then knock, then that's something. Looks like they're going for Goblin Attack Force as well. And a Panda here. Getting Panda engraved for like Call the Haunted is pretty good. Or Premature Burial or Reborn or something. Or Reborn's banned. But Premature Burial, Call the Haunted, etc. Getting back that Panda is very, very good here. But it is a bit tough because you know about the Mobius to pop the Panda thing. But yeah, knock was very clearly what Gomber was getting there. So they knew they were getting the knock. So they must have some sort of reason behind that. Okay, they're going for pot here. So the painful was more of a deck thinning thing than a, get card to hand thing. But knock isn't terrible. I mean, knock does come up if like, oh, a book on the rat is going to be very frustrating for Gomber here. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're trying to play around TT a bit by not summoning out another monster. Maybe they didn't have another monster to summon out, but it's going to be very awkward. They're going to set one, pass back to Lalo, trying to play around Mobius the best they can, but MST is going to clear that. You don't even need the Mobius for that, and that's going to clear a knock. Now, the question is, does Lalo attack the Swordsman into the rat, or do they attack it into the other set there? They're going to go for knock, so they don't even need to decide. They just knock the non-set. So that way they can attack into the set. And yeah, this is not looking good. So that set will be cleared. Is there a reason to have knocked the unknown and then attacked into the rat? I guess not, because rat can come back from grave through things like call or premat. Then it caused some problems. So I think it's fine doing it this way. There's no Sangan and Witch in this format, so nothing to really benefit from being destroyed by the Swordsman as opposed to banished. So yeah. I think this is fine. And what is going to... Okay, it looks like Lalo's setting some. So do they have a Blade Knight coming down? No, they're just setting. That will get popped. Big Shield Gardna. Okay, so yeah, that would explain knocking the known rat as opposed to the unknown Gardna. Yeah, that was the correct play 100% then. Breaker coming down. Breaker can clear the back row and also hit over that Swordsman. So that's going to be pretty bad for Lalo. Because they've got a Swords, a Mobius, and a Dust Tornado left. So that is what is left in hand there. Swords can wall up for a little bit, but it's not looking the best. I mean, Dust is also a very good card to have because you can Dust on sort of new sets that Gomberman goes for. But we do know about the heavy that Gomber has. So, I mean, yeah, Kaiku's going to be pretty good here attacking into the Breaker. Will that go through, or does Gomber have a way to deal with it? It looks like it will indeed go through, so that'll hit into the Breaker. Banish 2 from grave. What do you want to banish here? Maybe the Goblin Attack Forces? Maybe the Panda? Yeah, getting rid of the Panda is probably the best choice because Gomber clearly had plans for the Panda. So I think that's fine. You can also go for Swords here, I guess, but you might want to use Swords proactively to flip up a monster. You also know about the Storm, so you don't necessarily want that to come into play. Yeah, I think it was fine on Lalo's part. I think Yarman definitely has a tougher way out of this than... Okay, Exiled is pretty good, dealing with Lul's one summonable monster there. Oh, and Gigantes as well to extend further. Okay, that's pretty good. Getting in for 1,900 here. We know the Sakus are all gone. All 3 of those are engraved, so you don't need to worry about that anymore. No Mirror Force. So, yeah, Gigantes is going to be pretty good. Call as well. Okay, so yeah, getting rid of the Panda is pretty good there, but they can bring back a Goblin. Goblin is a lot of damage coming in here. Do they have the Dust Tornado set back there, or is it just a Swords as a bluff? No, it is indeed the Dust Tornado. I think that is the right choice there. And it looks like Gomber's going to pass to Lalo. Lalo's got Pot of Greed, probably the best draw they could get there. But this might not be enough. Tribe. Okay, Tribe is very good. Pitching maybe Swords. Oh, pitching Mobius. Just saying, yeah, oh, okay, well, yeah, pre-mat plus Mobius is just end of the game. Yeah. So very good stuff there. From both players, I thought both players played that very, very well. Well, so the idea of history is that, like, it might not have been a dust set. It could have been like the swords to try and bait the heavy, so that way you can go for dust later. And if it was Dust Tornado, then it just clears that call, so it's not really that bad. But if it wasn't Dust Tornado, you get in for a ton of damage. So that's how it should go. But yeah, should be good. Okay. So I was just checking some Discord notifications because people were asking about rulings things. Yeah, premature tribe were drawn off the pot. Yeah, so pot did allow them to win the game there. Even if just the tribe was drawn, then it would still be pretty good. I mean, even if just the premature was drawn, it would be okay, but it would have been awkward into the heavy. But you could, well, no, because then the Gigantes clears everything anyways, so it would have been a bit awkward there to bring back Blade Knight and do stuff with... No, Blade Knight was banished, so never mind, you couldn't even do that. But you could bring back Exiled, pop the Gigantes that way. That's something, I guess, but yeah. It's a rough... Oh, it was rough for Yammer for sure, but pot is just in this format, just like it is in GOAT. It can sort of lead to big comeback moments, but it can also feel a bit sacky at times too. So, yeah, looks like Yammer is going first here. Will they be able to win against Lalo here? Will we get another burn mirror in the next game, or will Lalo be facing another burn player? Just so many burns in a row. We'll have to wait and find out. Blade Knight coming down. Blade Knight hitting in for 1,600, not 2K. But again, you know, this was good enough for Lalo last game. Just getting that Blade Knight out, attacking in every turn, chipping away at Yammer's life points. Sometimes that can be good enough. Yammer will take it. Looks like they were thinking maybe that could just be mind games going on here. Or it could be something deeper. It could be that they've got a card to deal with the Blade Knight, maybe a Gravity Bind, something like that, but they don't necessarily want to use it yet. Looks like they're going to set a bunch and pass. Okay, 5 set. Wow. They must have some way to deal with heavy or Trunade or something. Because that's a lot. They're just saying, like, if you've got the Trunade, then you got the Trunade. But looks like Wang Yu's going to come down here. Wang Yu's going to be very good and attacking in. Well, like, hit everybody when you say baiting heavy, but, like, there aren't really many things. If you're setting 5, right, you have to basically have Solemn. I mean, they could all be chainable traps. That'd be kind of... So, okay, if they're all chainable traps, you'd have to have, like, 1 trio, multiple Jesters, multiple Secret Barrels. That is possible. It's just very unlikely. And also, if you do have all that, you don't necessarily want to set them all like that. I mean, I don't know. And Solemn is really bad for you in this situation, in my opinion. Like, you don't necessarily want to Solemn at this point in the game. So, like, I feel like this is less, like, baiting heavy and more saying, if you've got heavy, you've got heavy. But I gotta just do what I gotta do. So Cylinder coming down. So Cylinder is what Yara was thinking about last turn. So that'll do 1,600 to Lalo there. And yeah, again, like Cylinder is a card that like would not be good to bait heavy with, right? So like I don't really think it's like baiting heavy. The situations where them baiting heavy is very small. But it probably just saying like if you've got it, you've got it, right? But I gotta say these because it goes with my game plan, and so it is what it is. But MST hitting a Saku there, Pot agreed, drawing 2. Maybe MSTing to try and hit a Solemn because they do know they're on Solemn. They need that pot to go through. But with all that back row, you might not want to even fire a Solemn on the pot because it'd be a bit awkward. Now, Panda does get around the Wang Yu here. So it looks like there is a secret barrel, another secret barrel. So maybe it is all, yeah, I guess it is all chainable. Okay. And yeah, Trio comes down. Trio will just steal 900, so it's not the best. But like 900 plus 2,000, so 1,900 plus, so 2,400 total there. 2,400 plus 1,900 is still a lot of damage. That gets you to 4,300. And that leaves Lala with 2,000 left. Yeah, I would the same way do with it. I mean, it was a tin promo, so that gives it a bit of mystique there. But it is still kind of interesting. No, it's not GG. Not GG yet. Oh, wait, unless they're saying, like, I've lost, you know. It does destroy the Ujama tokens. It is, yeah. Are destroyed by Wang Yu before desserts and barrel deal damage. So trio resolves, the tokens get popped, and then the rest resolves. Wanghu is... Isn't that? Isn't Wanghu continuous? So doesn't it pop the... I mean, let's get a ruling on this. And they admitted defeat, but like I think that like let's get a ruling here. I don't think that's how it works, is it? Is it? Okay then. Okay, I guess it is. I guess it works that way then. I thought it was continuous, but maybe not in Goat or Warrior. Okay, then well if that's the case, then that is definitely the end of the game with all those, but okay, yeah, should be the same here then. Okay, so good to know. You learn something new every day. Very powerful burn thing there. Very good to know for the future. It did matter. You know, it did actually matter because it wasn't lethal if the tokens were destroyed mid-chain. Lala would be left with 2,000. So it did, in fact, matter there. But I do trust Gyammer on that. Gyammer is a very experienced GOAT format player, so I do trust that they know what they're talking about there. And now we got Dump Truck versus Gyammer, so it looks like there will be a burn player in the finals there. But yeah. So which one will it be? Will it be Dump or will it be Gyammer? And will they be able to, over the course of 2 matches, be able to take out M. Shobes? I mean, M. Shobes has taken out a fair amount of burn over the course of this tournament. They took out Gyammerman the first time. They took out Dump Truck the second time. So, yeah. You can even chain link one. I don't think you can do that. I'm pretty sure that is that the case? Because... So, for instance, can you like summon Exiled Force if you control Wanghu and use Exiled Force? Use Exiled Force's effect. You can use Exiled Force. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. I thought that it was just you know, if you summon an Exiled Force or a Sook under Wanghu, they just wouldn't. They'd get popped no matter what. Even if oh, you can't use Exiled Force that way. Oh, so Sook is mandatory, whereas Exiled is optional. So that's why. Okay, yeah. I get you. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, so that makes sense. That makes sense to me. So yeah, good to know. Good to know for Wanghu there. Yeah, for the trio ruling especially. Yeah, that can come up in a lot of these games here. Because trio is a powerful card, and bringing out Wanghu does counter that a little bit. But yeah, we got a fun mirror going on here. I mean, we got to see the mirror earlier too. I believe it was Gyammer versus Clemens. They got the mirror earlier. But yeah, so much burn in this format, or in this tournament at least. Very fun stuff. But yeah, it's the mirror time. Who will be able to burn the quickest, burn the brightest, burn the fastest, you know? Or will they burn out? That's the question. And both these players have lost to M. Shobes, so M. Shobes knows what they're on already. They also have been able to win. So, yeah. I mean, Wanghu treated the same way it is in GOAT, so that's why I'm trusting the GOAT knowledge of Gyammer. Because, you know, GOAT people have a lot more experience with Wanghu than I do. So, yeah. Okay, Exiled coming down to pop one of these sets there, trying to get through a rat or a koala or something like that, potentially. Hitting a morphing jar, that's also very good. I guess they could have also guessed that based on how many sets were there. But, yeah, morphing jar is kind of awkward in this form, or in this mirror, because, like, both players want to draw deeper into their deck. So, like, you're fueling your opponent's burn plays as well as your own. Very, very strange stuff. So they're going to send another, saying, you know, you're not going to heavy 3 of your own back row. Or I've got all chainables, you know, one of the two. Rat getting flipped up here. Remat getting flipped, activated to get back the Exiled, pop the other set there. and then get in for 14. And Dubtrick is asking Prio, and they are indeed going to use Prio to pop the set. Okay, that will go through then. And Gomer's thinking. Gomer's thinking here. Do they just attack in with the rat? Do they commit another monster to board to attack in there? Nope, they're just going to attack in with the rat, playing around trio, locking up their zones. But a cylinder will come down, deal that 1400 damage back to Yammer there. You never want to chip down that way. I mean, they're setting another. That set could be a Cyber Jar, could be a Morphing Jar of their own, could be a Fiber Jar. A lot of different things it could be. Ceasefire, though, will deal with that, dealing 1,000 here. It is a Cyber Jar indeed. So, getting that 1,000 out, this means that Dumbrick probably doesn't have a non-flip effect monster that they want to commit to the field, and it looks like they are going to set, so that must be a flip effect monster. Or at least that's the read that I would have as Gyomber, right? Because otherwise, Dumbrick would have set that, gone for Ceasefire, dealt a little bit more damage. Lily coming down here. Lily's a bit scary here. Truenade's shuffling everything back, but you don't know what the set is. I mean, they might have a way to deal with the set. Dumbrick's thinking here. So if they do have chainable traps, they might as well use it now, especially if they can get down damage to the point where Lily isn't really useful. It looks like they're going to go for Book on the Lily. Okay. That's an interesting choice because you might say like, oh, well, I'm ahead on damage, so I don't really need to worry about this. But yeah, Book on Lily will get that Lily down, and Rat's tagging in for 14, hitting Mask. So Mask can get back Ceasefire, it can get back Cylinder. I feel like you probably want to get back Ceasefire here because Cylinder on Lily is really bad, just deals 400. Whereas Ceasefire is dealing 1,500 base. So like 1,500 is more than 1,400 that you can get off the max. Cylinder hit on the board right now. So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And if you do hit for 15, oh, Panda coming down. Okay, that's really good. Is that right? I don't know. I think you just go for the jar, right? Because Panda's at 23. You attack in a jar. That knocks them down to 33. You've got Ceasefire to deal additional damage, so they can't use Lily's effect right now. You know what I mean? I mean, you could also, like, Ceasefire is dealing 2,000, so, like, do they even want to, you know, Lily attack over Panda? Maybe not. I mean, if they flip with the Lily attack into Panda, you kind of gotta activate Ceasefire, right? Oh, you chain Ceasefire to this 100%. You never not chain Ceasefire to this. You've got to chain Ceasefire to this. Yeah, because this drops them down to 2,800. You make Lily a lot trickier of a proposition here. Okay, they might have another chain. If they do have another chain, yeah, you got to go Secret Barrel here too. Because this does drop down Gyomber below the point where they can use Lily. And if Lily gets in, that's one of your few lose cons from this position. Because you've got 4,800, so you've got plenty of life left. What you're scared of is if Gyomber gets in for a ton of damage here. Like if they've got a way to clear Panda, it's going to be pretty bad. Snatch on the Panda is going to be pretty good. That's 17 plus 14, so that's 31 plus 4, but that's not lethal damage. So this is still okay as long as Gyomber doesn't have another monster here. But yeah, I mean, if that Secret Barrel was not fired, this would be the end of the game for Dump Truck here. But it looks like they are going to go to battle, attack in for a ton of damage. 8 plus 9, so that's 17. Plus 14, so that's 31 plus 4. So that is, yeah, down to 1,300. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And now they will gain 1,000 unless Gyomber deals with that Snatch. Okay, it looks like trio tokens are coming out in draw. And then on res, they're going to do Justice. Okay, that will be lethal. Okay, wow. Yep, you got to do that in draw so that way the Snatch doesn't gain. Yeah, and that was actually a very, very close calculation because, for instance, if the Lily hadn't even attacked, then Dumper still would have survived that. So very, very intense stuff. Yeah, so Lily wasn't necessarily useless. It just wasn't able to use its effect. But that still was enough to get Gyomber there, but they needed a very specific set of cards. So I do think that activating the Secret Barrel was the correct choice on Dumper's part. It just did not quite work out for them. Yeah. But still, yeah, very, very intense game one. Maybe we'll see a very intense game two as well. Bird Mirrors definitely go at a different pace than a lot of other games in this format. If you've got familiarity with them in GOAT, then you're very similar there. But yeah, I mean, Pod is crazy. I mean, Pod just draws into so much stuff. But yeah, Pod's very, very good. And definitely did play a factor in Yammer winning that one, but I also think that it was a very careful play on both players' parts. So I think both players played very well. It's just pot can be a bit of a sack, just like it is in GOAT format. But we're going to dive into this game too. And Dump Truck does have the initiative here. Going to start by setting 2, passing back to Yammer here. Now, I don't quite know all the differences between Dump Truck and Yammer's builds. I forget if they're playing floodgates or not, but seeing those true nades, maybe you like cut out the floodgates, especially because the floodgates didn't really work against Panda. So these decks are probably looking a bit leaner. They're probably looking a bit more aggressive. You know, you've got your burn cards that are hidden in for more. You don't really need to worry about drawing into your like swords. Swords might still be being played here, but you don't need to really worry about your gravity binds, your level area bees, and stuff like that. So very interesting sort of siding here. Going for forceful and sending back a card to deck. What will they send? They're going to send a Lily. Okay, that's pretty good. Preventing burst damage here. Heavy and MST in hand. So that tells you that the back rows are probably chainable because what they do is they just activate them, then go for the heavy. But it looks like Warrior Lady's coming down here, attacking in for 15, or at least attempting to. Could hit into a magic cylinder or something like that. But you don't really have to worry about things like Gravity Bind, right? Because there's no way the Gamma would set Gravity Bind when they got a heavy in hand. Swords here. Yeah, that's what I mentioned there. Cutting the other floodgates, Swords still does have use because, Swords just blocks the opponent from attacking. And the Panda and stuff, like, can attack under the gravity bind and level limits, but yeah, Drew one, you don't necessarily need to say when things are top decks or not, because we do know, in fact, that it was a top deck because Deadbrook got to see the hand and they listed it out in the thing. But when you say top deck, it just kind of reads to me like it's like, oh, what a lucky top deck and stuff, and it's like, yes, sometimes that does come up, but like I don't really think it needs to be pointed out every time that things are top decks. If I think it's notable enough to mention, then I'll mention it, but like I don't really think that it is in that case. MST for the pre-mat. Now, Dump Truck did know about the MST, but maybe they figured that they wouldn't set the MST with heavy in hand. But unfortunately, the MST was set there, but the MST would eat the pre-mat pretty much either way. So going for change on the set monster, and that's going to prompt a think from Yammer here. They're going to go for trio here, fill up the board a bit. Maybe planning for a Justice Urge thing if that comes through. But yeah, also blocking off Dump Truck from summoning out any more monsters, like potentially a Breaker or something. So the change is going to go through, and we'll have to see exactly what that set is. It could be a Morphing Jar as well, in which case, now Dump Truck can't get any of the monsters out of their hand they might otherwise want to. If it is Morphing Jar, I think you still do go for it now. But we'll have to see exactly what it is. It's Fiber Jar. Okay. So that means it's a Secret Barrel Adjuster set there. So yeah, Secret Barrel will deal burn damage, chaining to the Fiber Jar. So that's going to be 10 cards there, so 2,000 damage. And again, you don't necessarily want to be in that position when the Fiber Jar activates, but now Dump Truck does have the priority to basically summon out a monster now and attack in. So that's going to be very good. Those tokens do not deal damage. We did receive a ruling on that, so that is very good to know. But yeah, so now if Dump Truck draws a good monster to attack in here, then they can sort of equalize the life points a little bit. But yeah, the Fiber Jar generally is able to be pressed by either player. But if you control a card that your opponent originally owns, then Fiber Jar works weirdly sometimes with the DB macro. So yeah, so either way, it doesn't really matter here. But it's easily resettable if it does work badly, but it should be fine. But anyway, DD Warley is coming down, attacking in for 15 here. So now the life points are relatively more equalized, but Yammerman will be getting a draw here. So Dump Truck sets 2, pass back to Yammer. And now if Yammer's got a bunch of stuff here to deal a ton of burn to dump, then this could... Oh, and the swords again. Oh my goodness. Drawn into that swords yet again. At least Dump Truck was able to get in 1,500 damage, but they've got a swords of their own, so that's going to be pretty good. It is a Panda, so it's good to know about that Panda there. Potentially prepare for that. Going for Forceful here, just to shuffle back something from hand back into deck. I feel like they should have set the Forceful before going for the swords, because if it was Morphing Jar, then you'd lose the Forceful. But it didn't really matter there either way, so it works out. It was not Morphing Jar, so they didn't get punished for that. But yeah, they're going to go for Forceful now and see what Yammer's working with here. Deadbrook opened Forceful against Yammer twice this one game, which is very funny. But we'll have to see what's in the hand, because that will definitely change the way that Dump Truck plays a bit. Look at that, another Panda is in hand, and it looked like that's going to get shuffled back. So now Dump Truck also knows the last card in hand. We don't quite know that. We're not privy to that knowledge. But they're going to set another playing into the Panda. That is very interesting here. Panda is at 1800. It can hit over the Lady if they want to, but they probably won't because... Oh, actually, it can't hit over the Lady because of swords. But eventually it could. Flipping up on Moth is going to be very good here. Potentially getting back that Forceful. It will indeed get back to Forceful. Moth is a card that I feel like you might not want to include in this deck, just because there are so many things that can hit over it and deal damage. I feel like Moth is a bit greedy, but it's just the way the Dump Truck building, I guess. They're playing with the Moths, they're playing with the Masks, so they've got some element of recursion there for their cards. Okay, it looks like they're not going to do anything in draw, and that's just going to pass back to Dump. So that's turn 2 on their swords. The last turn on Gyammerman's swords here. So we know that Gyammer does not have True Nade, or else they would have fired down their swords probably. They're going to set another, buffing up that Panda even more, saying, I don't fear your spell and trap move, but you're not going to go for removing my swords when there's only one turn left. I think that's fine. So what will Gyammer do here? They're going to bring up Breaker, so Breaker can pop the sword if they so wish. Breaker might also want to pop one of the other back row instead. Okay, chaining to the effect to place a token. Going just desserts here. Is there a response to this? No response. Okay, chaining another just desserts here. Is this lethal? Yes, it is lethal if Ojamatrio goes through here. Ojamatrio getting fired, even if Ojamatrio... Well, the only way Ojamatrio doesn't go through is if Decree or Solemn gets fired. If Decree gets Solemn, or if Decree gets fired, then that's really bad. But it's also a wild move from Gyammer. Yeah, they need to calc. This is lethal damage if it goes through. So, how is Trio neutralized now? It's only neutralized if a Solemn comes down or a Decree comes down here. I think if Decree comes down, that's a very good play from Gyammer because you wait until it actually matters the most. But yeah, it is just the end of the game. Oh, Trio is neutralized for Gyammer. Yeah, that's a potential reason to set the third. But it is just kind of like, I'd be more afraid of them being able to attack with the Panda than just setting a card, because like the Trio then is unneutralized if the Panda just attacks into the Faith and then they fire Trio, right? So it doesn't really matter that much for there. It matters if you've got a ton of chainable back row and you're trying to set up the game shots that way, but you can just do that after you attack into the Faith. So realistically, it doesn't matter too much, in my opinion, setting that and closing off the Trio activation. So, but either way, we're going into game 3. So both these players are burning each other to death. Which one will emerge victorious here? Burn's very tough mirror, and we saw exact lethal there from Dump Truck. We saw in the first game very, very close to exact lethal from Gyammer. So these are very, very intense games. They often come down to just a couple hundred life points difference here. Forceful getting fired, getting a peek at Dump Truck's hand right away. That's a very, very good opener here. And it's sending back... What is it sending? It's sending back Warrior Lady. Okay, that tells a bit about what the hand is. Maybe some rats in hand. Don't want to bring out the Warrior Lady to banish the rat. Looks like Snatch Steel, Cylinder, Typhoon, I think. Maybe from TYP. That would be Typhoon. And Rat. So it looks like Gyammer is going to set one. Are they going to set more? Is this... Nope, they're just going to set one pass. So probably not a Morphing Jar. That's good to know from Dump Truck's part at least. Or it could be a Morphing Jar trying to bait them into losing that hand. But it looks like Dump Truck's is going to set 3, pass back to Gyammer. Now, those could be a Cylinder and an Unknown. It could also be just a Snatch and a Cylinder. But Cyberjar is going to get flipped up. That's going to neutralize that rat there. And, yep, it is indeed the rat. So now whatever the Cyberjar gives, it could potentially change a lot here. So we see double Trio up there. We also see a Swordsman coming down. So honestly, there is the option here of bringing Swordsman in attack. And then Gyammer would be forced basically to summon out Koala and Panda in attack to dodge around the Cylinder, because you kind of do have to deal with the Swordsman. Although I guess if they're both in attack, you don't have to worry about the Swordsman as much. Very interesting stuff here, though. Ring is also going to be pretty good here eventually. So it looks like they are just going for this. They do have swords. Yeah, they must have a way to clear the cylinder, I assume, in hand. I feel like you do just leave the swordsman and attack, because if they do have a way to attack into it, that, yeah, True Nade does clear the cylinder. So that means that Panda will be able to attack over the swordsman, dealing 400 damage there. But that's more, or that's less than you take if you'd summon in defense. So you kind of have to do that. And Gyammer's just going to set a bunch here. We do know the trios are online for Gyammer now, so it's a bit scary for Dumb. But Dumb Truck has a lot of good stuff as well. Heavy coming down to force out the trio activation right away. Trio getting fired, and it looks like that's getting fired first, so no Just Desserts as the other set there. And it looks like Call the Han was the other set, so yeah, no reason to call there. But those tokens are on the field now. If Gyammer manages to clear one and then activate their other trio, then that's going to be a bit awkward, because then that locks up the field entirely. So Dumber's got to think here a bit about what to do. I mean, they would ring to clear one of their own tokens if they do want to. Snatch is kind of awkward here, because Snatch, the Panda, does not get over the set, and it's awkward. Again, again, as I mentioned, Snatch is awkward here, because if you Snatch the Panda, you can't get over the Koala, and you're just giving your opponent 1,000 life points every turn, which is something you don't want to do in the burn matchup. So I wouldn't say the Snatch is necessarily an option here, but they're just going to set a couple here. How many are they going to set? I think you can just set a ton. Setting another, okay, and setting another, because they know that Gyammer probably does not have a Desserts there. Going for a Ceasefire to play around the activation of the Koala, which would deal burn damage, and dealing 1,500 total, because the tokens do not count as effect monsters. I think you maybe could have saved that, but I guess you're doing that just so that way they don't flip up the Koala, which I think makes sense. You know about the cylinder and the ring as well. So ring causes it like another True Nade or Heavy or something like that to not even be the best, because then you can just ring the Panda, deal a ton of damage to each player that way. Very tricky. Gyammer's going to send another into potential Desserts, which we do know the Desserts was in hand as well. But this is tough, because if you ring the Panda here, okay, let's think about this. So you ring target Panda, then you go to Desserts. Desserts is 15. Okay, Exiled Force to deal with the new card, just to not have to worry about it. It's a rat, so that's a pretty good decision, I think. And this is a bit tricky here. So ring on the Panda means that is 2,800 damage to both players here. But you don't want your Desserts to have less fuel. It's interesting. It's definitely an interesting position. And Gyammer could just get attacking in here, but you also know about the cylinder. And the cylinder is something you do not want to run into with the Panda, because if you run into cylinder, then they ring and they Desert you afterwards. And I think that is the end of the game, because 5,600 damage total, plus 1,000 for Desserts. So you can't do that. So Heavy's coming down here. That will force things out of Dump Truck. So yeah, this will force out a lot. You got to go ring, chain link. No, you can't do Desserts chain link 1. You got to do ring chain link 1, because this way you're dealing less damage. Because ring will destroy first, then Desserts will just deal 500. So yeah, that's not quite how you want to do it. But you know, it was done that way. It is how it is. Will that 500 extra damage come up? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, that's not the most optimal way to do that, unfortunately. So it looks like Gyammer's just going to set another. And things are very simplified in this position here. Sword is getting fired here, which we did know about. But yeah, things are very, very interesting position. Setting 2, passing back to Gyammer. Going for trio in the standby just to lock up those zones. Very, very smart. Cyberjar is already used up, so they don't really have the best way to clear that. If they had set a Panda, then that would, of course, be very good for them. But as is now, they're kind of a sitting duck. And now you just wait for your Desserts to come through, your barrels to come through, and you just wait it out, right? So this is looking very good for Dump Truck here. Your Panda will also do it too. So honestly, you could even wait on the Panda just in case they've got a cylinder of their own. Because again, there's very few ways to get around this. If they had a Fiber Jar, they probably would have flipped it already, right? So yeah, this is very good for Dump Truck. This might just be a waiting game until Dump Truck gets what they need to win. Gyammer's also lower in deck too. Going for the Panda though. Just bring it out. Again, I don't really think this is the best, although I guess a ring on the Panda does just kill both players. Or no, just kills Gyammer, so Gyammer can't ring it. But yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this play one bit. It is threatening things, but True Nade here, sending everything back. And depends on what that set is. If the set is Amazon's Archers are canceled, then this could be really bad for Dump Truck here. That is, I'm not sure what the True Nade does. It just resets the swords, I guess. No, swords is gone, so they drew True Nade after. Can't reset swords. Not sure what play they're going for here, but maybe they're going for a play like if the Panda attacks next turn and Dump Truck has a Solemn or a, I don't know, a Decree, then you can sort of play around that. But yeah, it's really not looking good for Galmer. Galmer is in a really, really bad spot. And actually, if the Desserts had been chained correctly to the ring, then Galmer would actually be 500 more down here, and that actually would be lethal damage. No, it would be 100 off lethal damage through a token. So, yeah, they say they messed up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know if there's a way out of this either way. Even if they didn't do the True Nade there. Oh, okay, it seems like they got an option. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I can't really see a way out of this, really. The one thing is if the set is Fiber Jar, that would do something. If it's Morphing Jar, maybe flip it up and do stuff, but yeah, no. I don't think this is going to turn out well for Galmer here. I think Dump Truck probably has the game on lock because I can't really think of anything else Galmer can do. I wouldn't even attack here because Cylinder is on field, and that is one of your lose cons if you attack into Cylinder. So, yeah, I think that was a major misplay on Dump Truck that could actually cost them the game here, depending on what Galmer has. I mean, Galmer's not going for Desserts right now or Secret Barrel right now. So, yeah, no, I really don't think you had to try Dump Truck. I don't think you had to try. I think you had the game on lock if you did not do that. But, I mean, also summing out the Panda is also, I would not have summoned out the Panda either. But, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, that's a rat set, so nothing you can really do with that. But, yeah, nothing you can really do here. I mean, again, I think that things could have turned out differently if that didn't happen. But, I mean, I guess like double... No, because if you didn't summon the Panda, then double Desserts would not kill you there. So, yeah, I think that was a bit of impatience actually costing them the game. But we're going to go into the finals with M-Show versus Yomberman here. We'll see how that goes. And Burn is another deck where like you do have to be like on the ball all the time, like where misplays can cost you the game. And I think that was just one of those cases where like a misplay did cost them the game in a major way. But yeah, tough stuff. Yeah, now we're on the finals, so we'll have to see exactly how that goes. But we got M-Shobes versus Yomber. Yomber on the burn deck. We just saw M-Shobes on a bit of a creator deck, which is very, very cool to see. I hope the creator deck does well. It would be really cool if M-Shobes goes undefeated, but we might wind up in a situation where, Yomber wins the first game, and then they go into sudden death, where both players are at risk of losing. This is double elimination. So in order for Yomberman to win the full tournament, they do need to win twice against M-Shobes here. So very, very cool stuff. I'm very excited to see how this one goes. Let me know in the chat, who do you think is going to win this one? Do you think it's going to be M-Shobes or Yomberman? We've seen both players do very well in this tournament so far. It really could go either way, in my opinion. Yeah, Yomber's going for their revenge. M-Shobes won for the first time against Yomber, but you never know how it's going to work out the second. But very, very cool stuff. And hopefully this tournament showed that, like, I mean, yes, it is a small tournament. It's double eliminations. So maybe not the widest peak of the meta, but hopefully this did show that there are a variety of decks that people can play and experiment with beyond just the typical decks that you might see in GOAT, because there's no GOAT control in the finals here. I mean, I guess you could say the creator is a bit of a warrior deck, so you could classify it into warriors, but like this is sort of like an off meta pick, and it does show that the format is very undefined at this point. You know, there's a lot of different things going on in the meta right now. But Trio getting fired immediately here, just to have that online, prevent M-Shobes potentially swarming the field somehow, and also potentially setting up for a Desserts play. So M-Shobes has to think about why Yomber went for that immediately there. Going for Comfy. Paying 1,000, but you do get a peek at Yomber's hands. So this could potentially inform you as to why they went for that play right away. We'll have to see what exactly happens here. If it's Storm, oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, Gomber. Yeah. So yeah, if there is heavy storm, then you can't change desserts to it. So it might be a desserts. It could just be bluffing desserts. But yeah, that's a very, very good point. So they're sending back. They're sending away level limit. And then Panda and no. It goes to grave. It goes to grave. Yeah, it's comfy. Yeah. I think it's fine to say that it's rewarded. Well, I don't know. Generally, I don't think that players playing should watch the streams. I do appreciate the watch, but like also, I don't want my commentary to influence what any player is doing here. But yeah, I think it's ultimately fine. So we should see what happens here. Exile getting rid of a koala there, and then setting one, setting another, and passing back. Okay, honestly, not bad. I mean, Panda can come down here, attack into the trio, which would be pretty bad. But, it's not the worst thing in the world. Especially if M-Shubs has a way to deal with the Panda, which they very well might. And they do indeed. They've got Sakuretsu armor, which is probably why they sent the Lily instead of, or not the Lily, the Livet instead of the Panda. So, pretty good spot for M-Shubs to be in right now, honestly. Gowner wants to get aggressive with the Lily, then they can't really do it into the tokens, or else they're bleeding out 2,000 just for 300 pokes in. So yeah, M-Shubs is going to pass back, choosing not to commit anything. Now, if Gomber gets another Panda, then that's going to be very good for them here. But otherwise, they don't really have the best options here. They can set another, pass back to M-Shubs. But it's been in a bit of a weird position, for sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what. Yeah, M-Shubs just passing again. Honestly, if you don't really have the ways to get in damage or do things here actively, then it makes sense just to keep passing. But M-Shubs probably wants to deal with that set somehow. Could just be the Lily set as a bluff. But if it is something live, then you might want to deal with it. So going for Rhoda here, potentially getting the Swordsman to hand if they're on Swordsman. And it looks like they will be getting Swordsman, indeed. Yep. I think that is the correct choice. Now, if Gomber has Magic Cylinder in the back row, that would be awkward. If they've got other things, it could be awkward too. I mean, Death Search here deals 2,000, which is pretty brutal. But yeah, Cylinder is in the back row there, so that will, cause the attack not to go through, the monster not to be destroyed. And that's pretty rough for M-Shubs there for sure. Main 2, what are they going to do? They're thinking about what exactly to do in this situation. If it's Koala, then that's going to be a lot of burn damage coming down their way. Pre-mat here for Exiled, I think makes a lot of sense. The thing is, it opens yourself up to a major Just Desserts play here. But you can use Exiled Force with priority, and if it is used with priority, then the Just Desserts will not have the 5th monster there. So good to keep in mind that priority can mess with the math on Just Desserts a little bit when things like Exiled Force are in play. But yeah, Pot coming down here as well, drawn 2, and hopefully drawing a way to deal with that Swordsman, or to get another Panda, or to stop things from going through here. Looks like Breaker's coming down that will be able to deal with the Swordsman. And it looks like it's probably going to pop the back row first, but M-Shubs is thinking on the summon, so it could be a TT potentially. It is a ring, so ring's going to pop the Breaker. This does deal 1,600 damage to both players, but it's a bit awkward here because now you're getting yourself even lower. If that's 2 Just Desserts, then this will be the end of the game here, but nothing you really do against that because you're taking damage from that Breaker anyways. So I think that was the correct play to do there, but unfortunately it does play into double Just Desserts. And the fact that double Just Desserts have not been flipped right now means that Gomber probably does not have double Just Desserts in the back row. So that's a bit more information that you've got. You got to poke in with 900. No, the disconnect. No. Oh, that's rough. I think that happens sometimes on DB. Sometimes the DCs happen, but hopefully they'll be able to get back in. Looks like they're back now. So hopefully that is not a sign of things to come. But that deals 900. And let's see what's happening here. They're going to set another, so that can potentially protect their Swordsman again. But unfortunately, you'd kind of want to go for more damage here, but you don't want to play into more desserts, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of awkward here for sure. You want to have a bit of a bigger clock than just 900 per turn. Because the more time you give Gomber, the more chance that they have to draw into their powerful burn cards. So it looks like, okay, this just happens. I was going to say, if they're typing draw phase, then that's the end of the game there. But as is, I think you're in a good spot. Let's see, has heavy been used up yet? No heavy's been used, so M-Shubs can always draw into the heavy. That's something to consider. So they're just going to go for another 900 poke here. Attacking in, just playing it safe, playing it a bit conservatively here. going for a forceful to see what else is in the hand. Now, that's probably not going to hit into any burn traps, because any burn traps are probably getting committed to field right away, because you're down to the point where M-Shopes could easily lose just a couple burn traps chained together. So I think that it makes sense that there's not going to really be burns in the hand, but yeah. Morphing Jar in hand, okay. And a Heavy Storm in hand. Yeah, Heavy Storm is not getting fired on Yammer's part, most likely. So yeah, might as well just get rid of the monster that can chump block for a turn. So I think it makes sense. Ooh, a spicy countdown deck list. Yeah, you can either PM it or you can post it in the YJ from Zero Discord server. Either one, but I'd be happy to see it, yeah. So it looks like Yammer is indeed setting a card there to just serve as a chump blocker. And I think that's kind of what you have to do at this point. So that's going to attack into the set there. And let's see. Yammer's going to say, before damage step, Ceasefire is going to come through. So that's actually a major, major push here. Oh, that's the end of the game. Wow, that's 1,000. And then, let's see, that gains 2,000 defense as well. So that'll be 2,900. So, yeah, that's going to be the end of the game. No, they take 1,000. They take 1,000 from the Ceasefire. And then they take 2,900. 2,900. Yeah, this is 2,900 from the Cypher. And then 1,000 from the Cease. So this is lethal. Yeah, 2,900 plus 1,000. Yeah. Because the tokens do not count as effect monsters. So that is very good to know. Yeah. Main deck connects over. I mean, it is Warrior format, so Warriors are going to be a big thing, I guess. But yeah, the chain will happen while Cypher is face down. So that is good to know. Well, you can book after. You can book after the Ceasefire goes through. Because this is still before damage. So the book can happen after the Ceasefire. So what happens here is, so the Ceasefire will go through, deal 1,000, then book will happen, and a new chain, and set down the Cypher Soldier. No. This it still is. So, okay. I mean, it's not too late. Like, the battle step can have multiple chains in it. The damage step can only have one. But if Ceasefire gets activated, it resolves, and then you book after Cease resolve. Yeah, exactly. So it's not too late. It is just 1,000 damage here, and then you clear the Cypher. So that is how it goes. No, and then you can set the Cypher. Set the Cypher. No, set the Cypher, and then you attack into that. And I don't think you have to chain. I think you can do multiple chains in the battle step. Because it's not the damage step. So if you do it afterwards, yeah, then it just sets down, and then you attack in with Swordsman. Yeah. Okay, good. So that is how, yeah, that's how I think it does work, and it did indeed work that way. So that is the best move for M-Shopes there. So thank you for Yarman for helping through that. But yeah, that is the case. You can get very confusing with certain rulings in the battle step. But yeah, that is how it works. So yeah. They did wait for attack deck. The History Wide 1, they did wait for attack deck. The Swordsman attacked in, then they activated Ceasefire, so that way it was going to be hitting in. But the thing is that after the Ceasefire resolves, then M-Shopes can activate Book, flip down the Cypher Soldier, and then attack in with the Mystic Swordsman level 2. It's not a replay, but it's just multiple things happening in the same battle step, multiple chains. So that was done okay, but it unfortunately did not quite work out for Gyammer in that situation. So a level limit area B is getting fired here, and that'll prevent any bigger monster from hitting the field, but M-Shopes can just keep attacking in with that Swordsman if they want to. It's kind of unfortunate because, you know, they got to sort of play around having very, very low life points, and that Swordsman is going to take over 5 shots in to end the game, whereas there are many things that Gyammerman can draw to end the game. Okay, it looks like they're going to go for a Serpent here and attack in for 12, just saying I need to increase this clock because if I don't do this, then it won't even matter if they, like, I'm at a point where I'm dead to a big Justifer's activation either way. So, you know, I just got to go for this. Heavy coming down. That will clear the back row. Justifer's getting chained, so that will deal 2,500 damage to M-Shopes here. And then if Gyammer has any monster in hand to hit over this, then that will be lethal. And yeah, Exiled Force coming down, and that's hitting in. But I do think that this was what you had to do here, really, M-Shopes. So I don't think that that is bad. You had to increase the clock. If they had that, they had that. I mean, I guess you did know about the heavy, but you didn't necessarily know about the just desserts. But multiple burn spells would also do the same thing. So I think that was fine personally. But yeah, it was definitely rough, but it is what it is. And you'd probably be losing that either way. I mean, if you didn't commit the Serpent, that would have been 2,000 damage. So you'd be at 700. Exile attacks into Swordsman, dealing another 100. So that's 2,100. And then you can tribute the Exile to pop a token. Deal 300 more. Not quite dead there, but you are at 300 life points. So you're likely going to die before Yammerman can. So I think that either way, it was kind of lost cause at that point in the game. But game 2 and 3, definitely harder for Burn to win because M-Shubs can bring in the side deck hate. And now at this point in the stream, we move on to the meta-defining water bottle number 2. Again, in this format too, whenever you're streaming a tournament in this format, I think the water bottle number 2 is a necessary part of your stream game plan. Meta pick for sure. I really do like it. It really gives you a lot of flexibility, you know. So definitely recommend it. Yeah, very good stuff. So this might take a bit of siding for Yammerman. They got to decide, how do I deal with M-Shub's deck? Like M-Shub's probably has a plan for Burn that they put into place when they first placed Yammer. And so they're probably doing the same sort of plan here. But will Yammer be able to overcome that plan? And will they be able to win? I mean, we didn't see the game where M-Shubs beat Yammerman. But that experience is going to help both players here. So we'll have to see exactly how they do. And we're going into game 2, so M-Shubs will be able to go first. It's pretty good to have. And this way you get to sort of prepare for your opponent's stuff. If you're bringing Decree, you get to set the Decree and potentially use that to shut off your opponent's back row the turn they set it. So a lot you can do here. Going for Rhoda is going to be pretty good as well. But you might want to save this for later unless you already have... Oh, is the Creator coming down already? Oh, Pot. Okay, you're just trying to deck then. Okay, that makes some sense. I think generally I still like to save the Rhoda because I do like just having the option to go into a variety of cards off Rhoda, but I don't think that's terrible if you want to deck thin for your stuff. Going for Zambira, setting 1. Are they going to set more? Nope, just the 1. Okay, so if that is Decree, then Gammer might want to even waste an MST on it right now just to say in case, but like I don't think you need to use the MST right now because you could just set that along with your other stuff and just MST it later, right? So Gammer's going to think here for sure. And what are they going to do? They're going to set 1. Pass. Okay, yeah. No real need to give your opponent ways to get in. But yeah, that Dust Tornado is going to hit that desserts. It's going to be very, very good for M-Shubs. I really do like this style of playing against Burn. You just take out their traps before they can even activate them. So now we do know that M-Shubs does have Creator Incarnate in hand. They can bring out Creator Incarnate, attack directly for 16. That makes them a little bit weak to Gyakugere, which is kind of unfortunate. But they might just want to do that to get into the damage. 1600 is a fifth of Gyarman's life. You got to sort of do that. And also, if they summon out Gyakugere to hit over the Creator Incarnate, then you can just get in over that. But looks like they are going to go for Zalug, ripping a card out of hand. Very, very good. If it's such a burn card, that's going to be good. He's a Snatch Steal, also very good. So yeah, that's a very, very good hit for M-Shubs there. Although Snatch honestly might benefit M-Shubs as well because they gain back 1,000 every time. M-Shubs doesn't really have a good Snatch target to take yet unless they can clear the Zambira. So yeah, probably not the worst hit on the part of Yammer. And MST hitting an MST, again, that's something that you probably didn't want there. But Exile hitting the Zambira, that's interesting. Going for a, oh, that makes sense. Going for a Gigantes there, hitting over the Zalug, dealing 5. And now M-Shubs might not have an easy way to deal with that Gigantes with the Zambira engrave. But very cool combo with the Exiled into Gigantes play there. If they got another oh, well, Snatch is going to do wonders for them, probably. And then they're going to tribute over that monster for a Jinzo. Jinzo, very, very powerful against the burn deck. And yeah, very good that the Snatch is gone. M-Shubs is probably very, very happy about that. But not much they can really do against this unless they've got another way to clear the Jinzo. But did they not see the attack go through? Okay, I guess they must have just not seen the attack go through. Okay, a bit of lag. Yeah. No worries. But yeah, there are some things that can put a hamper on Jinzo. For instance, level limit area B can switch to defense. And Panda can't necessarily hit over it on its own, but if M-Shubs commits another monster, then it can. So there is that to consider. But this is still a really good spot for M-Chips to be in. Yammer's thinking here. They're going to set one. Pass. Could be, for instance, like a Cyber Jar or something like that. Could be a Morphing Jar. Could be a Fiber Jar even. But this makes sort of the early Rhoda play a little bit awkward, because with that Rhoda, they could have gone, oh, well, they got knocked, so that explains that. Getting rid of a Goblin Attack Force, very interesting, and now getting in for 4,000 damage. Getting Gomer down to 200, that is not a place you want to be. But, you know, as long as you have one life point left, you can come back. So maybe Gomer will make it. But nope, that's going to be the end of the game. So, yeah. So that's the power of the siding against Burn, and especially going first, too. Just sniping away those Dust Tornadoes, being able to bring out a Jinzo, bring in the Nox. I mean, there's just so much side deck hate for Burn out there that does really make it hard for games 2 and 3. Now, that being said, Gomer is going first here in game 3, and going first does really help out a lot. So this could definitely be their game. And if they do win this next game, then going into the second match, they might have a bit of an edge, because on the first game, Burn is definitely favored, right? So it really does depend on what happens in this game 3. And we could easily see either of these players manage to win the whole thing. So who do you all think that is going to be the winner here? Do you think it's going to be Gomer, or do you think it's going to be M-Chopes? I'm personally, it's really tough. It's really tough. Both these players are very good, but I'm personally leaning at this point for M-Chopes, because I do think that the deck after siding has a bit of an advantage against Burn. And yeah, it would be cool if the creator won a tournament. I think that would be really cool. I mean, yes, this is a single day tournament that's pretty small, but I do think that that does show that, you know, off meta decks can win. And it is pretty cool. It shows how undefined the metagame is and how much room for growth there is in this format. So it would also be cool to see Gyammerman win another Warrior tournament, because they did win the last one. So it'd be cool to see if they won this one too. And also on a different deck. So going for the old Alifia 2 special. But going for Pot of Greed here, drawing 2. Going for Forceful, that's going to be very good here. So yeah, I'm sure might have a bit of an uphill battle in this game, because Pot gets you into more cards that you can use, and then you get to Forceful back the cards that are going to cause the most issues for you. So yeah, it's not looking good for M-Chopes here, but, you know, Burn does take a couple turns to kill. So looks like TT's going back there. That means they probably don't have a trio in the opener right now, or they're just waiting. Yeah, Walk is also good against the Burn deck. You can walk your own cards and gain life points off that. Dust Tornado is very good too, but if Gyammer gets to set first, then the Dust Tornado is a bit less valuable. But yeah, what is, so FS is Forceful Sentry. Okay. So yeah. So it looks like this isn't a way to clear that set monster, so that set monster probably can withstand a Zalug. So we have an interesting one here. If you're M-Chopes, you bring out the Zalug attack. You might have a better monster in hand as well right now to attack with too. Going for Forceful right away, I think that's fine. You might want to go for it later after you do something with the set, but they might just not do anything with the set. So you're going to see what Gyammer's working with here. And then try and sculpt their own play off of that. But the nice thing about Forceful or Comfy versus Dust Shoot is that I think there are multiple chains per battle step in Critter format, because there was discussion of, if my opponent solemns my Mirror Force, do I get to use Waboku after that? Unless Attack Declaration is not part of battle step. But yeah, you do get multiple chains per battle step. So that's why the play earlier did work here. But M-Chopes was able to get a peek at what Gyammer's working with here, and it's a tough choice, it seems like. Send Panda, okay. I respect the Panda play, because you might be worried about, like, TT. Looks like a Cyberjar and Koala are left, so if we're thinking about what Gyammer said here turn 1, it very likely is a Koala, right? Because, you know, you want to get that burn damage in early while your opponent has a bigger hand. Oh, Rhoda off the top. Rhoda's going to be really good here. Now, do you get Exiled Force, or do you get the Mystic Swordsman? Because Mystic Swordsman does lose to the Koala to summon out and attacking. But also, you know, if the Koala's an attack, you can attack in with the Zalug and rip a card out of hand. So that's very good as well. So yeah, they're going for the Swordsman here. I think that this is ultimately probably the better play. Oh, Ring comes down, so Ring is going to complicate things a little bit here. But yeah, both players are going to take 9 off that. I don't think that's terrible. Now you can set the Dust Tornado and the Walk And yes, the walk. Okay, keeping the walk in hand probably just to make sure that doesn't get sniped. But oh, Assailant. Okay, Assailant's very interesting there. Yeah, so Zalud can't hit over Assailant, and this has been in an awkward spot now. Yeah, Assailant's a good pick if you're going for the Earth aggro strat. Going for Dust on the new back row, hitting the secret barrel, I think that is correct. Your opponent knows about Dust anyways, so, you know, you might as well get that out of the way. Pot is going to be really good here. Drawn 2. I think getting them out of this situation is Pot, probably. Now, the thing about DD Assailant in a deck like this, when you're playing Gigantes as well, is that it gets a bit awkward because the DD Assailant will banish itself. So once that's banished, then you don't get an engrave to banish off a Gigantes. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's still a very good card. Getting Zambira here to hit over the Assailant, getting more damage. I think that makes a lot of sense. And that will indeed go through. So 400 damage, both getting banished here. And now in main 2, you could potentially set the other card you drew. You could set the walk as a bluff to say, oh, there might be a card I drew here that does something. But, yeah. Oh, you can't? Okay. I saw a judge ruling saying that you could. Because I saw judge rulings recently when the Critter Tournament was going on, where someone said, okay, they used Solemn on my Mirror Force, and then can they activate Waboku after? And that was okay, but you can't do Waboku, then that gets negated, and then you activate Mirror Force, because the attack declaration is not the last thing that happened. Oh, okay, the other way around is then you can't. Yeah. Okay, so at the start of the battle phase, you can do it. Okay, I get you. So you can't do it. Okay, so that, maybe I misread the ruling channel thing about that, but I could have sworn that they were saying that you could. But, yeah, okay, if then that's fine then. Yeah, so generally you do want to go for Waboku then, probably at the beginning of the battle step, or beginning of the battle phase, just to play around that sort of thing to be safe, but it's fine. Okay, it looks like Zalud coming out here, hitting into what is likely a Koala, I assume, or it could be a Cyberjar. It is the Cyberjar. So this could either go very well or very poorly for, you can't chain to Cyberjar because it's damage step. So, yeah, you can't do that. But if it's like attack or defense modification, then, yeah. Okay, yeah. So I guess I just had the ruling wrong there. I misread the ruling then. But oh, that's a powerful set of cards for Gyomber there. What will M-Shope see? I mean, the Cypher is going to be brutal here. Yeah, this is definitely rough. Yeah, and also Change of Heart and Snap Steal as well. Whew, rough stuff. Saku's going to help a bit. Change of Heart's going to help a bit, probably. Breaker, you don't want to see that specialed here. I mean, you can do Breaker attack into Cypher Soldier if they bring an attack, but yeah, that's awkward. Not the worst hand, I'll say, but it's not the best hand either. I mean, they're probably going to just set their cards there because, yeah, I don't know. This is an awkward hand for sure. But definitely multiple options for both players. Yeah, they're just going to set all 3. You probably want to bring the Breaker in attack. Yes, that does eat the Snatch, but, like, you can play around the Snatch with the Dust, so there's that. So I don't think it's terrible. And also you can Comfy the Change or something out of hand. I feel like you don't attack in with Breaker. Because, like, what are you getting from this, right? Your opponent's getting out a monster. It could be a Lily to push the damage even further. Deck thinning for them. So, and if you attack into Cypher Soldier, you're just taking 200. So I feel like you don't want to attack in here. There's really no benefit to it. But, I mean, getting a card out of deck, I don't know. I feel like you just don't attack. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like no attack is right. What are they going to do? They're thinking. It is a big think, I guess. Let's see. Do they have anything that we... Oh, they are attacking. Okay. They hit into a rat, and now Gyomber gets to get out a card from deck. Again, I don't really like this, but I guess if the Change of Heart or Snatch goes through, there's less damage, technically, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Anyways, main 2, I feel like Comfy's probably coming, right? Yeah, Comfy's coming. You got to take the Change, because Change can take... Well, it depends on what the hand is. There are some weird things you can do with Mystic Walk to stop things from going through. But, yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, Saku also helps... Let's see, Koala Rat and Snapsteel, they're sending Change of Heart back, yeah. Or to Grave. Yeah, so that is correct. Yeah, so the confusion is, I thought in the YFC Rulings channel, it was said that you could do multiple chains in the battle step when that came up. I thought that was what the consensus was, but I guess I misread the rulings channel then. So Slaver getting flipped up here, Rat getting flipped up as well. Probably gonna go for Snatch. It's gonna eat a dust probably. Going for another Rat. You can also do Rat crash in, get Lily. That's getting dust tornadoed 100%. Yeah, but now they can go Rat crash in, get Lily. So it's a bit awkward there, but you can Saku the Lily when it attacks in. So that's not even guaranteed. Trio. Oh, Trio's going to be pretty good here. That makes things awkward. You can walk one of the tokens to gain 1,000. That's something. But yeah, I think what you do here, you let that go through, because the thing that clears the breaker is the Lily, right? So like, if you think about what's going on here, right? The panda is going to be at 2,800. Now, if it attacks into a token, then you're fine. You just do the walk immediately. You let this attack go through because they got 2 rats, so it doesn't matter. Oh, do they have Waboku? Thing on Ender Battle. Do they have walk? Are they going to walk the breaker? Oh. Yeah, this is a tough one. So let's think about the damage that's going through. So if you walk a token, right, you gain 1,000 here, 5,400. The Yakugure is at, let's see, that's 2,300. So it attacks into a token or the breaker. They are walking at the start of battle. Yeah, so they are going to gain 16 on that. So yeah, and then you can Saku the panda, fine. So yeah, so I guess this is just preventing the Lily from hitting the field, but. Yeah, and the other line was just like, you go walk on the token, gain 1,000. If they attack into the breaker with the panda, you just let that go through, and then you save Saku for Lily. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But yeah, I think that's ultimately fine. It's a pretty defensive position to be in. I think it's okay. Cool to see the OCG GOAT tournament popping off. I don't know how popular GOAT is in Japan, but cool to see people trying it out. Yeah, it's a tough one. So what do we know is in M. Shopes' hand? Well, it is a confusing ruling there. It's TCG as in the OCG GOAT tournament is TCG, or in the format that we're playing here. Oh, they're playing the TCG version of GOAT. Oh, okay, I misunderstood because you're saying OCG GOAT. That's still pretty cool. Cool to see them trying it out, because it definitely was very different from how it is. Oh, okay. Going for the creator incarnate. Are they going to... Yeah, they are going to go for the creator here. What are you bringing back? You'd bring back... Ooh, there's a lot of the good things you can bring back. I think probably the breaker makes sense. The other thing about breaker is... Oh, you could bring back Zalug, crash into soldier. Change of heart on the soldier. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I mean, maybe they just don't want to pitch the last card from hand. But you could just do pitch, then breaker, then attack in. But I guess that leaves a rat open to attack in for Lily. So yeah, you might not want to do that. So I guess that makes sense. And then what you want to do here is, if you get exiled in rotation, then you get a really good way to clear the rats. You just keep bringing back exile, popping the rats, and you're fine. So yeah, that makes sense. What's the last card in hand? Do we know? Well, now we know. Okay, it's gonna be a BLS there. BLS banish the rat. That's gonna be very good. Now even double Justicers don't quite do it. The awkward thing here is that a panda can still get over either of those, but that's not going to go through. There's going to set 2 pass. We know that set is the koala, so you can just feel free to banish the rat here. Maybe even switch the creator to attack over the koala, and then you're in a really good spot. So they're just going to go in with the BLS. Banish. Okay, they can... Yeah, that's fine because, you know, there's no rats that can be done in here. Oh! Knock on the set. Getting rid of that koala. Any other koalas in deck? Looks like no. So, creator getting switched to attack. There's no BLS in this format. Or not BLS. No Mirror Force in this format, so you don't need to worry about that. And just attacking in. Yeah, this is a very, very tough spot for Gamma Man to be in. If they've got, okay, level limit, we'll switch these both to defense, lock up the zones a bit as well. But if M-Chips has a way to deal with that level limit, then this will likely be the end of the game. So a very intense position to be in. Both players are trying to wait basically to draw into what they need to kill the other, right? M-Chips just need a way to clear level limit, and Gamma Man needs, well, there's a variety of things. Maybe okay, they're going to banish a token. Oh, that's very smart. Yeah, banishing a token. And they're thinking on the token banish. So Jet Desserts is going to deal 2,500 here if this goes through. Yeah, 2,500. So, yeah. So that's pretty good. But this is pretty decent. And, yeah, that's going to banish that. Now, if a Panda hits the field, it is at 2,800. So it can't hit over the Creator. Creator can bring back the BLS. This is a really, really tough spot for Gyammer to be in for sure. Now, again, if they draw the burn spells they need, they can potentially, go for that. But the Creator's going to pitch a card here. Oh, you can bring back a Swordsman. Okay, that will work. But that puts you in a really tough spot. So it's a bit scary here, honestly. I'm not sure I would have done this. I get why you do it, but there's just so many top decks to kill you here with that. Also, Call could be used to do that later, but yeah, I don't know. That's a bit of a risk. I'm not sure if I would have gone for that risk, but yeah, it's kind of rough. Lily. Okay, Lily is not quite lethal, but if they're summoning Lily, they probably have a burn trap to end the game. So, yeah, it's rough. Secret Battle, yep, that will do it because that's 1,000 plus. Yeah, that just barely does it because this will be 3,400, so they take 2,500. So barely do it. Yeah, again, like that's what I was saying. We're like, it's a bit risky to do this. I think that if M-Chips waited, they might have had it. But again, if another Jet Search would have ended the game too. So it's tough to say. But still very, very good games here overall. And yeah, they do have to do it again because it's double elimination. M-Chips was undefeated, so they do have to do this again. Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe, and that Jet Search firing before the BLS banish is very important. That actually was the difference between winning and losing. So yeah, yeah, I mean, it depends on the structure of M-Chips' deck after siding too, right? Maybe they knew they didn't really have the best chances of drawing into that, so they wanted to get proactive. But I think maybe waiting for a little bit more banishing might have done it. Like, I don't know. There are also like 3 cards left in deck that do it. It's just the Lily, the Pandas, and that's it, really. I guess Pre-Mat would do it too, so wasn't the most likely odds for Gyammer to draw that. So yeah, I think there are arguments to be made for either way. So Rock's going to win here. So Gyammer will be going first. Again, very powerful for the burn deck to go first. So that's rough. Yeah, and M-Chips will have to deal with that. But it's not necessarily the end of the world. There are things that M-Chips can do to claw their way back here in Game 1. It just is very favored for the burn deck here in Game 1. They're going to set 2. And they're going to set another. And they're going to... What are they going to do here? Oh yeah, the Yugi Kaiba Food Bowl wrapped up. El Duelist Pokédex did manage to win that one. I believe they've got a deck breakdown on their channel, so definitely check that out if you are interested. But yeah, Soul Control managed to beat Stallmail. Stallmail is still very powerful. A lot of people on Stallmail, but it just takes some adjustment to actually beat it, as that game shows. So very cool stuff there. I honestly, I joined the tournament with a burn deck. Burn went undefeated in Swiss. It did lose in Top Cut, but that game really could have gone either way, in my opinion. So I think Burn is very powerful in Yugi Kaiba as well. And I encourage people to test that out too. It's very fun. I enjoy playing the Burn game against a mill meta. It's very cool. And I do have some ideas for improving the Burn deck in the future against this. But the ultimate offerings in the Burn deck were really, really good. And I'll have a tournament breakdown of this too on the channel next week. But I was really happy with how Burn performed. I think Mill is still a dominant threat in the meta, so you do have to be prepared for that if you do want to play in it. I expect to see a lot of Mill games, but Soul Control can still win, so I think it's a good showing for the deck. Anyways, M-Chips is going to set another pass back to Yomber, and that Mystic Swordsman's a bit vulnerable here, but if that set is another Saku potentially, or something else, it could be good. And it looks like Yomber, are they going to flip up that set, or are they just going to leave it there? They're thinking about it. Think about exactly what they want to do here. If it's like a morphing jar or something, you probably want to flip it now. Yeah, it is a morphing jar. It gets a lot of value this way. So, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, fiber jar in hand too. Ah, the book in hand. Oh no, all those spells. Yeah. I mean, I guess you might not have the read that it's morphing jar, but I think based on that set, you could potentially intuit that. But yeah, losing the book and the Rhoda are kind of rough there. Not the end of the world by any means, but Breaker coming down might be the end of the world. Breaker coming down, that can pop a back row there. And, oh, I'm just thinking. Do they have something there? Book is going to be pretty good. Yep, Book and the Breaker. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think setting the back row, just setting the whole hand of back row would have been better anyways, because like Gammer's got a full back row there, so like realistically, they're not going to have much. But yeah, it's kind of awkward now because the other book set could have booked down the panda here and allowed the swordsman to survive. Now you're in kind of a rough spot. Again, not the end of the world, but it still is something. True Nade coming back, so that premature burial will go back to hand too, whereas with the book, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. So, I mean, True Nade probably would have been fired on the back row anyway. Yeah, True Nade would have gotten fired first on the back row, so it wouldn't have mattered here, because what they'd do is they'd go True Nade. Book would maybe flip down the swordsman, but that would be pretty bad. And yeah, so it would just prevent the pre-map from going back to hand, but this would still be a really bad spot for M-Shubs here for sure. Yeah, with limit up as well. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, there's no reason not to attack with Jar, so yeah. Might as well just take it. I mean, I think Yammer had the game unlocked either way. So yeah, both players are, I mean, they played a lot of games so far. Like, that's the thing about these single day tournaments. Like, by the time you reach the end of it, like, you are like fried, right? Like, both players are like, you know, they've gone through a lot. So they're in a bit of an interesting headspace. So if any misplays do happen, that's not necessarily because the players are bad, it's because they've just been going through a long gauntlet to get to this point. So that is good to keep in mind. That's one of the differences between single-day tournaments and multi-day tournaments. A lot of tournaments are going to be multi-day, and I personally think the multi-day tournaments are better for getting an idea of like which decks are actually meta, because then like most of the time when players play, they're feeling more refreshed and they are a bit more all there. And that means that, like, you know, if a deck wins, it's probably going to be because it's very, very good and people potentially played it well and things like that. And I'm not saying that that isn't the case here, but I am saying that like more misplays will happen in these tournaments than the multi-days. So because misplays can play a factor in these, I do think that the multi-days are generally good for figuring out like what the meta actually looks like as a whole. If we're just talking about, you know, jumping into a random game, which decks are going to be the best. And I think that the single days are probably best for sort of figuring out which players are the best at playing these long gauntlets. And, you know, I think they test different things, right? So that's sort of my view on it. It's part of why I prefer multi-day events. It's also partially because, you know, it's more people are able to join because it's more free in terms of scheduling. But I do think the single day events are also really fun. They can be very, very hyped, just having a bunch of people all in the same room, or not the same room, but the same event, playing the same game all at once can be very, very cool. So they both have their pros and cons. Which ones do you guys prefer? Do you prefer the sort of multi-day events, or do you prefer the single days? Okay, looks like they're shuffling back the pre-mat there, bringing another use of that. Leaving the koala on the heavy. The heavy isn't really the best here because heavy's wiping out their own back row too. Looks like the creator incarnate's coming down. So is there a creator in hand? Are they playing multiples? Looks like this might just be walling up a bit. Oh, are they playing multiples? Yeah, let's go. Multiple creator incarnates. Unfortunately, this can't be spelled from the graveyard. So you can't like pitch, add back a creator, and then go for another one of the cards in the graveyard. But what you can do is you can pitch a card and target the swordsman. So I was going to pitch a Demock there. Oh, Demock is super good here. Wow. I mean, the awkward thing about Demock is you don't really have the most powerful spells to get back with it, but wow, yeah, that'd be good if it hits the field. Now I think that swordsman's probably going to attack into the breaker here. Could attack into the jar, but jar can be cleared pretty easily. Could attack into jar to deal 200 damage, but yeah, I think attacking into the breaker. Oh, but then the ceasefire comes down. That's going to be 2,500 plus another 100. So yeah, I mean, I guess the breaker, the level limit doesn't really mean the breaker can attack in, but heavy can shut off their own level limit. So I get why you'd go for that. So unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them. The panda's at 1,800. That can attack in for 900 here. So that's going to get a bit awkward. If there is a trio in the back row as well, that could get even worse for M-Shobes here. Still very cool stuff. Heavy coming down, so that's clearing away everything. Jar getting fired. Secret Barrel getting fired. Secret Barrel getting fired as well. So that's going to be, what is this? 800 for those. That's 3,200. And then, yeah, that should be the end of the game. Oh, it's 1,600. Never mind. Yeah, I multiplied too much. But exiled on the creator should do it. Yeah, that's just going to be the end of the game. And quite unfortunate, but that is how it goes sometimes. And there still is games 2 and 3. And again, as we mentioned earlier, the burn deck does suffer against siding in for games 2 and 3. So this could definitely go M-Shobes' way. We're about to see another games 2 and 3. And it's funny because M-Shobes actually beat Gyomber in Swiss, but now both players are tied up in terms of matches. So I'm excited to see who managed to take it home. Very good showing for both of these decks, though. So very cool to see. And hopefully this encourages more people to try out the format. I mean, I know burn isn't the most fun thing, but most of the time, people are not all on burn. I mean, there were like 3 people out of the, what is this? 11, I think? I think it was 11. Yeah, 11. 3 people out of the 11 were on burn. One was on Science FTK, so that's 4 out of 11 people on just degenerate decks like that. And normally you don't necessarily see that as much. But, you know, it did happen in this tournament, unfortunately. I don't think it will necessarily happen again. Maybe it will because people will see Yomberman in the finals of this, maybe even winning this with Burn and being like, oh, Burn must be crazy this format. Let's play it. But I do think that Burn is a solid tier 1 deck potentially, but I do think that there are enough ways to stop it. You've got Decrees, you've got Dust Tornadoes. I mean, a lot of Burn players did fall in this tournament for good reason because there are ways to play around the deck. I mean, M-Shobes took out like a ton of them on their own. So I do think it is sort of an adjustment, but yeah, it looks like M-Shobes is going to be going first. It's very good for them. So what will they be doing here? They're going to go for a Forceful. Great to open the Forceful against the Burn deck, taking away their key combo pieces that they might need. And what will they see here? What will they see? That's the question. What will be answered? Will it be answered? Who knows? Find out in a couple seconds, probably. But this is likely going to be very good, especially given that M-Shobes is probably on more side deck hate right now. So they can probably deal with whatever else is in hand because they probably have tools specifically dealt for certain things, you know. So I don't know. Well, okay, looks like limit. So level limit area B, Secret Barrel, Panda, and Assailant, and they're sending the Exiled Force, getting that out of the way. Very interesting choice there. So they must have like Dust Tornadoes or Heavy Storms or things like that that can deal with the limit in the barrel. So pretty good. They're just going to set one pass. Okay. This does open them up to getting hit by an Assailant here. That's kind of awkward. I wonder why they sent back the Exiled when they weren't going to commit a monster. That's kind of interesting. But maybe they got another monster in hand that they want to commit later. Maybe they just don't want that to hit the creator. I don't know. But if I was Gowerman, what I would do here is, I mean, it's tough to say. Maybe they got Saku. Could be a Saku trying to bait the Assailant into attacking. Could be a variety of things here. Could be a pro heavy set as well. Could be a lot of stuff. So Gowerman's thinking about this. They are just going to run out the Assailant attack in. I do think this probably is the correct choice here, personally. But and they are going to take it, taking that 17. And then, man, two just setting one, passing. Is that a Dust Tornado to take out the barrel? It is indeed the Dust Tornado to take out the barrel, yeah. So, if they didn't have any monsters and they didn't want the Exile to clear away whatever monsters they got out, but it's kind of an awkward spot to be in now. Assailant pressured a lot of damage each turn. And you don't necessarily have the best ways to out it without outing your own monster too. So, tough stuff. Exiled on the Assailant there. We'll clear that. And then Comfy to rip another card out of the hand. But this does drop you down 1,000 more. So we know that Limit, Barrel, and Panda are in the hand. Or no. We know that Limit and Panda are in the hand. Looks like Exiled Force is also probably in the hand. Because that was probably drawn there. I mean, it does happen occasionally. When you shuffle up a deck randomly, you know, occasionally a card can stay on the top. But yeah, Exiled Force is getting sent here as well. Leaving a Panda and a Limit. So, bit of an interesting set of cards there. I mean, they probably do have spell and trap removal to deal with the limit, or else they wouldn't leave it. Or they just are comfortable dealing with that anyways. They're going to send another pass back to Gyomberman. Gyomberman does have the Panda to attack in with. They might do that indeed. Or they might save the Panda for when they have a trio play set up. A lot of different options here. They're just going to set one passing. And will they set another? They are setting another. So that implies that the Panda is set, but it could also be the level limit area B set. And this could also be just to bait out like a knock or something like that on this as opposed to a jar. So we'll have to see what Mshobes does here in response to this. They could be underestimating area B as well, but like, again, you know, they are sided against burn, right? So they likely do have ways to deal with burn. So I don't necessarily think it's underestimating it. I think they do just have ways to deal with it. So they're going to go for Exiled, and they're going to trigger the Exiled, popping the Rats, so that's very good. That means the set is level limit area B indeed. Now they're going to attack in for 16 with the Creator Incarnate. Set another passing back to Gyomber there. So if I'm Gyomber, I'm like, well, okay, this means that they probably don't have a heavy storm set, but it could easily mean that they've got Dust Tornadoes in the back row. Now, the thing here is that Panda does tie with Creator in terms of defense. So that's awkward for Mshobes a little bit. But we'll have to see what they do here. Definitely a tough choice. Tough spot to be in as well. If they have a way to get to Swordsman, then that can be good. They're going to go for Painful here. Okay, Painful is pretty good here. A lot of good Painful targets that you might want to send in this scenario. But this is going to be a very, very tough decision, for sure. It really does depend on what the back row is. So some options to send are Nox. Nox seem very good in this situation. Maybe more Spell and Trap removal. Maybe Decree. A lot of different options here. You can even send Creator if you want to, but Creator's a bit awkward because you can't get it back from grave easily. Yeah, this is a tough choice for sure. I don't know what I'd get if I was Mshobes. I mean, it really does depend on the back row, but even knowing the back row, I'm not sure if there'd be a clear option here. Because it really does come down to that balance of, like, you need to pick 5 cards that, like, you know, do thin out your deck a little bit, but also are cards that you'd want to have, and also are cards that you wouldn't want to lose, right? So there are a couple different ways you can go with the Painful in terms of the philosophy here, but this is very, very tough. And this Painful will probably determine the course of the game. But it is so tough. Yeah, it's so difficult to play. Like, it is such a rough card. And Painful is honestly one of the most fascinating things about Warrior format compared to Goat format, right? Because Painful Choice is such a skill-intensive card. I'm like, you know, Goat format also has a lot of skill intensity involved, but like, Painful is just so crazy. Like, Painful just adds so much to it. I'm not trying to say Warrior's more skillful than Goat, because that's definitely not the case. But I think that what I'm trying to say is that Goat format players might underestimate how difficult Painful Choice is to set up, because Goat format players might just, like, or not, I'm not trying to paint people with a brush, but players who have not played Warrior format before might just view Painful as a way to get Serpent Engrave, set up Chaos plays, right? But it really is, there are a lot of situations where Painful is just incredibly hard to play. But yeah, Chubs is a very painful choice, or has drawn Painful Choice a lot today. Very good for their deck. It is very good for their deck as well. But it looks like they're sending a Swordsman level 2, a Creator, a Knock, and maybe another Creator. This puts Garment in a really weird spot because you don't necessarily want the removal to happen, but you also don't want your opponent to get the Creator. Jinzo as well. Jinzo is pretty good. But Jinzo makes it so that the only out to level limit is MST if they've got it. So, I mean, Mshobes could always use the Dust Tornado on the level limit because they do know where it is before summoning the Jinzo. But yeah, it looks like Knock is getting added, so Knock will get that set out of the way there. And I think this might leave a Creator left in deck. We don't know if they're on 2 after siding. So yeah, not Creator. But yeah, Creator would go hard here. But yeah, knocking the Panda is very good. Now they can attack in for 16 here if that goes through. So yeah. And that will get in for sure. Painful Choice kind of buffs all decks that play it. Like, it's not just decks that are weaker and good. It's just like decks that are strong and go too. It's just Painful Choice buffs everything. It's like a rising tide on all ships. But MST coming down for that level limit there, preventing that from going through. So they did have the MST. So if Jinzo did come down, they did have a way to protect that. But yeah, it's going to be awkward for Gyomber here. That it seems like they did need that to stall out for a little bit. But unfortunately, they're just taking these hits. And this is a 3-turn clock here. If Mshobes does not have another monster to bring out, then that could be good enough. If they do another monster, the clock could accelerate even further. So yeah, tough stuff for sure. They're checking their graveyard, so maybe they've got Call, maybe they've got Creator. Tough decision. Jars praising. Yeah, Jar would be pretty good here for Gomber. They really do need the Jars, but it's looking pretty good for M-Shobes right now. What are they going to do here? I think if they've got Creator, they hold it, honestly. They could also just commit it, but then you don't have a monster to bring back. If there's Saku in the back row, that's bad. If there's Cylinder in the back row, that's bad. So I think you might as well hold it and use it next turn, bring back like a level limit area, or not level limit, swordsman. Go for that, but yeah. So they're thinking here, what do they want to do? They could also have a call. Okay, it looks like they do indeed have the other Creator. So this was indeed what they were probably thinking about last turn. Go for the Creator, bring it out, and in attack. So they are going for a big push here. Not afraid of Cylinder. They are going to use priority here, so they are able to target the level 2 and bring that back to just pop that set. So very, very good stuff there. I think that is the correct play. You don't want those jars going through no matter what. So that will hit in, and it will indeed hit over the Panda there, and now taking in for 23, dropping Government down to 900. That's lethal to a swordsman attack. So you can't even ring the swordsman. So yeah, trio praise. Yeah, but trio would only work with double just desserts. So yeah, just another set monster, and this probably is not going to do it for Gyomber here. And Creator, you get back Jinzo, shut off the traps. Yeah, you got to go for the desserts now. But yeah, so that's only 2,000, but this should be the end of the game. Yeah, wow, good stuff for sure. Yeah, trio actually would have done it there, but you did need to draw exactly trio, and that sometimes it just doesn't come together like that. But yeah, this is the final of the finals, the third match of the second game. Actually, kind of like the third game between these two players, because each of them have taken a win off the other. Their sole loss has come to the other one, so very exciting stuff for this game 3 of the third match between these two. Very cool stuff. These have been awesome. And I think they've shown how fun this format can be. Even if we've seen a lot of burn games going on, I think that burn games are cool in their own right. And also, it shows how different decks are viable in this format. And yeah, of course, I would have loved to see my beloved Reason Gate Turbo make it all the way to the finals, but it doesn't always work that way. And next time, Reason Gate Turbo will take everything. Once everyone's on burn, you got to go for the Reason Gate Turbo strat. Because you just monster gate away the Ojama tokens, Just GG easy. But very, very cool game so far, indeed. And very, very close games, too. I mean, the last game of the last match was decided by 50 life points. It was a 50 life point differential. And that is incredibly close. So very, very close stuff. And very good stuff, indeed. Intense. Intense for sure. Setting one, setting another. Setting another, passing back to M-Shows. Pretty good open from Gomber, but no hand rips. That is something at least. Nothing in standby, so no dust shoot, no... well, if they got trio, it might not be trio to desserts. But you go into main. It's going pretty good, Hats. Happy to have you in the stream. We're on the very final game of the Warrior tournament going on in the Format Library Discord, and it's been really fun. No one's resolved Richie this time, unfortunately. Yeah, I wish, but apparently Richie is not seen playing Warrior yet. Eventually, I believe, the best way to play zombies is with Richie and Warrior. I'm putting my foot down on that. That's going to be the way to do it, but unfortunately at this point, not yet. So, sending a bunch of powerful monster to grave. I mean, this to me is telegraphing a certain something, but I'll save my commentary until afterwards, just in case a player is listening here. But yeah, sending a Comfy and probably a Forceful as well. Just giving a really, really tough choice here. Because Comfy and Forceful are less good later in the game. So, like, you're generally fine burning it off of a Serpent Burn as well. Oh, and the Creator, okay, keeping the Forceful in hand, so maybe they do have the Forceful. Interesting stuff there. So, Gomber has to think about this a lot. There are a lot of good choices here that they could give. But there's also a lot of awkward choices, too. So, tough stuff for sure. And they're thinking about it. They're thinking about exactly what they want to do here. The Creator is goated. Yeah, M-Ship is on a super, super cool deck. This deck was undefeated in the first part of the tournament. Gyarman managed to take it down for the finals. And, yeah, it's just, oh, so cool. But, yeah, democking in, I think that is smart because this, to me, is telegraphing premature burial as well. And so you want the demock out of grave because given the amount of ways that M-Chips has to bring back the demock, you don't necessarily want to leave that there. So Forceful coming down from hand. Getting to see a little peek there. Yeah, Reason Gate is very tough to play. I am also not the best pilot for Reason Gate because I did lose in the last Warrior tournament as well. Definitely to a bit of a misplay on my part, but yeah, it's a tough deck to play, but it's very, very powerful. The ceiling is definitely higher, I think, in this format than GOAT because no Lightning Vortex, no Mirror Force, so your plays are a lot more insulated if you have a huge board. But Warrior Lady coming down here, trying to attack into the set, maybe banish that. And will that go through? It will indeed. So that will probably banish the rat here. You don't necessarily want to let them get the search. And also, you don't want them to get Earth Fodder in the hand for Gigantes. So it sounds like Assailant and Rat are also in hand as well. So you do have to eat through those. And no back row, no nothing. So that is unfortunate. You're going to take a big chunk of damage off the Assailant this turn, most likely. I mean, Rat could also come out just to sort of float into something else, but yeah, I think the Assailant is fine here. And yeah, the Assailant will come down. And Assailant's hitting in for 17, dropping them down to 6,300. Oof. Not necessarily the best place you want to be against this deck, but there are some potential things that you can do to stop that. So Serpent is going to be a big add. Yeah, they are adding the Serpent. They do remember that. It's fine because it's like start of main, end of standby. Same difference. But yeah, that Serpent's very, very good with Creator because you just pitch Serpent and then you get the Creator summon. Smashing here to get rid of the Assailant. Okay, that deals with that. Now they have another monster they want to bring out here and attack in. They could also just set Serpent as well. They can go for Rhoda here. Rhoda's pretty good. There's a bit of a risk if you go for Zalug here because Zalug crashes with Rat and then they get out like Lily attacking for 34. So you don't necessarily want to go for that. Yeah, it's a bit tough. I'm not sure what they're getting here. You could also go for Zalug, set Zalug. That's not a bad option. Yeah, they are going to go for Zalug here. Like, are they summoning it? Or are they setting it? They are going to summon it. Okay, this implies that they've got a way to deal with the Rat. Or they're just hoping to hit Rat off the discard here. They are going to send that one. Is it the Rat? Okay, they say dang, so it is the Rat. Okay, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, they probably have... Oh, no backer. Okay, yeah. That's wild. Yeah, that was a big risk. Big risk, but it paid off. Forceful, gonna get to send a thing back. Yeah, because setting the Zalug would have been probably a bit better in my opinion. Because then your opponent doesn't really have many good options to deal with that. They obviously don't want to attack the Rat into it, so it's kind of awkward. They probably have to set Rat next turn, and then you've got like Swordsman level 2 potentially to go for that. So yeah, so it looks like they've got Demok, Serpent, Exiled, and Breaker. That's a big think on their part. It's tricky. Sending the Exiled, so that means... Let's see, what's left in hand? We don't necessarily know what's left in hand because the Rat and the Assailant have both been used up. Yeah, setting another. I think against Burn, you can honestly mill them out a bit with this Zalug effect. I don't think that's bad to do because if you hit Burn spells, you're very happy about that. But that is a bit of a debate, I can see. Breaker coming down because the Breaker is known, so might as well pop a back row. Let's see what they pop here. Oh, they're just attacking in. Yeah, this is fine. Probably not going to sack the Breaker. And are they going to use the effect is the question. It looks like not. I think it's also fine not to use the effect as well. Because if you hit like powerful monsters that can then be brought back off like pre-mat or something, you obviously don't want to go for that. So, yeah, and this will be lethal damage if this all connects. So will this go through? Will this be the end of the game? Or is M-Chub's going to pop, maybe summon out Serpent? I think if you go for the pop, you summon out Serpent first, right? And, yeah, there's no response to this game, but there's a bit of a, yeah, stand by face thinkage. Because what probably happens here, okay, Trio is getting fired right away. So yeah, I think what M-Chubs has to do here, just not pop a card, just go for the Breakers and Luke attacks. Kind of have to do it, right? That's what I think at least. Like, there's no Mirror Force, so you don't need to play around that. This is lethal damage if it goes through. And there's so much chainable back row in this deck that, like, what are the odds that the new back row is not chainable, right? So I think you just go for this if you're M-Chubs. I think you just go for it and see what happens. The big punish is if there's, like, Saku. If there's Saku, though, you get a zone free, and then you're fine with that. There is another play here, actually. You could go for Demok. What would you Demok, though? Demok doesn't win you the game here. You don't really have many powerful spells in Grave. So I think you just attack. I think you just attack in. Yeah, it's like if they had lethal burn damage here, they would have used it. Yeah, exactly. But there's no reason. Oh, okay. The creator. Okay, so that is interesting. Okay, they're gonna go for Jinzo. That makes sense. So Gomer's thinking about this. Yeah, this is also a lethal line potentially. Gomer's secret barrel now, ceasefire as well, and oh, that was a cylinder. So that's the end of the game. Wow. Okay. The creator managed to take down Burn, showing the versatility of this deck, being able to toolbox out a variety of powerful cards like Demok, like Jinzo. Very, very good stuff there. So yeah, and it's awesome to see the creator win with the creator itself. So very cool stuff. And that cylinder would have actually caused a lot of problems for M-Chubs. This was the correct play. Yeah, very, very cool stuff. Awesome, awesome end to the tournament. And I mean, this just shows how much there is still to discover in Warrior format. Creator going hard here. Maybe Creator Reasoning Gate next time. Who knows? But yeah, Painful is very, very good in this deck, and the creator can abuse it like nobody's business. Yeah, Burn also goated. Burn showing that it does have the stuff to be a tier 1 deck. I do think Burn is tier 1. That's where I put it in my Warrior tier list there. But this is just great, great stuff. So very, very cool games here. And yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed this stream. I thought that there were a ton of awesome games, a lot of down to the wire games. A lot of burn mirrors, which, you know, not everyone's going to like, but I think that those burn mirrors are fun. And I do think they do show a different style of the game. So very cool to see that going through. But I will say I was kind of rooting for creator because you got to love the jank deck. You gotta love the creator, the cover card of the last set introduced, and man, it's taking names. So congratulations to M-Show for winning the YRS. Congratulations to Government for making it to second. And also congratulations to everyone who played for playing an awesome format. And I hope that you enjoyed any games you won. You know, I put that in your cap as a feather in your cap. And even if you didn't win any games, I hope you still had fun. But yeah, great, great stuff. I think I'm probably going to call the stream here because it's been like 4 hours, you know, but you know, great streams. I'm looking forward to doing these again if there are any more single day DM era formats here. But very, very cool stuff. And I hope that this maybe got people into playing Warrior format. If you do want to play it, we've got links in the description to Discords where you can play it. Also, if you like this sort of content, please just subscribe to the channel. It helps out a lot. Also, leave a comment down below if you're joining the VOD after the stream is wrapped up. And I love talking with y'all as always. But I've been Ben from YGO from Zero. I hope you all enjoyed this showing of the YRS in Warrior format. I might be streaming the GX formats next week. Who knows? It's been floated by me, and I'll have to ask Jazz about it, but I might do that too. Could be cool seeing what's to come. But yeah, awesome stuff. And I think Earth Aggro was very, very good. So for example, I think it was a pretty decent option. Now you would know better than everyone based on like whether you think it's worth going into in the future, but it's still cool to see that that option is there. But yeah. But again, congratulations on your great performance this game. But again, I'm going to call it here. I hope you all enjoyed as always. And until next time, I've been Ben from YGO from Zero, and I'm signing off.